Hello, hello. We're doing a Sunday evening stream, which always gets the greatest viewership ever. And Dirt, 1981, thank you for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. You now have access to an ad-free experience as well as emotes in the chat, even though I feel like nobody uses my emotes. But maybe it's because it's like too hard for you guys to type, because I'm stuck with like every single thing. You can't just type out what the emote is. It has to say like S, like straight up to G, and then 141. And I can't change that unless I become partner. So I have $7 YouTube Premium with really? Dude, my YouTube Premium, I didn't even know that there was a discount that was offered if you had like a college thing. My YouTube Premium's way more than that. Even though I still have access to my thing. You know, Space Channel 5 look like Goth? No, I don't. What is that? Space Channel 5. Lala? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I just need like double pigtails instead of the one. That top looks uncomfortable like a leash. It's not the most comfortable top, but if I don't force myself to wear my uncomfortable clothes, then I just wear the same shit. So this is why don't be like me and shop online exclusively, because then like I'm too lazy to return shit, so I just end up wearing it. Okay. Anna Kasparian, Tucker Carlson, the internet's definitely not mad. 2 days ago, Anna Kasparian went on Tucker's podcast to talk about the Epstein cover-up, Israel strikes Gaza church, and the great American political shift. Look, now it offers it. Now it offers it. It was not, I could not get it to, literally right in chat while my waiting stream was going, it would not give me this offer of a month free no matter what I did. And of course, now that I'm, I guess I can't close this tab because I want to redeem it, but I don't want to enter financial info on this profile, but I'm gonna kill myself, whatever. Okay. If you want to understand how fake the current political system is, take a minute to listen to Anna Kasparian and ask yourself how much you disagree with. Anna Kasparian is a political commentator and journalist who is best known as the executive producer and host of TYT. While her work for TYT spans nearly 2 decades, which is kind of crazy to say, Kasparian also reports for Real Clear Investigations. What is that? I have no clue what this is. An American conservative political news website and polling data aggregator. She contributes to this? Okay. And is a host for the popular political panel show Her Take, which she never advertises on her Twitter, but whatever. Kasparian's sharp analysis and outspoken views can be found across multiple outlets, including CNN, the New York Times, Newsweek, Time, and more. Interesting. No, I'm going to hit no thanks and then just try to get it back later. I'm so frustrated with that. Okay. Let's see.
So normally when I do an unconventional interview with like Putin or the president of Iran, people get mad and they ask, why are you talking to him? This is one of those very rare, maybe unique circumstances where people are going to ask you, yes. Why are you talking to him?
Yeah.
And people are going to get mad.
People are going to get very angry. I know. And your producers had been reaching out, trying to get me to talk to you for at least 1.5 years. And my feelings toward coming on your show went from I would never in a million years to kind of giving myself the opportunity to listen to your podcast, to figure out who you really are. Because of course I had very strong thoughts about who you are.
Really?
Yeah, but I realized that it was based on clips that I would watch of you that had gone viral. And they had gone viral because they were offensive or you had said something that was...
Viral like syphilis is viral.
Pretty much.
Okay.
That's... Okay. Okay.
You should think of it that way because it was mostly painting you in a very negative light. And to be sure, you and I have some pretty deep disagreements, but I think that some of what you've been talking about lately, like hits at the heart of what I care most about.
I mean, it's already a bad sign that she's like, ooh, people think that you're racist or whatever. Like, even I thought that you were racist. It's like, gee, what could have given you that impression? And you could arrive at that conclusion by watching his show in its entirety. You don't need to just see clips to think that, and you wouldn't even be off base if you did.
About, and that's the importance of this country representing the American people, the importance of the United States being a sovereign country that has politicians and a government.
Are we dog posting already?
That prioritizes the American people as opposed to a foreign government. And speaking out the way you've been speaking out about some of these issues takes a lot of courage, because it goes against the grain and it goes against,
he's not courageous. He could have said any of this stuff that he's saying now at any point in time. He chose not to do it. He knew the criticisms of AIPAC. Does she really think that Tucker Carlson, somebody who's been a conservative pundit for decades, at least 2 decades, maybe even 3, did not know about AIPAC's influence in domestic American politics until 6 months ago, a few months ago or whatever? Absolutely not. Even in the discovery related to the Dominion lawsuit, Tucker Carlson was found to have been admitting, I don't even like Donald Trump. I just do all of this shit for a check.
Decades of propaganda and conditioning in American media. And so
the opposite of courageous, he waited until it was safe and politically viable. Exactly. If he were still on Fox, he would not be jeopardizing his position on Fox News to talk about this shit. He wouldn't give a fuck.
To me, that commonality that you and I share made me a lot more open-minded to coming on this show, because I do think that Americans from across the political spectrum need to find areas of agreement, especially as it pertains to making this country better, so we can apply appropriate pressure on our politicians and get them to represent us, regardless of the corruption, regardless of the influence of foreign governments. At the end of the day, these politicians are nothing if it isn't, if it weren't for the American people, right? So right now, what's really interesting is in Congress, it appears that there's this bipartisan effort to force a vote to release the Epstein files.
Yes.
And the only reason why that's happening is because
it's so funny, because in one breath she'll say the Democrats are feckless, they're ineffective, they don't do enough, they don't stand up for the working class. But then she's kind of pivoted away from she'll pivot away from that, and she'll be well, all of them are corrupt, and none of them represent our interests. And now she's arguing for, it sounds like she's attempting to kind of make this sort of we need to unite among common interests. She usually doesn't say class, though. She usually focuses being American, a nationality. And then is that not again the Democratic Party strategy of bipartisanship?
There's a very loud and aggressive portion of the MAGA base that's demanding it, and they're not letting it go. And I commend them, because I agree with them. I think we need transparency. We need to know whether or not we literally have members in our government or influential people, in the periphery of our government who are pedophiles. I want to know.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
It's interesting, the framework that you laid out, the government of any...
Aaron looks like a Hunger Games villain. Can you miss me with a reference to that terrible fucking book series, please?
Any country ought to be sovereign, which is to say it should make most of its big decisions on the basis of what's good for the people that it represents. And it's bad when foreign countries control your country.
Mm-hmm.
Those don't strike me as hateful statements at all. Those aren't expressions of animus against anybody, are they?
I don't think they're hateful statements at all. I'm an American. I love this country. I love the people in this country. And I don't want to live in this ridiculous perversion of the American government where they pretend to represent us, but in reality, Americans are on the back burner. Our tax dollars are being taken from us, not to help Americans who need help, but to give all sorts of subsidies to private industries that are already doing really well. Okay, they don't need extra subsidies or tax cuts or things like that.
Okay, she's completely right. But if you're coming here to do this kind of both sides criticism, it's going to fall flat in this moment, because right now MAGA is in charge of the executive, the judicial, and legislative branch. And then when you look at the big, beautiful bill, which I know she didn't like, name a single Democrat that voted for that bill. None. So what would this bipartisan criticism in this moment right now? The only criticism you should have for the Democrats, for the most part, is that they're not fighting hard enough.
But in addition to that, all the foreign aid that we're pumping into the Middle East, Israel, right? Oftentimes when we talk about foreign aid that goes to Israel, at this point, I believe it's about, $4 billion a year on top of all of the military aid that we've been pumping into Israel over the last 2 years. I mean, it's unacceptable to me that we're doing that. And in the backdrop of that, you have the United States Congress cutting $1.1 trillion to Medicaid? Really? That's the problem? That's where we need to cut funding from? By the way, also cutting funding to food assistance? How do you justify sending tens of billions of dollars to Israel in the last 2 years alone while targeting cuts to Medicaid and food stamps? It makes me beyond angry. I think it's so unbelievably unjust. And if you speak out about it the way I'm doing right now, I'm sorry, I'm getting kind of aggressive. If you speak out about it like I am right now, people try to smear you as an anti-Semite. And you know what? I'm not an anti-Semite. I know what's in my heart. And I'm not going to let those smears stop me from saying what I know is correct and what's morally just.
Is it possible that people are...
I've been going a little bit off kilter with these, with some of the Zog posting for a little bit, and it kind of culminated in okay, lucky for her, there was a Piers Morgan panel that she was on recently where she was like, stop filibustering, you're not gonna shame me or whatever. It's just some dude who's just shamelessly shilling for Israel on behalf of PragerU. That was cool. But earlier in that same thing, she was like, this is about your Jewish identity and these people control the world pretty much. And I was like, Jesus Christ, Anna, please don't go down this path. Please don't die on this hill. So for her to open it with this in this way or whatever, I just hope she doesn't lose the plot.
Slandered in order to...
Anna believes in the dancing Mossad agents. Yeah, the 9/11 conspiracy thing. From there, I was like, oh, please don't go down that path. There are much more intelligent criticisms of Israel to make than that.
Prevent conversations like this from happening in the first place. So you said, I was hesitant to come on the show. I mean, the reason we wanted to book you and a bunch of people who work for me had the same feeling, is that it was what you just said. We can disagree on all kinds of things, but if the fundamental orientation is the U.S. government ought to make a good faith effort to improve the lives of Americans, that's not a partisan statement. That's not a crazy out there sentiment at all. And we saw that. It was like, oh yeah.
This is what drives me crazy is that people will be like, wow, Tucker Carlson based for saying that. Who cares? Who cares about being anti-establishment? If you guys don't agree on solutions, they'll circle jerk all day about, oh, I don't like corporations. Oh, the government's bought and paid for by private donors, all of that shit. But if it's not a priority to him to reform campaign finance, it's not a priority to him to actually advance Medicare for all, then what are we talking about?
And then you're like, yeah, but he's a Nazi. I can't do the Nazi show.
So
you sort of want, I have all kinds of stupid opinions. I've said all kinds of stupid.
I've consistently maintained, and again, these are not mutually exclusive, but I think Tucker Carlson's real deal is white nationalism, not Nazism.
Things. I've had ugly opinions in the past. I'm not defending every opinion I have had or even currently have. I'm merely saying to reduce someone to a caricature.
I'm dyslexic. At Straighterade, do I have to tolerate ableism in order to be part of your community? Yes. That, or you're going to have to find a way to cure your dyslexia. Sorry, I don't offer accommodations in this chat.
Is a kind of tactic to prevent anyone from having a real conversation with the person.
It's meant to discredit. And yeah, you're right. It's meant to stop these types of conversations from happening. Now, you are very conservative. I'm not very conservative. Mm-hmm. I have some views that lean more conservative than progressives feel comfortable with, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, what drives my politics is this desire for everyone to thrive economically. And, you've been speaking out about
that. How is that? So what is the difference? If I could, I would hope that would be everyone's desire.
Right.
It's not.
It's not, no.
Right, at all. But what does it mean to be, not to get too philosophical here, but what does it mean to be conservative or liberal, at this point?
Well, I don't think...
Let's see.
That the political labels that we currently have in this country make much sense anymore, to be honest with you.
I've noticed, yeah.
But I'm talking about
I don't totally disagree with that.
Conservatism. I believe in reproductive rights to a point.
Right.
I know that you're anti-abortion.
Big time.
Yeah. So that's a disagreement we have. Right. And I'm not at all going to come on the show and capitulate on my beliefs.
Right.
But I think that those are important issues. I'm not minimizing them.
Right.
But I feel that we can't even really engage in a real debate about policy or specific issues unless we know we're living in a sovereign country and we have a government that actually has interest in representing us.
Right. Because it doesn't really matter otherwise.
Right.
If, people keep voting for different
We
things,
can't talk about reproductive rights until we eliminate Zog or what?
but get the same result,
Exactly.
then the system is fake.
Or like what the organizing principle that Americans should be like aligning with each other on is fucking Zog.
And that's the point where people start to go crazy and do radical violent things, which I'm completely opposed to.
Like Zog specifically, not campaign finance reform, which if you're under the impression of like the Zog shit, that would get rid of it. Zog specifically.
I'm going to say it at the outset.
Yeah.
I hate violent radicalism more than anything. And I feel like that's the result of people realizing their system is fake. So you have to make it kind of real.
You're right about that. And, you know, we've been seeing more and more political violence in this country,
Yes.
and it's terrifying. I mean, I'm not justifying it, but I can explain why it's happening.
For sure.
You know, and I don't want things to devolve further. And here's the other reason why I decided to come. So I knew that you moved here. You moved to like a rural part of the country. And I live in a big city. And I think that living in a big city and spending most of your time in a big city kind of blinds you to the rest of America. A lot of Americans live in rural parts of the country.
Yes.
And
The majority of the American population concentrated in cities is the majority. Concentrated in cities. Urban area facts. $80. 80.7% of the US population that is urban. About 60 million people total rural population in the United States. What is the difference between urbanized area and urbanized cluster? But total urban population in the United States is 250 million Americans versus 60 million. So what was that, Anna?
I knew that you moved here. You moved to like a rural part of the country. And I live in a big city. And I think that living in a big city and spending most of your time in a big city kind of blinds you to the rest of America. A lot of Americans live in rural parts of the country.
Yes.
And I want the opportunity
Thank you for the bits, Clear Watch.
to like speak to them, like get to know them, understand where their hearts and their minds are at. And so I saw it as an opportunity to like expose myself.
What, is she really saying like there isn't enough discourse about the white working class or whatever? That's exclusively the only conversation I hear, or like the conversation that people want to engage in when she's talking, when they say like, oh, we need to reach out to middle America, to average people, even though average people live in cities too. Given the needs of modern infrastructure, people kind of congregate to cities. Even with remote work, you may love having big fields or living in the woods or whatever, but you still need occasional access to things like a hospital, medical care, and those resources don't spread that easily. I mean, that I agree with, but like, are we going to agree why they don't spread that easily? So like, I feel like Anna Kasparian would at least say it's like a huge part due to corporate interests and just the fact that like it's just not profitable to be in those areas.
To people that I otherwise wouldn't get an opportunity to speak to. And, you know, I think you've hired like drivers to bring people, you know, to where you're at
It's
from
very
the
far
airport.
away, yes.
Yeah, the airport's very far. But I love that because they're not like, you know, they're not Uber drivers.
They're like unemployed loggers and stuff.
No, but they are. And
I know.
I can't tell you how much I've enjoyed having conversations with them. So one of the drivers who picked me up, Jen, she mentioned the big, beautiful bill that just passed. And, you know, I can tell she identifies as Republican and she wasn't happy with that bill. And I suspected that most ordinary working class Americans, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, are not happy with that bill.
Yes.
You know, the $1.1 trillion in cuts to Medicaid, that's what she brought up. She brought that up. And I thought that was really fascinating. Now, if you talk to someone...
Like, again, why not advocate for the abolition of the Electoral College? Because the only reason why there's this hyperfixation on these areas, if you want to talk about who's actually fucking occupying the government, minoritarian MAGA rule persists because of things like gerrymandering and because of the fucking Electoral College, which is fundamentally undemocratic and prioritizes land over actual people. So she's acting like nobody even speaks to these people. It's like because of the way presidential elections are set up, they get so much more attention than they would otherwise. Even though California has like how much of the nation, what percentage of the nation's population, you don't need to fucking campaign in California. You know it's going blue, or you know that Texas is going red, even though that's where all the fucking people are. It's almost exclusive, like practically 2 years of a presidential campaign. From start to finish, the majority of it's going to be dedicated to how do we pander to the people in the Rust Belt and the people that are actually going to swing this election.
someone who identifies as a liberal Democrat, they'll probably think, oh, these Republican voters, they're so greedy. All they want is tax cuts. They want to cut the social safety net. But no, actually, when it comes to ordinary people, there's a lot of agreement. A lot of people.
I don't like this term of like ordinary, but now I'm definitely getting pedantic. I'm getting triggered. Why not say working class? What is this ordinary people shit?
Are suffering right now. And, you have all these different industries, especially, beginning in the 90s, offshoring, all these jobs that have been destroyed. I mean, most people work in the service sector at this point, and manufacturing jobs are gone. I think that's part of the reason why Donald Trump has been so appealing to the MAGA base.
Without question.
Right. And so I want ordinary people to just consider the contradiction here.
I think she just means average Americans in general. Yeah, I'm definitely like on guard or whatever because she said some stuff that I'm like, are you dog whistling? But I'm being uncharitable by assuming that.
So if you're a liberal Democrat and you're under the assumption that Republican voters are just greedy and they want to cut the social safety net, why would they love Trump so much, who ran as an economic populist? Now, I don't think that Trump has carried out his promises because of, well, there's a lot of different examples I can cite, but the most recent is the so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Yeah, there are some provisions in there, no tax on tips. It's going to be means tested, and it also expires in 4 years, whereas the tax benefits that disproportionately benefit the wealthy are permanent. The no tax on, the elderly or Social Security, that also will expire, and it's up to a certain amount. I think it's like $6,000 if I'm not mistaken. The child tax credit, I think, was just peanuts compared to what I think this country could afford in helping families. You want to encourage people to have kids?
Yeah.
Okay, best way to do it is to create an economic situation where couples feel comfortable bringing life into this world.
I agree.
And then no tax on overtime. That's another example. That's also...
I mean, kind of. The people that are more likely to have kids are the ones that are the least educated about it. The ones that have had, that are usually, you tend to be, you're more likely to be poor. You're less likely to have higher education. So if you're talking about those people having kids or whatever, even in other countries where they're trying to encourage it, it's very difficult because once you have education, the likelihood that you're going to want to have a family is already going to drop. But from there, it's like I know what she's speaking to, but it does kind of actually it cuts against the data that we have on who actually has kids and what prevents people from having more kids.
So means tested, and that's a provision that will expire in 2028. It's just interesting to see which provisions are permanent and which are set to expire.
Okay, true. Do you think that she will call out the Republican Party explicitly for crafting this bill in this way?
In 4 years when, Trump is done with his term. So if you really want to represent the working class, you got to put your money where your mouth is. And I haven't really seen it to the extent that Trump claimed he was going to help the working class in this country.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Gee, who could have seen that coming? No way. It's not like we had a whole fucking first term to compare it to. And we didn't just have to go off his rhetoric on the campaign trail.
Delicious. So when did you, have your views changed?
I have some views that have definitely changed. Yeah. I wouldn't say that I swung from far left to far right.
No.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means, actually. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't think I can answer the question, so I don't know why I'm asking it of you. But what do the terms mean now? And for whatever it's worth, I've settled on people who are honest, people who lie.
Right.
And that's the only division. Maybe have the honest party, the liar party, or something, in the future. But
what the fuck? The honest party and the liar party.
But clearly, you've started thinking things or thinking through things that you hadn't before. And God bless you. That's the greatest privilege of adulthood. You get to think for yourself.
Yeah, but the party that wants good things and the party that wants bad things.
It's happened to me a lot. But how did that start?
Well, I mean, it started with personal experiences, and it often does, right? Often you're...
That's not a good thing, Anna. Yeah, I'm actually, my political ideology, my beliefs, my principles, they're going to totally be at the whim of whatever personal experience I encounter. It doesn't matter how much it actually maps on to, data, how frequently that, the propensity is for the thing that I experienced, how likely it is to even occur again or once or whatever. I'll just craft my worldview around it, though.
Policy preferences.
To some extent, that is normal. I don't know that it should not be the thing that dictates your belief system. It should be something that informs it.
slap you in the face. And then you're like, oh, I don't like that, you know?
Right. No, I get it.
You know, because sometimes there are unintended consequences. I'll give you a specific example. So I was very much supportive of the defund the police movement in 2020. And it was because, you know, you see this video of a man like dying on camera with a police officer refusing to like, you know, ease up on him. And it really made me angry. I felt that it was, whatever you think about George Floyd, I don't care, right? Like what was happening in that moment in that video was so disgusting to me and so unjust. And so I was like, no, I totally bought the narrative that it's not actually about like abolishing police. It's about, you know, taking some of that funding and investing in social services or in social workers. So social workers respond to certain calls instead of the police. That actually has ended up being pretty disastrous in California, in Los Angeles in particular, because I've seen it.
Did Los Angeles defund the police? Let's see. What did this look like? This was reported May 26, 2021. LA cuts millions from the LAPD after George Floyd. Here's where that money is going. 1 year after George Floyd's murder in Minneapolis, Los Angeles city leaders on Tuesday finalized their plan for spending money that was moved last summer out of the police department into programs aimed at helping communities of color. The vote by the city council means some $89 million originally slated to pay for police services will instead flow to anti-gang initiatives, universal income programs, homeless services, education, and job initiatives, and more. The council's actions followed a drumbeat of calls from activists and community groups who sought a rethinking of the city's budget following a tumultuous year of protests over police brutality and a health crisis that laid bare the inequality that plagues the city. Although activists expressed satisfaction in seeing law enforcement funding go into social programs, some remain frustrated that Mayor Eric Garcetti and the city council recently increased the LAPD's budget for the fiscal year, and that starts on July 1st. This hyperlinks to that. Councilman Curran Price, who is running for re-election in 2022, called the reprogramming of the LAPD funds part of continuing down payment in our quest for equity and reimagining public safety. The world is waiting and our citizens are waiting and watching, said Price, who represents neighborhoods in downtown and South LA at Tuesday's meeting. We still have a lot to do before we can truly celebrate. Council's cut to the LAPD was in a series of actions taken by city leaders in response to last year's protests. The city also began exploring ways of moving key assignments out of the LAPD and into the hand of unarmed city civilian workers. The deliberations over how to reprogram the LAPD consumed nearly 11 months at City Hall, drawing a rare veto from Garcetti and an equally rare veto override from council members. Whether the city will have the money to sustain the programs approved, and like, why did they veto it? God. To find the answer to one question, it's like you have to go down this fucking rabbit hole. Whether the city will have the money to sustain the programs approved Tuesday is still an open question. At the same time, an increase in shooting and homicides is putting new pressure on city leaders to balance activists' push to cut LAPD spending with demands from constituents to improve public safety. The city council cut the LAPD by $150 million in July after massive protests following George Floyd's death, pledging to put the proceeds into disenfranchised communities. Council members quickly set aside $60 million, using much of those funds to balance the budget, leaving about $89 million for various programs. I wonder what this means. The council unveiled an initial list of spending priorities that including youth and recreation programs, neighborhood beautification initiatives, and job and business programs. However, the proposals were criticized by the LAPD. The Los Angeles Police Protective League, the union representing rank-and-file police officers, for including nuts and bolts services such as tree stump removals and landscape medians. Garcetti vetoed the initial proposal and urged the county to instead spend money on racial justice, income inequality, and community safety programs. I see. The council reacted, so like they defund the police or whatever, then immediately a bunch of that goes to quote unquote balancing the budget, and then you got $89 million left over for it. The council reacted to Garcetti's vote by overriding it and allocating $32 million towards policing alternatives, including community intervention officers, as well as homeless prevention and homeless services. Tuesday's vote dealt largely with how to spend the remaining $56 million, as well as some adjustments to the earlier spending plan. In some council districts, the proposals approved Tuesday are extremely specific. Councilman Jill Cedillo, who represents East Side neighborhoods, put $2 million towards the repair of high school athletic fields in Lincoln Heights, $3.5 million for job training and gang intervention programs, and additional funding to improve streets and parks. Other council members left the details to be worked out later. Councilman Joe, I'm not going to say that last name, I don't know how to, whose district stretches from Watts to San Pedro, allocated about $3 million for public safety alternatives in Watts, Wellington, and San Pedro, but it's unclear how those funds will be spent. COVID-19 bereavement, domestic violence support, tenant advocacy programs, arts, streetlights, da-da-da. The current list of funded projects, although not completely devoid of unproven programs, is a stark improvement over the initial list announced last year that consisted of curb cuts, tree trimming, and other political pet projects. The union statement said, the council should continue to focus on reinvesting in public safety and ensuring our department is adequately staffed. At a committee meeting last week on the spending proposals, Richie, somebody else, an organizer with the People's City Council, an umbrella group representing several activist groups, criticized a $100,000 allocation for an LAPD-backed youth program in Councilman John Lee's San Fernando Valley district, but he offered praise too. Look at all the good things that you know we can fund when we divest from the police. Activists signaled Tuesday that they would continue to pressure politicians to shift spending away from the police department. As council members convened inside City Hall, a crowd of about 100 people led by Black Lives Matter Los Angeles and other groups stood in the street outside chanting, defund the police. We must demand to defund the police in the streets and city council meetings and police commission, said Tyler Bordeaux, an activist with Black Lives Matter LA. We must demand it in our networks, keep talking about it. Several activists expressed disappointment that council members unanimously voted last week to increase the LAPD's operating budget by 3% in the upcoming fiscal year. At Tuesday's rally, Bordeaux called on Boudreaux, that's his name, on Councilman Paul something to take up a proposal to scale back next year's deployment by roughly 250 police officers. The proposal, backed by council members, would keep LAPD sworn staffing at 9,450 police officers during the coming budget year. It's like, did they or didn't they? Like, then there's this article from May 20, 2021. LA budget vote boosts spending on parks, relief programs, and the LAPD. The Los Angeles City Council signed off on a plan by Mayor Eric Garcetti to increase funding for the police department despite calls from activists to have the agency defunded. Like, some funds were moved around, but it doesn't seem like it was actually defunded.
Firsthand.
And you're from there.
I'm from.
Everyone is free to change their views, even Anna. When the fuck did I ever say that Anna can't change her views? I said that if the motivating factor for you changing your views is going to exclusively be personal anecdotes, it's a stupid way to arrive at any conclusion.
There, my best friend since childhood, she's a social worker herself, and I've talked to other social workers about what their experience has been like, and they're like, I actually interviewed one for a piece I wrote for Real Clear Investigations, and she told me, look, it hasn't really worked out the way people have thought it would work out. Oftentimes we'll go to a call and it's supposed to be a nonviolent person, or a nonviolent call. Someone's having a mental health episode, but they'll show up and oftentimes it'll be someone who does have.
Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Clearwatch.
Of a weapon. It's not a gun, but it's maybe a knife, and they feel threatened. So they have no choice but to call the police. And so in 2021, the Los Angeles City Council, was inspired by BLM, and they decided to take $150 million away from the LAPD's budget and instead invest it in other services.
Okay, will she bring up that they also voted to increase it by 3% the same time?
Actually ended up being even more. We're spending more on police, more on the LAPD than we ever have. Like record amounts. And the reason
A little overdressed for stream look nice though. What the fuck does that mean? What am I supposed to be wearing? Sweatpants? I've never dressed like that on stream ever.
why is because you have to really ask yourself before you make these decisions, okay, do we need this many officers? Let's compare Los Angeles to other huge cities. What's the police officer or sworn officer to citizen ratio? And in LA, it's always been historically lower, much lower than other major cities. So at the peak of the LAPD and the number of sworn officers in the LAPD, we had about 10,000. After the cuts and after all the difficult...
Anna will be a right-winger in 3 years. I think she seems really dead set on this unaligned shit because she does keep trying to avoid... Like, she she's trying to avoid political labels and partisanship and calling out one or the other by name. Obviously, there's more dodging surrounding criticizing Republicans going on, but
in recruiting in the LAPD, we had about 10,000. After the cuts and after all the difficulty in recruiting new sworn officers, because people don't want to be police officers anymore for understandable reasons. It's not a desirable job when you have people constantly, you know, talking about how terrible cops are. So now we have about
those poor cops or whatever. They have to deal with people on Twitter saying defund the fucking police. 100 people in a city of how many? How many people live in LA? In 4 out of 4, practically 3.8 million residents. Even after historic, large BLM protests, only 100 people outside of LA City Hall. But those poor cops, though, having to deal with, anti-cop rhetoric.
About 8,500. And as a result, the remaining sworn officers are working insane overtime, like crazy. Like, we have one police officer in the LAPD. I think his name's Nathan Corey. He made $600,000 one year because of police overtime. So right now, taxpayers in Los Angeles...
$600,000?
Yes. So right now, taxpayers in LA are kind of confronted with this situation where they're paying far more for less as it pertains to policing. Since there is a shortage, there's longer wait times if you call 911 and you need help. Some people complain that they'll call, and if it's not, let's say someone was the victim of a burglary, obviously you're not in imminent danger. So they'll call the cops and hope that someone will show up, take fingerprints and maybe find who burglarized them. They never do, but they don't show up for hours, and people get really upset, and they're like, why is this happening? And what's really interesting is
even on this thing about, again, before last year's protest over Floyd's death, deployment at the LAPD was 10,009 cops. And they wanted to add 250. Take up a proposal to scale it back. And they would keep it to 9,450. But then they still wanted to increase it. Council members voted 15-0 to give the LAPD a 3% boost in funding, allowing the department to begin rebuilding its workforce after a year in which it lost hundreds of officers and scores of civilian employees. And these two articles are being written at the exact same time.
Try to explain why it's happening, and I get called all sorts of names.
I don't buy that people don't want to be cops. It's a pretty good career, great, but I don't buy it either. If you're put off by somebody on Twitter or somebody's, it's not even that you're hearing it directly from them. You're going to be on Facebook, and somebody on Facebook, your fucking sister or your niece or something, is reporting that oh, my friend or whatever thinks we need to defund the police. That's it's going to be this hearsay thing that's making them think there's all this anti-cop bias.
Doing it, but I don't care. The truth is the truth.
Wait, what do you, okay.
And I get called all sorts of names for doing it, but the thing is, they don't show up for hours, and people get really upset, and they're like, why is this happening? And what's really interesting is, I try to explain why it's happening, and I get called all sorts of names for doing it, but I don't care. The truth is the truth.
Wait, what do you, okay.
What are you getting at? But why that's not happening? The things that she's talking about, I'm not surprised that again, your car, I knew somebody whose car got stolen in Portland. So literally Grand Theft Auto. And they didn't see a cop for 2 days. But why would you? You didn't actually interact with the assailant. You didn't actually encounter a violent crime. They stole your fucking car. That's obviously disruptive to your life. But in a city that has millions of residents or whatever, they're going to prioritize responding to the most dire calls first. And your property being stolen, even if it is something as significant as a car, I'm not surprised that it just ends up being at the bottom of the, it's not a priority. In the same way responding to other more urgent or pressing matters in a city is going to be. That just seems to be no matter how many cops you have, that is going to be the way that they prioritize responding to calls.
First of all, why are you one of the only people willing to admit you were wrong about defund the police? Why were you willing to say, again, bless you, it's the beginning of growth, but I've done it myself many times, but why were you willing to admit that?
Because at the core of who I am, I think as a journalist, I didn't enter this line of work to be a mouthpiece for anyone. I really care about the truth. And I feel that if you want to live in a democracy, you have to make sure that people are getting accurate information to make the right decisions for themselves once they're casting a ballot.
Right.
And so I felt angry because I felt misled by the media.
Yep.
And now, it was partly my fault too, because I was in a bubble and I was only getting one side of every story. And even if I agree with that side, I should at least hear what.
You think she's aware that Tucker knows the answer to every question he poses? He's walking her down a path just like a litigator would do to someone in court. I do think it's strange that somebody who is a journalist, even if you're partisan or whatever, it sounds like you were neglecting to do your job because you weren't getting a comprehensive understanding of all sides of the stories that you were reporting on, for one. So if she doesn't even know to do that, and she feels that she has misrepresented a lot of the stories that she's talked about on TYT over the years until very, very recently, till her, her awakening, what would you call it? Then I'm not surprised. She should be aware that that's where Tucker is trying to breadcrumb her to a certain answer, but I don't know that she is.
What the opposing argument is, and I wasn't going out.
She is the news. Well, the thing is that TYT doesn't really do a lot of original reporting. They have some original reporting, but the majority of what they do is commentary and punditry.
My way to do that before. Now I do. And so I see things as far more complex and nuanced. And it's hard to make an argument that's going to appease any audience at this point, because I think a lot of Americans have been conditioned to be partisan and prioritize partisanship before truth. And I think truth is what will set us free, genuinely. Truth will help us ensure that we have a better government. And I'm sorry.
It's better than her saying work will set you free.
One side or the other does not have a monopoly on the truth. They just don't. And one side might get something right one time. The other side might have a good point when it comes to a different issue. And I think we...
Okay, but if we're looking as a whole, who tends to be more grounded in fact and who tends to be more grounded in fucking fiction, fairy tales, just whatever the fuck they want and feel at any given moment? Is this even a competition?
We just need to be open-minded. And more importantly, we need to have conversations.
They did try investigative reporting for it. I think that they still had it. They had Michael Tracy was a reporter for TYT. So was Jordan Cheriton and other people that have gone on to leave. But I thought maybe they don't still do it. But I know at one point they did.
With people, because if you just rely on what the media is saying about a particular political figure or a particular media figure, why are you letting them tell you what to think about individuals? Why don't you actually do a little bit of digging or have these conversations yourself and try to figure out who these people really are? The speech you gave at Turning Point, you said a few things in there that I might not agree with, but the overall message was so...
Well, the racist shit, we're going to skip over that. Hold on. Let's see if it's on here. If I search, there's a way I can search this, right? Tucker Carlson, Turning Point. Is that the one where he said daddy's home? No, that was last year. She would be talking about the one that just happened in June, I think. This will search. Let me see.
Oh, courageous. And I never thought in a million years I would hear it at a conservative conference. Never.
It's just interesting. Well, the truth is wherever it is, and you try to recognize it. But I hope I'm going to give you my text, and I want you to text me, if you will, criticism of what you're saying now.
Okay.
Because I want to keep a list of people who are offended by what you're saying.
Okay, this is what I saw him saying.
People what they actually want long enough and instead substitute things that you claim they should want, like bombing Iran. I'm not for Iran, where you spend all day telling me that it's so important that, boys not playing girls' soccer teams, whatever. I agree. I hate the tranny stuff passionately. I think you should keep the boys off girls' soccer teams. But I don't know. It kind of feels like you're feeding me appetizers. At some point, I want to look around and see a better country. I want to see a country I recognize. I don't want to see people sleeping on the sidewalk. I don't want to see people ODing on drugs. I want to know where those drugs coming from. Why can't you stop it? You've got the U.S. military. Don't you have SEAL Team 6? What are they doing today? Don't you have Delta Force? You could give me another segment about how impressive the U.S. military is? I believe you. Why aren't they employed to make my country better? Why are my cities disgusting? I don't even want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food. And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys up the...
So, like, what part of this do you agree with that he said, like, there needs to be more funding? Because guess what? There are a lot of people that say this, and you don't have to go to Tucker Carlson to hear this voice or, like, hear this opinion. He's not the only one spouting it, and he is, I just don't know what's impressive about this or what.
The girls' soccer team, good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable. And create an economy where my kids can have kids. How about this? How about we just make the measure really super simple? Can my children have without the benefit of like the great luck I have had, can they have a roughly approximate life that I had? Or how about just a middle class life? Can they like get married young as I did and like have 4 kids and, you know, take a couple jobs, work hard and all that stuff? But in the end, it's like, fine. Can they do that? Or is that like so remote a possibility that you need to tell me that Iran is the real threat to take my mind off the fact that you stole all the money and screwed up my country beyond recognition?
Again, like, okay, so you found parts of, I'll be charitable to Anna, obviously, and that the things that she doesn't agree with are the transphobia and the racism. But one, there's like no divorcing what he said from that. Like divorcing the racism or the bigotry from what he said and the prescriptions that he's probably going to make out of these criticisms, for one. For two, there are far more people on the left that talk about this all the fucking time. Liberals, progressives, socialists, communists, whatever flavor of left you want to talk about, that are talking about this constantly. They don't do it in a highly racialized way. They don't do it to insert transphobia and randomly insert hate. So this is not even like a perspective that's on the right that is emerging as a dominant faction. Among like media personalities, you can find like, again, the Tucker Carlsons that will do the Zog posting, that will pretend like they are very, very principally America first and like anti-intervention. Fine. But Tucker said that she's acting like Tucker stands on business when he was making these criticisms of Iran. And then it's reported that by Trump that, oh yeah, Tucker Carlson called me and personally apologized for going so hard on the Iran stuff. They all fall in line. You're not allying with people that are actually interested in pursuing those goals.
Just in my head, like, how could anyone be offended by what you're saying now?
Yeah. Well, it might not be.
I mean, you're not the criminal here.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm going to stay here instead of watching Queeman on Kick. What? You don't want to watch him like Dead Air and Marvel Rivals on Kick? No way. Thank you for the raid, Queeman.
Well, let me just be honest with you. I think that most people who are going to attack me aren't even going to listen to this interview. It's just the fact that we're having a conversation with each other. But I take offense to people trying to...
Between her saying that, as well as the all of the outrage over that Sydney Sweeney, like, American Eagle ad or whatever that's supposed to be, like, Nazi propaganda, eugenicist stuff or dog whistling or whatever, I feel like we're back in, like, 2017. Like, I'm seeing the reemergence of, like, hyper woke, like, SJW type culture, as well as this sort of posture of, like, everybody who, you know, like her talking to another famous media pundit, even if he is on the right, like, just to pat herself on the back for doing this. It's like, yeah, you're so brave for going on this huge podcast, Anna, that exposes you to, and like, that gets you 1.2 million views in just a few days. And a platform that has 4.32 million subscribers.
To police who I can talk to. In fact, the more they try to police me, the more I want to talk to the person they forbid me to speak to. Honestly, I've always been like that. I've been like that since I was a kid. My mom knows it better than anyone. I'm just a little bit rebellious and I don't like to be told what to do. I hate it.
And what to think.
Again, like, just admitting that, like, yeah, my decisions are increasingly being informed by spite-based politics and spite-based reasons. That because somebody told me don't do a thing, I'm going to go do that thing to piss them off.
Yeah.
And who you can talk to? I mean, that's like that's a core decision. Who do I associate with?
Yeah.
Who are my friends? Who am I having dinner with? Who do I marry? I mean, if you allow other people to make those decisions for you, you're not free.
No, you're not.
Sydney Sweeney ad was a little sussy for sure. It was, but not to the extent that people were saying.
And
they were like connecting too many things that I don't think factored into it when they created that ad. Like, no, I don't think that they factored in that Sydney Sweeney comes from like a MAGA family. I'll be honest.
Oh my God.
People to make those decisions for you, you're not free.
No, you're not. And oh my God, what a terrible career path to be a journalist who doesn't get to have conversations like with people that they're curious. I'm curious about you. I am.
Right.
You were a neocon.
Yeah, I was.
I became.
It's hard to believe that.
It is hard to believe that. I became politicized.
Dude, his laugh is so bizarre, so off-putting.
In the lead up to
There's like something uncanny valley about him at times.
the Iraq invasion in 2003.
Yes.
I was in high school, and I remember in 2002, I went to like a hippie, magnet school, and we had Peace Day annually. And I remember giving a speech in 2002 to make the case against the preemptive war in Iraq. And I remember, you're going to laugh at this. I remember in English class, we were reading a play, The Glass Menagerie, which I found deeply boring. And I had I had a cutout of a New York Times article in which Bill Kristol was one of the people the reporter interviewed. And, Bill Kristol loves war.
Yeah.
Hardcore neocon. And I just remember just sitting in that English class, reading his quotes and seething over it and thinking to myself, I can't wait to one day get an opportunity to confront him. And I actually did get that opportunity. It wasn't about war, but it was a Politicon panel debate about healthcare. And, I kind of brought up the fact that Israel has universal healthcare and Americans don't.
What did he say?
He was so unprepared. There's a picture of him, like he has index cards, someone wrote notes down for him and he's just fumbling with the index cards. He doesn't know what to do. And then once the whole panel discussion was over, someone who was with me overheard him say, damn it, she came prepared. Something along those lines.
Yeah, it's arrogant.
And then everybody clapped. And the person who said that, Albert Einstein.
It's people who've been told since they were small that they're brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Kristol, Ted Cruz. I mean, it does distort you, and it actually makes you dumb paradoxically over time.
Definitely.
Yeah, because you're never pressed.
Got to stay humble.
Oh, okay. Apparently, Tucker Carlson now disputes that he actually apologized to Trump. According to the Daily Beast, this was published. Was it published the same day that this came out? So this came out July 21st. Tucker Carlson blows up Trump's claim that he called to apologize in MAGA civil war.
Yeah, Trump said you apologized to him on the phone. Is that true?
Okay. No.
No, it's not true.
No, I will say this. I mean, yeah, great. I don't care. I really like Trump. I campaign for Trump. To say it again, I agree with Trump.
And the point of agreement, by the way, one of the few points of agreement that he and Ted Cruz had when he conducted that hostile interview with him is that he intended to we both love Trump. That was the thing that they wanted to establish right away, consistently, over and over and over. This is not a dispute over our undying support for Donald Trump. It's a disagreement over a foreign policy thing.
Have agreed with Trump on the issues. I don't. I'd be happy. I'm the first to apologize because I am the most mindful of my limits and my own absurdities and the nonsense that I have spouted over the years. I don't think I'm God. And so I'm happy to apologize. And you can ask anyone who knows me. I'm an apologizer.
So you're apologizing now publicly. Do I understand
what I
right?
apologize for. I didn't attack Trump then. I disagreed with him. And I said how I wasn't, I didn't.
These are two notorious liars. I'm not inclined to believe Tucker Carlson when he disputes it. I'm not going to lie. Because he literally admitted to shilling for Trump for years, very, very gleefully, because he got a big fat fucking paycheck from Fox.
Say, I don't think anything that would warrant.
Whatever, man.
I completely agree with you. It's not hard for me. Given my circumstances. You probably heard about
My God.
Okay, so I just wanted to emphasize that point. You came to the conclusion that you were wrong and you said so out loud.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the acid test. Is someone honest? I don't know. Will that person admit being wrong? That's when we know.
Yeah, totally.
And, okay, so.
What could make him apologize? What dirt you can throw against him? I mean, there's no reason to doubt that call happened. You're never going to know whether or not it actually had an apology in it. That's what Trump claims. But Trump was claiming that Trump, Tucker Carlson apology. That was reported June 18th, 2025. If that wasn't true, why is Tucker Carlson only a week ago getting around to saying that never happened? There's no way that he didn't know that Donald Trump was going around claiming that he had apologized to him personally on the phone one night. And he had admitted, like, yeah, we like in the interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene, that he had just spoken to Trump on the phone. So these calls are occurring. It's just a matter of like, no, I didn't actually apologize. But why are you even talking to the president?
You live in the same place. That's also hugely helpful because you can see it over time, the same place.
True.
Like, you know Ventura Boulevard, you've lived near it your whole life.
Right.
So what did you start to notice? Like, what is it like? What are the effects?
Well, I started noticing that homelessness really exploded in Los Angeles. Like, it's always been a problem in LA.
Yep.
But it now touches every like square mile of that county. And it's just gotten, during COVID, it was unbelievably bad. And I just felt like it was inhumane seeing what was going on.
Yes.
And it wasn't just that there were a lot of homeless people.
Okay.
It was that there were a lot of homeless people with like severe.
I wonder if she's going to praise the executive order where Trump basically made it easier for cities to just like institutionalize homeless people.
Like mental health issues.
Yes.
And they can't make decisions for themselves. They're like literally, I can't tell you how many times on my way to work on the freeway, I almost hit a mentally ill homeless person who's on the freeway.
On 405?
Yes. And I can't imagine what I would go through for the rest of my life if I ever hit someone with my car, you know? But like, why are we living in a society that like thinks that this is okay? This is not okay. This is not okay. The drug addiction, not just in LA, all across the country. Has there been any effort to do anything about this?
Zero.
And it makes me really angry.
The Sacklers are still billionaires.
Yep, exactly. And it's just...
It's not true. Gavin Newsom has taken some pretty draconian measures and punitive measures to attempt to clamp down on homelessness or whatever, but because it's not happening overnight, no one's going to see it. But LA has been trying to deal with homelessness for literally decades. Every single mayor campaigns on like, I'm going to fix Skid Row. I'm going to eliminate homeless, or like they don't ever claim that they're going to eliminate homelessness, but they claim that they're going to address it. And like, it just never ends up happening.
I find it to be, you want to talk about treason. Politicians who let this kind of stuff happen to the Americans they're supposed to represent, and people mistake that as me being anti-homeless. No. The people who defend what's happening right now, they're anti-homeless. 7 people died of drug overdose on the same corner near where I live in a 2-week span. 7 people, same corner. That wasn't a big scandal. The city council member who represents my district wasn't asked about it. She didn't have to defend herself. She's one of these city council members who keeps voting on the dumbest policies that do nothing to actually help these people, but somehow justifies the continuation of the same failed policies.
Okay, so we're calling out that at a time where Donald Trump... So he signed an executive order a couple of days ago, ending crime and disorder on America's streets. This was an executive order that he signed July 24th, so just 3 days earlier, by the authority vested in me, blah, blah, blah. Endemic vagrancy, disorderly behavior, sudden confrontations, and violent attacks have made our cities unsafe. The number of individuals living on the streets in the U.S. on a single night during the last year of the previous administration was 274,224. Was the highest ever recorded. The overwhelming majority of these individuals are addicted to drugs, have mental health condition, or both. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having regularly used hard drugs like meth, cocaine, or opioids in their lifetimes. An equally large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. The federal government and the states have spent tens of billions of dollars on failed programs that address homelessness but not its root causes, leaving other citizens vulnerable to public safety threats. Do we think that Donald Trump is interested in addressing the root causes of homelessness? Shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. What does that mean? We're bringing back institutionalization, folks. In a big way, it's coming back. We're going to get these disgusting homeless people off the street, and we're just going to throw them in a mental hospital, and then you never have to think about them. Surrendering our cities and citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassionate to the homeless nor to other citizens. See, this is the compassionate thing. I know that you think it actually might be in violation of some of their civil liberties, which again, crazy. But even psychotic people, even homeless people that don't have money, actually do have constitutional rights, and they do deserve to be protected. My administration will take a new approach focused on protecting public safety. So they go into everything that they're going to do. Like enforcing prohibitions on open illicit drug use, enforce prohibition, like, because we don't have enough people in prison for drug use, apparently, in the United States. Enforce prohibitions on urban camping and loitering. Like, again, Enforce prohibitions on open drug use. You know that like people also do drugs inside, right? So you're just targeting these people because they don't have a fucking box to do it inside. That's it. This is not really about like clamping down on drug use. It's about a pretext to get these people off the streets and into jail. Enforce prohibitions on urban camping and loitering. This means like you can't be outside. Like for like loitering or whatever. Just like loitering in most contexts means you existing and you're not spending money. So yeah, there are times where, you know, homeless people are hanging around outside a building. They're not supposed to be on the building. It's private property. Fine. But the real sin is not that they're doing that. It's that they're doing that and they're like unclean and not spending money. So they need to go. Enforce prohibitions on urban squatting. Enforce and, where necessary, adopt standards that address individuals who are a danger to themselves or others and suffer from serious mental illness or substance use disorder, who are living on the streets and cannot care for themselves, through assisted outpatient treatment or by moving them. Again, outpatient treatment. Where are they going to go? You mean back on the street? Outpatient where? Or moving because they're homeless. They don't have a fucking house to live in. Anything but just giving people houses. That is clear. That's the only thing that's going to solve this. You just have to give these people houses, somewhere to live. Or by moving them into treatment centers or appropriate facilities via civil commitment or other available means. Again, like if they don't have anywhere to go, just commit them to this other institution. Throw them into that institution. It's just going to be like a revolving door of send them here, send them there. Do anything but just give them a house. Or to the maximum extent permitted by law, or substantially implement and comply with, to the extent required, the registration notification obligations of the Sex Offender Registry and Notification Act, particularly in the case of registered sex offenders with no fixed addresses, including by adequately mapping and checking the location of homeless sex offenders. Okay, I don't know what percentage of homeless people tend to be sex offenders. Sexually dangerous person. All right. So this is how CNN describes the shit. So Fox describes it. Homeless people can be removed from streets by cities, states in New York, or in new Trump executive order. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said Trump is, quote, delivering on his commitment to make America safe again, according to reporting. Though it's unclear how much money will be allocated to the effort, Trump's order redirects federal funds to ensure that removed homeless individuals are sent to rehabilitation, treatment, and other facilities. Additionally, the order requires Bondi to partner with Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Housing and Urban Development Secretary Scott Turner, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy to prioritize federal grants to cities and states that, quote, enforce prohibitions on the open illicit drug use, urban camping, loitering, squatting, and tracking the location of sex offenders. The order also stipulates that discretionary grants for substance use disorder prevention, treatment, and recovery programs do not fund drug injection sites or illicit drug use. Speaking in March, Trump said, we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was. And it's not going to take us too long. All he needs is a sweeping executive order, and red states mostly, blue states will do this as well, to comply with him, getting all these homeless people off the streets and into a fucking mental hospital, so you don't have to see it. He thinks that's who does, like, the majority of crime or whatever. Trump signs executive order making it easier to remove homeless people from streets. Again, remove and put them where? Hospitals, I guess. Advocates for the homeless condemn the executive order, with some saying that it will make homelessness worse for communities. No way. No way. You're telling me that Donald Trump would do something that would actually exacerbate the very problem that he's going to claim to have solved in just a few years? These executive orders ignore decades of evidence-based housing and support services in practice. They represent a punitive approach that has consistently failed to resolve homelessness and instead exacerbates the challenges faced by vulnerable individuals. Because he's not doing anything new here. It's like, what? You're exhuming Reagan's plan? You put all of these people in mental hospitals? That groundbreaking. Wow. Stunning. Completely novel idea. Nobody's ever thought, what if we punish homeless people for being homeless? So Donald Whitehead, executive director of the National Coalition for the Homeless, in a press release. The National Homelessness Law Center said the order, quote, deprives people of their basic rights and makes it harder to solve homelessness. In a statement on Thursday, the group said the order will expand the use of police and institutionalization in response to homelessness while increasing the number of people living in tents, cars, and on the streets. The order comes after a month after the Supreme Court ruled in favor of an Oregon city that ticketed homeless people for sleeping outside. Justices rejected arguments that such anti-camping ordinances violate the Constitution's ban on cruel and unusual punishment. This used to actually be unconstitutional to do because it was found that the only difference between, like, the example that was used that I saw was like, okay, if compare the reasons why a mom and her daughter who are like stargazing at like 2 a.m. or something like that at a park might be approached by police officers and told to leave versus somebody who looks like they're homeless. Like, the only discriminating factor in that instance, even though both are like loitering or maybe where they shouldn't be at night, because sometimes public areas will close at night. The only reason is that you are using visual identifiers to assume that somebody doesn't have money. So then it's just coming down to, it's illegal for you to do it while you're poor, but it's not illegal to do it if you don't look like you're poor or you look like you have a house. That was why it was unconstitutional, but now that's not the case anymore. The case has been closely watched by city and state officials who have struggled to respond to a surge in homelessness and encampments that have cropped up under bridges and in city parks across the nation. It was also followed by people who live in those encampments and are alarmed by efforts to criminalize the population rather than build shelters and affordable housing. The homeless encampments will be gone, Trump said in remarks from North Carolina. They're going to be gone. Oh, you have to see, you have to. Some of these encampments, what they've done to our cities, and we've got to take care of the people. And by the people, he is not talking about the homeless.
Have led to all of these overdose deaths, all of these people with mental health issues not getting the help that they need. It's awful. The whole situation is awful.
I mean, I lived in LA as a child. I've worked there on and off my whole life. I really love Los Angeles. I'll admit that. I just love it. It's just a truly American city. The architecture is
beautiful,
unique to LA, or was. It's just it's what an ambitious, hopeful, affluent country builds when they get to the end of the continent.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, wow, there's nowhere else to go. Let's build something amazing. And they built Los Angeles. And I've always loved it in my heart. So I go back there. I'm going back next month. And I'm shocked by it. Like, I can't even believe it. The encampment outside the Veterans building in Brentwood. I'm like, what is going on here? And no one ever says anything. Well, but I don't live there. You tell me. Do people talk about this a lot?
They talk about it privately. But it's really interesting because while there's this openness in regard to the failed policies in private discussions, no one wants to say anything publicly because you'll get the kind of treatment I've gotten.
The people are dying on the street.
Yep.
7 people at one intersection.
Yep.
7 people, Americans. And that's like verboten to talk about? How? Why?
Oh, you're stigmatizing your unhoused neighbors. I can't tell you how many times
It's not the discussion. 1, it's the way you go about the discussion, but 2, it's the solutions. These are the fucking solutions that the right has to offer. It's nothing. It's just going to exacerbate the problem, make it worse.
With that statement, you're stigmatizing your It's like, no.
They're dead. And I feel bad about it.
I'm stigmatizing the very politicians who think that this situation is okay. The same politicians who took our tax dollars, $24 billion worth of California's taxpayer money, okay, squandered it by funneling it to these NGOs and nonprofits that are run by their friends.
Oh, of course.
They fattened up their pockets. They didn't do anything to actually help those people. Nothing.
So when you say that at dinner, what's that like?
I mean, again, I don't have dinner with idiots, okay? So I'm not going to have dinner with someone who's like, no, I think we should keep stealing money from taxpayers in the highest tax state in the country. No, I'm not interested in that.
Like, NGOs are not the reason why homelessness persists in the United States. Even if you can find instances where there was institutional corruption or grant money went somewhere where it probably shouldn't have, or that wasn't the best use of resources, this is an issue that has existed specifically concentrated like in LA in like the 50s and the 60s. It's not anything new. And it's not like we don't know what to do. It's a lack of, whether it's like a lack of political will, it's a lack of people, the fact that people don't want to hear, like, the more humane approaches are going to be the thing that actually gets at this, and it's going to be slow. It's not going to be immediate or like overnight. And it's like our city is going to be willing to treat housing like a human right and not like a fucking reward.
But when I do have dinner with my friends or with, acquaintances or even like people that I just met.
She got one mean tweet about stigmatizing people and it changed her entire political trajectory.
But, for whatever reason, our paths crossed and we're having dinner. They all agree with me, most people agree with me. And I don't think what I'm saying is at all offensive, which is why I keep saying it. I'm not going to stop saying it just because some idiots are going to try to smear me for doing it. No, I don't care. Like, these issues go way beyond me. You get what I'm saying?
Well, not only is it not offensive, it's pro-life in the truest sense. It's pro-human dignity. You don't want 7 people to die in an intersection. You're shocked and horrified and saddened by it.
Definitely.
And that's not shameful. That's evidence of decency and compassion. I don't understand how that just got inverted.
You know, I don't want to go back to the days where we were criminalizing people who were suffering from
lack of federal intervention too. This is a national issue that concentrates in large cities. Yeah, I know, but right now I'd rather have nothing than Trump issuing shit like this. But yeah, like, this is not the type of federal intervention that I had in mind when I'm thinking like what would actually improve or like reduce homelessness, because it's cities that primarily deal with this. Which U.S. cities have the largest homeless populations? In 2024, New York City's homeless population was nearly twice the size of any other cities. About 771,480 people were experiencing homelessness in the U.S. in January 2024, according to HUD data. HUD divides the U.S. into 385 continuums of care, groups of service agencies, nonprofits, hospitals, law enforcement, mental health providers, and many more, responsible for coordinating homelessness services in a particular area. Continuum can cover a city, and a county, e.g. Spokane County in Washington, which also includes the city of Spokane, or a group of rural areas. In 2024, 48 continuums included major cities, 61 were largely urban but without a major city, 165 were largely suburban, 111 were largely rural. About 54% of the nation's homeless people live in the continuums containing the 50 biggest cities. So New York City by far has the most. It says 140,134. And then LA and County, Los Angeles City and County, 71,201. Chicago, about 20,000. Seattle, 17,000. Denver, 14, and it goes down from there. So this is where they all are. California had the 6 major city continuums with the highest proportions of unsheltered homeless people, all with more than 60%. Long Beach, San Jose / Santa Clara, Los Angeles, Oakland / Berkeley, Fresno, and Bakersfield. Boston, New York City, Milwaukee, Baltimore, and Chicago had the highest proportions of sheltered homeless people, each over 90%. Annual homelessness counts occur during January, so cities in colder climates tend to have higher proportions of sheltered people. It's only increased.
from drug addiction.
Right.
But what we're doing now is, I think, far worse.
Oh, of course it is.
You know, because at least if someone...
Anna realized that she lives in a city where it's easy to live outdoors. That's why it's so noticeable. You won't freeze to death in the winter and you won't suffer from heat stroke in the summer. Yeah, that's the thing, is that they, like, in these other areas like Chicago and New York City, to avoid mass death on the fucking street from people literally freezing to death or dying from exposure, they are forced to give them housing at the very least. But because of the climate in LA, there's already not that same drive or incentive to prioritize doing that, because people won't die. I mean, you could get like heat stroke, right? But freeze to death, that sort of thing, no.
Someone was using publicly, which, by the way, right now happens all the time. You see people, it's really devastating. Like, you see people smoking meth publicly. You see people, oh yeah. You see, do you know what the Fentanyl is?
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's all over.
Yeah, it's like fucking terrible. If I had to spend all day outside and I had no choice but to do that, I'd probably want to be fucking high too.
Ventura Boulevard at night. And it's, I don't know. It's
Will you describe it for people who don't know what you're talking about?
It's basically fentanyl. I guess it does something to your body where after you take it, like if you see someone who's literally standing, but they're like hunched over, like folded over.
Like a scarecrow.
Like, exactly. They're on fentanyl. I'd
agree with Trump's approach is bad, but it's unfair for cities to foot the bill. Tons of homeless people in the West Coast are not locals. They come from all over the country. One country. They're all Americans. Two, then don't complain about it. You can have one or the other. If you don't want, do you want to pay for it and solve it, or do you not want to do it? Because you can't force people. You can't say that you can't come and live in this city just because you're fucking broke. There's no way around that.
No, that's what fentanyl does to their body. And I never saw that once until recently. And now it's just all over Ventura Boulevard in the San Fernando Valley at night specifically. You don't see it in the daytime. And it's the most heartbreaking thing ever. These people.
I'm not saying there shouldn't be more federal intervention or whatever, but To me, it's like more of a priority. Like if it's between, if it were faster to allocate like city budgets or whatever, like LA, that, you know, they do have a larger tax base. They're able to adequately fund these programs, you know. I take that over like a longer term project that is much slower. People can't see the tangible results, so they want to throw their hands up and say it doesn't work or whatever, and then it just never gets resolved.
They're dying. Very likely they're going to die.
Someone's child.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
LMAO, they aren't locals in response to homelessness. It's just anti-immigrant logic applied to homelessness. These chuds have no new ideas. Ooh, NG triple O called out in YouTube chat from Twitch chat. Are you going to respond to these accusations that you're a chud for framing it that way?
And no one cares. No one cares. I can't tell you how many times people just kind of like, you'll see videos of this online. People
care, but they frame it as like, oh, again, I care about the homeless person, when it's like you're more disturbed by it. And I'm not saying it's not disturbing, okay? If you're homeless, again, everything that they're saying, there's like a grain of truth in it. You're obviously going to you're more likely to have mental afflictions, mental illnesses. You're going to struggle with drug addiction. You're highly impoverished. You're not clean because you don't have access to basic hygiene and resources that you need to keep yourself clean. I understand all of that, right? But are we actually talking about solutions that are going to make it better? Or are we just talking about punitive measures that are going to exacerbate the problem, but they temporarily hide it, and so you call it a solution because it's out of play? It's like out of sight, out of mind.
Have to walk over a guy who looks like he might be dead, sleeping on the sidewalk. You know, like it's made us almost numb. Because it's so much of our lives now. Like it's a regular occurrence. So when it's a regular occurrence, it becomes normalized. And
it degrades everyone.
Exactly. And I'm worried that since it's so normalized.
Mandating people to work is low-key slavery. Lost Zote in chat. Do I have an economic philosophy that for you that analyzes that very dynamic?
Nothing's going to be done about it. And
yes.
I just find it immoral, and I find that it's wrong, and I'm disgusted with our politicians.
I don't think I could have put it better. Every word you said, I agree with passionately, and I don't know how this wound up a partisan issue at all. And I think
it's because it's the Trump era.
Yeah.
Trump offends the sensitivities and sensibilities of self-identified liberal Democrats so much that they think they have to like automatically take the opposite stance of what a conservative would say or what a Trump supporter would say.
What? Yeah, people just hate Trump because he's like unfiltered and not PC, man. That's why he ruffles feathers. It's not because of his terrible fucking policies. It's not because of his like open disdain for anybody that's not already a cultist voting for him or a white Christian. No, it's just because he's like, you know, doesn't put things so eloquently sometimes. What?
But that's why I want people to start talking again.
Yes.
And not make Donald Trump like the nucleus of our politics, because I think that, you know, again, on a lot of the important issues, there's a lot of agreement among voters. They just have to allow themselves to think for themselves.
Well, I would say the most important issues. I mean, if you've got 7 people dying in one intersection.
Be a free thinker. Listen to Anna Kasparian and Tucker Carlson, a guy who was literally a Fox News propagandist for years until he was fired because of lies that he was propagating on the air.
In Los Angeles.
Or I don't know if he was fired, his like contract wasn't renewed.
You're not going to tell me that Iran is a greater threat to my country than that.
Exactly.
I can't think of a greater threat to my country than that, actually. And I don't have any idea why that's partisan. I'm interested in the governor. I know the governor of the state.
Mm-hmm.
He's got I know Gavin Newsom. He's got some talent, I think, and charming for sure. But like, what is going on? Is he aware of that? I've asked him, and I
you really find him charming.
Wow, is Gavin Newsom aware of homelessness in LA? Do you think he knows about this, you guys?
Well, in a kind of reptilian way. I mean, charming in the sense that his whole life is devoted to winning people over.
Yes,
kind of like Bill Clinton was, and I think he's good at it. But I also think someone said to me the other day, Newsom could pass a lie detector test on saying anything. Like there's a coldness inside that allows him.
You know she hates Gavin Newsom, so he's gonna walk her down that path first for sure. I mean, to be clear, I'm not the biggest Newsom fan either. But I don't like his policies, especially actually, funnily enough, as it pertains to homelessness. But he is also just like uncanny valley and strange. But when he's shitting on Trump, I like him.
Path. I think
That's
he's
kind of the
a
word.
snake oil salesman. I think he's a liar. And I think that he destroyed the state of California. Full stop. I've got no love for Gavin Newsom. I think that people tend to fall for appearances. And
Like, again, it's like 2 seconds earlier, she's like, the only reason why people don't like Trump is because of like aesthetic reasons. That's primarily why. It's because he doesn't conform to the social niceties that these liberal elitists expect. And then she's like, but Gavin Newsom, though, he's a fucking sociopath and I hate him so much or whatever. And the thing that they're mostly talking about so far are like to say why he's like off-putting has been aesthetic reasons. No?
and he's, for whatever reason, people think that he's attractive.
They are just haters. He is so charismatic. Not to me. He is off-putting as fuck to me. He's like a robot.
Or something. I don't find him attractive because I know who he is and what he's done. He has shafted Californians who have lost everything in wildfires. The fire in Paradise, California was absolutely devastating. An entire community burnt down as the result of PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, that's the utility company, refusing to upgrade their aging equipment. Their equipment is over 100 years old. And so what started that fire was this.
I can't stand him and I'm in California. What are the reasons that Californians hate him? Besides Anna, I know why Anna hates him, but
Metal hook that had eroded to the point where it broke. Power lines come crashing down onto dry brush. It sparks a fire and destroys an entire community. Okay.
I should do like a bingo card for Anna when she goes on these types of podcasts. Do you think she's going to bring up the LAPD, like the lie that Karen Bass cut the LA Fire Department budget, and that's why the California wildfires were out of control?
So you would want PG&E to suffer some consequences for that, right?
I think.
Well, Newsom bailed him out because it's one of his biggest donors. He recently in an interview, I can't remember, he's been doing these like podcast interviews to kind of rebrand himself as
I've
like
noticed,
some sort of common sense guy.
I've turned it down.
Yeah, don't fall for it because it's total BS.
Charlie Kirk fell for it.
But, you know, he said something along the lines of,
And Charlie Kirk let Tucker Carlson speak at his Turning Point conference, so.
oh, you know, I take personal accountability. I made a big mistake by getting caught. You know, I was at the French Laundry. It's like some ritzy, fancy restaurant during COVID after I told Californians, you know, don't get together with family members during the holidays. It's very dangerous, whatever. He said that he was having dinner with friends. It was his friend's birthday. No. He was having dinner with his donors. So even in the context where he's pretending to take accountability, he's lying straight to everyone's face. And I can't stand it. I really can't. I want,
Like, again, I'm here for these criticisms of Gavin Newsom or whatever. I'm not here for it in such a lopsided fashion where you go to Tucker Carlson to circle jerk over like your shared hatred of Gavin Newsom when you've got no heat for Republicans and they're the ones actively in charge. And again, just past, maybe she had already recorded it by the time that they had this conversation, the executive order hadn't happened, but no talk about how Trump's executive order related to homelessness, an issue that's apparently close to both of their hearts, is going to exacerbate the very problem that they say they care so much about.
I want real authenticity. I want real accountability. I want politicians who are willing to see that the policies they advocated for aren't working quite as they intended, and they're willing to recalibrate, admit that maybe they got something wrong.
Of course.
I want humility. I want this country to improve for the people in this country. And unless we are willing to be honest, unless we're willing to tell the people trying to smear us, to silence us, that they can F off, nothing's going to improve. Everything's going to keep going down. Everything is going to continue devolving. In my lifetime, this country has only gotten worse, not better. And it's going to keep going in that direction. And I want that paradigm to shift. I want it to change.
Why do people disagree with that, do you think?
Okay, like what change do you want? It's like it's these vague generalities that she speaks in.
I don't know. I think there's something psychological about it. I think that we've been conditioned to think of politics as black and white, good and bad, but I think it's more complicated than that. I think most Americans are good people who want good things for everyone, but I think the media kind of conditions us to hate the other side, whatever the other side really is, you know? I certainly had those feelings, and things are different today compared to when I became politicized during the Bush era.
Yes.
I feel like during the Bush era, it was a little easier to...
A lot of what she says is factually correct. It's her framing and conclusions that are off. It's her priorities. It's like who she has a passionate, organic, genuine heat for, and she's more upset with Democrats than she is with Republicans. And if she probably considers herself, well, she's unaligned, right? But she's probably more likely to still vote for Democrats over the Republican Party still. And like, I can understand having more heat for your side because they're the people that you vote for, that you put into office, so you demand more accountability from that party since you're a constituent of theirs. But there's a difference between, like, it's always a matter of, like, who is the audience that you're talking to, time and place, putting things into context. And it's such a lopsided conversation that Tucker is just like she's just a useful idiot to be like, see, even the liberal progressive Anna Kasparian, who agrees with me on a few things, is saying that the left has gone too far and that Democrats are the reasons why everything in this country fucking sucks. Even though the things that they're criticizing, like, oh, Iran, like, are you going to tell me Iran's a bigger threat than like domestic concerns like dealing with homelessness? It's like, well, Donald Trump would tell you that, right? Like the entire Republican MAGA establishment would tell you that, right?
See good and bad, right? So for instance, even among Republican voters, I think people had woken up to the fact that the neoconservatives had dragged us into wars that we shouldn't have been fighting. That a lot of people, Americans and civilians in these countries we were invading, were suffering as a result of this ideology. But things have gotten a little more fractured, I think, within the...
Pretty sure Anna has a higher quality of life than she did when she grew up. I don't know that she was trying to speak just to herself personally. I thought she was trying to say, like, in general, Americans can't expect to do better than their parents or previous generations, which is true.
Parties, but things have gotten a little more fractured. I think within the parties, there's like multiple parties. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
But when it comes to the two establishments, the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, there's a lot of similarities between the two.
They're in alignment.
Exactly. On the big issues that matter.
War and the economy.
War and the economy.
Biggest issues.
100%. They love to like distract us with shiny things.
Yeah, have a race war. Totally
100%.
Fine. Yeah.
All these like social issues. By the way, social issues
have a race war again. The people that he thinks are bringing on the race war are the people drawing attention to racism, not the people actually propagating it or profiting from it. The other thing that, like, she repeats this a lot, where she's like, oh, the media is like sowing this dissent among Americans. Were it not for the damn corporate media, there would just be all this unity that exists between Americans right now, and we could get behind like class consciousness or something. I don't know. But it's like, you do realize that, like, it goes both ways. That media in a lot of ways reflects the current divisions that exist within America. You could get rid of the media entirely, okay, and just have like independent media, which has its own issues, but like, you could get rid of these media apparatuses. These divisions are still going to exist. They're not going to evaporate overnight because you don't have like media telling you to be upset. There's just genuine disagreements and polarization in this country. Anyway, it's driven by that. It's reproduced by these things. It's exacerbated, but it doesn't only start there. It's like a mirror.
Them. But the way that they're framed by the establishment, I think, is interesting because it's intentionally meant to get us to fight each other constantly.
Of course.
Instead of considering what the big issues are and how we might actually agree on those big issues, what we can do to work together to, again, apply pressure to politicians to demand that they represent us instead of their donors, instead of moneyed interests, instead of a foreign government. So,
and it's not just like a demand. Like, a demand is not going to be enough. You're going to have to outlaw this practice entirely, not just keep asking and asking for it. There has to be comprehensive campaign finance reform to eradicate there being such like high concentrations of wealth and money dictating and dominating what gets prioritized in a national, state, and even municipal agenda.
I think people are waking up for the first time. I'm a little bit excited because, you know, the kind of speech that you gave wouldn't have happened 5 years ago.
No,
10 years ago.
No, I think that's right. And I wouldn't have, though.
Yeah, the talking points were different.
I'm just struck by how normal and non-threatening and non-hateful and just basic most people's views are, including mine. I don't have any complicated views about anything. I'm not a very deep person at all. And I don't know why we've all internalized this shame that like some things must not be said. And it's like, why? I don't hate anybody. And in fact,
what is Tucker Carlson not allowing himself to say? Really? He gets up on the Turning Point USA, drops a T slur. He's saying that cities smell like weed and halal food and is clearly disgusted by it. What censorship are you facing, dude? You've got 4.3 million subscribers. Each episode is netting almost like 1.5 to 2 million views. What is it that you cannot say?
I'm on.
You're not only like not allowed to say, but like you aren't getting paid handsomely. In between this, there's been like 3 ad reads already.
That I refuse to because of my religious beliefs. It's like I'm not hating anybody, period. but I'm also not going to be shamed into like ignoring obvious stuff. None of us is paying very close attention during the summer.
Perfect timing. Yet another fucking ad, dude. He whined 10 seconds earlier about, I'm censored, I can't say these things.
40% off.
Can I ask you something
Yeah,
though,
of
real
course.
quick? So I heard that speech, and by the time I finished listening to it, I thought to myself, he's going to run for president. That was a presidential speech.
Really?
Yeah.
No, that's literally the last thing on my mind.
Really?
Like, I
Wait.
would never do that.
Are you serious, Anna? Jesus Christ. She heard that shit. She heard this shit. And she was like, wow, a future statesman right here. This guy who's been exposed as a shameless fucking grifter, an establishment shill and hack.
Do that.
Okay.
No, I mean,
Okay.
unless I was like
Okay,
told
Anna.
by a higher power or something. But no, I don't think I'm suited for that. Of course, I don't want that. I have a lot
Because
of
you can't make money.
happiness and balance in my life. I have a huge family. I'm the oldest male in that family, so I feel like I have a lot of things I'm paying attention to.
Mm-hmm.
I have dogs who I really love. So no, like nothing about that is appealing at all. And I've never had any political ambition of any kind. And I have even less now. I mean, I've known a lot of people who've had that job, and it's really hard.
Oh, I would never want it. I would never want it. Are you kidding me? No.
And
way.
also the idea that like out of 350 million people, I'm the most qualified to lead.
Wait, what is it you want?
People who've had that job, and it's really hard.
Oh, I would never want it. I would never want it. Are you kidding me? No.
And
way.
also the idea that like out of 350 million people, I'm the most qualified to lead.
Well, there's plenty of people who think that.
I don't think that.
Yeah. No, I mean think that about themselves, obviously.
I do not think that.
Yeah, like Ted Cruz thinks that.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's just sad. And they're compensating for something, some of them, I guess. I don't want to be mean, but I'm not compensating for anything. So I have no
He would love to be president, of course. The thing is that they like the reason, all the reasons why he's like, I could never do that. That's not for me or whatever. It's like, no, you love it. You love the attention. You love all of that. You just don't want any of the responsibility. He's more than happy to just be a fucking talking head and say whatever he wants and to actually have to do work and put his agenda into action. He doesn't have to do the work.
But here's my question. So you said the media are a huge part of this, which is undoubtedly true. I've been in the media for 35 years. I know everyone in the media pretty much. Mostly they're not evil. They're just kind of dumb, okay? There are some evil people. I could name them, like Joe Scarborough or something. You know, it's like obviously really bad. But most people are not. But they go along with this, and the question is why. And
He knows he's got no chance to become a president. Why? Fucking game show, reality TV show host became a president.
the reasons is because they don't want to alienate their audiences. You are on one of the biggest, maybe the biggest, certainly one of the biggest liberal podcasts, progressive podcasts, The Young Turks. You've been there for almost 20 years. I was amazed to find that out last night at dinner.
Yeah.
18 years.
18 years.
I don't know how old you are, but I was shocked by that. And it's one of the biggest, and you are one of the biggest. And maybe our audience doesn't know this because they don't watch liberal podcasts, but you're one of the biggest. So you start saying stuff like this, you're gonna lose audience. You're gonna lose money, like actual money.
Yep.
Has that happened? Do you worry about that happening?
Yeah, that's happened. Let me just say that for whatever anyone might think about Cenk Uygur, who's the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, he's a very, he's sometimes brash.
Yeah.
He'd be as miserable as Bongino is. Yeah, Bongino who just takes days off work when he doesn't feel like showing up because again, these people are media personalities. That's what they want to do with their time.
Combative, loud, and that turns people off. And I get that. They might not agree with his politics, but I just want to talk about who he is as a person, because if it weren't for Cenk, I wouldn't have the confidence to publicly admit I'm wrong, or the confidence to be genuine and honest about what I really think, because he provides a platform for you to actually say what you think and not get punished for it if it hurts the business. And it did hurt the business.
Wow.
Yeah. So we lost a portion of our audience for sure.
Based on what you said?
Based on what I said. And more
what
importantly,
did you say that alienated people?
I mean, okay, I would say that.
Okay, now to rehash the birthing person discourse. If I hear one more person say the term birthing person, it'll be the first time that I fucking heard it.
At the straw that broke the camel's back was I agreed to go.
Also, TYT, to my understanding, was already not doing well even before her pivot, but I could be wrong on that.
Talk to Glenn Beck. He invited me to go on his podcast. I obviously have disagreements with Glenn Beck, but I was actually shocked at how much we agreed on. We talked about war. We talked about all sorts of things. And there were areas of agreement. It was a pleasant conversation, but I didn't capitulate my values at all. Just because I'm talking to him doesn't mean I've done anything wrong.
Okay, again, like somebody pointed out, she doesn't always lie. Like, there have been lies that she's propagated. It's about what she chooses to talk about and selective outrage. That is what her critics are saying. That you've got all this heat for Democrats, you've got all this heat for establishment shills on the left, quote unquote, and you have none of that energy when it comes to Republicans. You endlessly coddle and infantilize them and romanticize this version of like the rural white working class person that could just, if only they could just, you know, unify, like if only the liberal elites could just put aside their snobbishness and reach out to this voter, then we could all sing John Lennon Imagine together in a big circle and be happy. But it's not as simple as that. And she fucking knows that. She fucking knows that those are not the left TM or Democrats broadly are not a bigger barrier to these sorts of things that she purports to want than just corporate interests and Republicans, the right wing, the conservatives in this country.
Views are my views. His views are his views. We had a conversation. Well, I come home thinking nothing of it. And one of our employees, someone who's a contributor to TYT or was a contributor to TYT, decided to take that as an opportunity to make a big spectacle about the fact that he's quitting because I decided to...
Anna would never make a big spectacle about a political controversy or media controversy that she's embroiled in, right, guys?
Speak to Glenn Beck, who's like a threat to black bodies or something. I don't know. But Is
Glenn Beck a threat to black bodies?
I have no idea. Is he? I mean, I didn't get that. I don't think Glenn Beck's much of a threat to anyone, to be honest with you. He might have some ideas people don't like, but okay.
But it was nothing that you specifically said. It wasn't like...
No, nothing. Nothing that I said. I mean, no one was citing anything I said during that interview that upset them, that was so offensive that it was worthy of like public...
No, again, it's not what you say. It's the fact that you go on and then you don't push back, or you agree and co-sign all of their criticisms of Democrats and you never extract any concessions from them about the Republicans, or like force them to make any criticisms of Republicans, the right, MAGA, nothing.
Condemning me and making a big spectacle about how I can't work here because of Anna, and she spoke to this dangerous, dangerous man.
Did Beck say anything like so over the top that you were supposed to respond to it or something?
No. I mean, Glenn Beck.
He's a pretty moderate guy, actually.
He might have some views that...
Glenn Beck moderate? Glenn Beck moderate? Glenn Beck moderate?
Aren't moderate, but we didn't talk about any of those things. Like, the conversation was really not offensive at all, in my opinion.
But they didn't cite...
The fact that Anna doesn't push back on that and be like, no, he's pretty fucking far right.
Anything. He didn't endorse Hitler or anything.
It was just the fact that
okay. So as long as you don't endorse Hitler, as long as you're not a neo-Nazi, you're a fucking moderate in Tucker Carlson's book. Guess what, dude? I'm a fucking moderate then.
To him. But, unfortunately, when you have someone make a public spectacle about quitting and making it seem as though I had done something so wrong, it signaled to a portion of our audience like, oh, maybe Anna isn't who she says she is. Maybe Anna is like a secret, like far right winger or a Nazi or I don't know.
How long had you been at the show at this point?
17 and a half years. It wasn't
so
too long
that's
ago.
deep cover. So you've been a secret Nazi for 17 and a half years.
Yeah, I'm really good at
You're playing the long game, baby.
Yeah. But
so I'm sorry to laugh.
Let me just say this. I started working, as you mentioned, I've been there for 18 years. Started working there in 2007. Okay. When TYT was basically a startup that no one knew about, the revenue for TYT at the time came from Air America. Mm-hmm. Air America had gone bankrupt a few months after I started working for them. And Cenk Uygur is amazing because he's like, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to find a way to keep this company afloat. And he did, to his credit. But I can't even explain to you how much.
And at different points, he was so committed to keeping TYT afloat that they took money from like a billionaire. No, TYT. And then I think they returned it. But hold on. TYT takes money from corporate backer. This is Axios reporting this in August 8, 2017, how the Young Turks will spend its $20 million. TYT, a progressive online news network catered to millennials, has raised $20 million in a round of funding led by 3L Capital and including Greycroft, eVentures, and Winterco, the new venture capital firm funded by Jeffrey Katzenberg. Once a radio brand turned YouTube channel, TYT has exploded into a multi-channel news and commentary platform that reaches an enormous millennial audience. How they'll spend it. In an interview with Axios, TYT co-founder and host Cenk Uygur says the money will go towards building a tech team to improve community building and outreach, a sales team to monetize their audience and add more programming for subscribers and its general audience. Why it matters: this is the first time the company has taken money to expand its business, and they have a very strategic plan on how they plan to move forward in an over-the-top or OTT streaming, building proprietary technology and expanding its reach on social platforms. Our thought bubble: the foray into streaming is smart because they have experience in that market, which is growing rapidly as their core audience of millennials cuts the cord and ditches standard cable packages. TYT Network says it's currently the most watched channel on Pluto TV and the third most watched channel on Comcast Watchable OTT service. Uyghur says TYT is the new center. Once traditionally progressive, they've now caught up with the political leanings of its audience, millennials, who he says are far more progressive than any other generation in America. I didn't even remember that he had done this. TYT is the new center. Like, I don't know if that's him saying that they moved to the center, or that it's trying to be aspirational, that, like, actually, even though we're the home of progressives or whatever, like, our ideas are not that progressive, and you're trying to, like, launder progressive ideas into, like, it's a centrist label or whatever, like a marketing thing. But I don't know what he means by that. Uyghur says the company is very excited about building a skinny bundle, or a streaming service collection of news channels they produce that can be made available via a monthly subscription package. They're also excited to build out their own tech platforms, potentially including a proprietary content management system, or CMS. Currently, TYT operates on a freemium model where they offer free and subscription-based news. They currently have around 30,000 subscribers that mostly pay around $10. Monthly for TYT's content. They are looking to expand that audience to reach the mass scale of their earned audience, 200 million video views per month. From an investment standpoint, 3L Capital Sean Colo says TYT is attractive because it has incredibly engaged community. We've seen a lot of businesses that promote scale, but the good thing about TYT is that it has scale, but has community engagement at its core. From a business perspective, this lets us be innovative and creative. Note, Graycroft is an investor in Axios. And then did TYT return money, return $20 million or something? After, backlash? So this is here. 5 months later, the aim was met. 2017, they raised $20 million from the venture capitalists. TYT operates under a strategy of diversifying its finances that involves the airing of socially responsible advertisements, offering subs, merch. Maybe he didn't give it back. In December 2024, TYT contributor and mayor of Enfield, North Carolina, Mondale Robinson, resigned live on air over what he viewed as Uyghur and Kasparian shift away from progressive principles and embrace of the Make America Great Again movement and conservative personalities such as Glenn Beck. This is what she was talking about. Maybe they didn't. I could have sworn Cenk has said that he gave that money back.
Of a grind.
They spent the money. I'll see. That's what I thought. And then there was a contradictory statement, so I'm trying to find that.
Was building TYT. It was a grind, long hours, blood, sweat, and tears, but we believed in it and we loved it. And I actually have great memories of those years. We barely made any money at all, but we believed in what we were doing. And there was something really exciting about that. I went through all that. I helped build what TYT is today. And the audacity of anyone coming in as a contributor or anything else to tell me who I can and can't talk to, that's offensive. That's offensive. Okay, I earned this. You're not going to come into my house and tell me what my beliefs should be, who I should talk to. F off. Good riddance. Go.
She's like this. She has all this heat for Twitter replies. It was a loan that was paid back, if I remember correctly.
I'm not going to be censored by anyone. Not my audience, no one on the right. I don't care.
So sometimes when people sell products on TV, I love this.
Oh my God.
Who loves you, and he's always...
It can be in your garage along with the peace of mind that comes with having it.
I have a nephew who loves you, and he's always, oh, Tucker, you got to interview this chick. She's amazing. And I'm so glad. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
It just makes me laugh. I mean, I love what you're saying, of course. But you also are making a point about...
They also take money from Poly Market, no? Wasn't there, hold on. Cenk's on. Gambling. There was like a clip from like from where Cenk was like Hassan was like, oh, these people were offered like all of this money for this gambling subscription. He was like, how much? And he was like, this much. And he was like, oh, I'd take that. Trying to find that clip.
The guy you work with, you started the company, owns the company, who even after...
Did Anna Kasparian leave the left yet? She did that a while ago. Hold on. Anna Kasparian unaligned. Unaligned. Over 15,000 subscribers. This was published September 30th, 2024. Independent and unaligned. You're right. I've changed. After Trump came onto the political scene, and especially after he was elected in 2016, the us versus them mentality immediately took shape. Again, who was the one promoting an us versus them mentality? Was it Donald Trump and his supporters, or was it actually the people that were pushing back against it, apparently? Anyone who refused to resist Trump was seen as a threat to the country, and I was fully on board with that mindset. Okay, yeah, based, and then... birthing person tweet. Awesome. Talking. The point of this new project is the pursuit of intellectual freedom and open-mindedness. I want to nurture curiosity without fear of offending the sensibilities of loyal partisans. Again, there is nothing that is like mutually exclusive with being a partisan, having political biases and your own ideology and belief system, and also being intellectually free, curious, open-minded, and open to diverse viewpoints. There's nothing mutually exclusive about that. She acts like it's like this. She presents this false dichotomy where if you're openly partisan, if you are clear with your biases, if you believe, or if you're predisposed to believe certain things, then you must be like in a bubble and you can't possibly be interested or able to contend with other ideas. And I feel like it's like, that's just projection. Cause it's like, yeah, just because you weren't able to do that doesn't mean other people can't. Thank you for subscribing. Godspeed. I reject arguments about the evils of platforming people who are considered too naughty to converse with. I want to facilitate dialogue. Okay. But you're not platforming Tucker Carlson. He's platforming you. And like Glenn Beck is platforming you. And what is the reason that they're platforming you? Like, did you go there to debate them, or are you rubbing shoulders with them?
Some of your audience bolted over this.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't call you in and say, knock it off?
No, never. That's not who Cenk is. And by the way,
what is this? Cenk Uger's absurd polymarket argument reveals an undeniable truth about his character. Cenk Uger, addressing criticism for his polymarket sponsorship, demanded former TYT employee Emma Vigeland pay him back, equating her use of Facebook to post videos while employed by TYT to his own receipt of cash from right-wing billionaire Peter Thiel to rename his studio the Polymarket Studio. The argument reveals a core detail about Cenk, as Matt Binder states forthrightly. Is that an argument someone who respects their audience would make, or do you agree that Emma Vigeland owes Cenk money because she worked for him? When she worked for him, her videos were on Facebook. Let's see. I just want to see like Cenk's defense of this.
Cenk is defending the polymarket thing, because he claims that, and I think he was going after Emma when he was talking about this. He said that Emma and other people use Facebook, and by using Facebook, which is backed by Peter Thiel.
While she was employed by them, by the way. She uploaded videos to Facebook on behalf of TYT.
Hold on, wait, don't play anything. Okay. It doesn't even matter if she was employed by TYT. There is a huge difference between using Facebook and accepting and going and doing a business deal with Polymarket. There's a huge difference. And honestly, when I saw him make that argument, I don't know.
I mean, if I had a MySpace account,
I wonder where like if they show like Cenk make it. Wait, Cenk talking about it. Vanguard tweets. This is maybe where he talks about it.
We're here, Polymarket Studio.
Are fucking morons to make that argument.
All back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
I gotta start. Look, listen to how he says Polymarket. Oh, I feel my soul. What little I have left of my dignity is just a little Polymarket.
All back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
Thoughts and prayers.
Look, the last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal, but doesn't matter. I'm gonna say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why?
Why is that revolutionary?
Why? Because it's money in your pocket regardless? Yeah, weird.
I mean, he's had hosts on our network who he vehemently disagrees with. But he's had other hosts come in and like demand that those hosts get fired because of what they're saying. Oh, it's offensive. And Cenk's like, no, we don't do that here. And I think what informs...
Yeah. We just got a little boost from Peter Thiel. What's the big deal? And I mean, at least he's being honest that like, even if he had known that Peter Thiel was involved in that particular venture, he would have still taken the money.
Cenk's behavior, honestly, is the fact that at one time he was a self-identified Republican. This is when he was in college and stuff.
Yes.
And he and I have like a lot of these heart-to-hearts because I have these days when I am down about everything that's transpired because I do feel like it's unfair to paint me in a certain light just because you don't like the people I'm talking to. But whenever I need like a little bit of a pep talk, he'll mention what it was like as a college Republican. And he's like, Anna, it was unbearable because they wouldn't let me talk in class. Like they would do everything possible to prevent me from being able to speak.
Who's they?
Like other students or professors who didn't like his point of view.
Okay, liberals.
Yeah, liberals, yeah. So, and that really, really frustrated him. And so now as the CEO of the Young Turks, he's not going to turn around and censor other hosts because he disagrees with them.
A lot of people do, though.
A lot of people do, but to his credit, he doesn't. And that's why I've been there for 18 years. There have been other opportunities to make I love when people call me a grifter. I could have been a millionaire by now. I'm not a millionaire because I want to speak my mind, and TYT has been the only place that's allowed me to do it.
Good for you.
I mean, is that why? I'm sorry, but like, I don't know that the only reason why Anna Kasparian is not a millionaire due to like pursuing a career in journalism or whatever is solely because she chose to do that.
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, most people don't host shows, so they don't know the feeling. I have hosted shows, so I do know the feeling. If your audience starts to move out from under you, boy, that is, because that's your strength, that's your core, that's your revenue, of course. But more than that, that's your moral backing. Like you know, they may not like what I'm saying, but my people do. My audience does. And so if they bolt in meaningful numbers, boy, there's nothing scarier. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, it is scary. I'm not going to lie about that. I mean, being scared didn't deter me, but I was more concerned about what it was going to do to the company overall, because if things were bad enough and we didn't have enough revenue to keep every employee, people were going to get fired or laid off. And I would really struggle with the guilt. I would feel responsible for that. And so,
I mean, at least here she's acknowledging that, like, yeah, financial realities and dictating this more than your principles and your ethics do when push comes to shove, and you have all of these people on payroll and you compromise on your values so you don't have to turn the lights off and lay off a bunch of people. Like, I understand that, but then stop acting like, oh, I'm just like ruthlessly pursuing the truth at all times and I've always stood by my values, when you're outlining something that makes it very difficult for people to stand by those. Visceratist, thank you for subscribing with your Prime sub.
Oh, I'm glad that didn't happen. And we're rebuilding. And it's a dream come true for me because I want to build an audience of open-minded people who aren't going to like run for the hills the second they hear a point that they disagree with.
Or that they haven't heard before.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of that where if you get past the initial shock, like you'll say something, be like, well, first of all, you're not allowed to say that. Second, I've never heard anybody say that. And I kind of hate you for saying something new. But I do think that wears off after a moment. And people are like, well, actually, is that crazy? Is that hateful? I don't think it is. And you can kind of convince them after that.
You have a decision to make. You can either build a niche audience, and I think that's the worst option because a niche audience wants to be catered to, and you have to be very careful to follow a very specific script. I'm not interested in that.
Okay, but appealing to a broad audience also usually entails you having to moderate your message and tone it down so you don't alienate them as well. There are drawbacks, there are pros and cons to both of these models. I don't understand why she's acting like it's intrinsic to people that pander to a more like niche subset, and it doesn't exist when you're trying to pander to broad amounts of people.
And I think that I personally went through...
Like it's just a matter of like how you go about pandering to those people.
Through an era of being a little bit
radical. I wasn't watching how many times have they congratulated themselves for having a civil conversation. At least 3 times that's happened in this first hour.
Radicalized on the left. And I regret that because I unwittingly did build a bit of a niche audience. But those folks...
What do you mean radicalized?
I totally bought the narrative that like everyone on the right's racist, everyone on the right is greedy, that kind of stuff.
So Trump term 1, when everyone just got his.
So maybe it's lazy to say that everybody on the right is racist, but I think it should be at least uncontroversial to say that everyone on the right knows that Trump is racist, knows that the MAGA movement has both explicitly and implicit racial undertones to it, and they're at least okay with it. They're willing to look the other way for reasons. Just depends on the voter. I don't think that's controversial to say. It's a separate thing from whether or not you think it's a productive thing to draw attention to, or the way that you go about talking about that fact. But I don't think that there's any need to be under the impression that, like, we don't need to whitewash anyone. There are a lot of racists in this country. There's a lot of racists that are attracted to Republicans.
Hysterical about Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
That was the era.
And I was saying, should Trump's derangement syndrome? Yeah, just in more words.
That I'm not proud of. And
what was the other thing?
On the right is greedy, that kind of stuff.
So Trump term 1, when everyone just got hysterical about Trump.
Yes.
Everyone on the right's greedy. I mean, most people on the right are greedy. You could say most people on the right are greedy, and you'd be right like 9 out of 10 times, sure.
Yeah, I get it.
That was the era that I'm not proud of. And I was basically building my own prison, and I didn't realize it. And what I mean by that is, once you have a niche audience, you're not allowed to deviate from a very specific and narrow ideology. And I don't want that. I'm not an ideologue. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong. I'm willing to recalibrate on policy if I see it implemented and it's not working correctly. I ultimately just want truth. I want justice, and I want a country that represents its people. That's what I want. That's my core.
Do you feel?
And I guess that means that you can't be honest about the fact that there's racism on the right, or there's greediness on the right. There's corporate greed. You know, if you're going to make an actual more substantial criticism that is not just admonishing or going after individual people in the voter base, I'm here for that. Or like saying that there's a pragmatic reason to not do that, or to have to go about it in an eloquent way. Fine. But to not call it corporate greed, how are you going to even achieve this? You have to be able to honestly talk about and diagnose the root causes of all of these social ills that you're outlining.
Like, it is bridgeable. Like, there's so much anger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and by the way, I do think the immigration thing and the crime thing sort of obscure it. Like, the real fight is between educated whites. Like, they're the ones who really hate each other.
Really?
I think that.
Tell me more about that.
Well, I think it's, I mean, I just know from my own experience, I often say this, but, you know, they called me a racist for many, many years. And I would always say, if I was racist, I would just admit it, because, like, there are worse things, but I'm not. And
the worst things of being a racist. Love drawing attention to that fact on my big podcast.
And I would get so hassled, always by the same.
Like, so if he were a racist and like openly proud, then his pivot would be what? Well, at least I'm not a fucking murderer. Do you honestly think that it's worse to be racist than a murderer? You should be happy that I'm just a racist.
Graphic.
What is this argument?
I always say to my wife, you know, no black person's ever yelled at me. In fact, I've been hugged by a lot of people. It's just a fact. I'm sorry, it's just true.
Lots of black people have hugged me, says Tucker Carlson. Apparently this precludes you from being racist against black people.
And they don't seem to think
you can picture like a slave owner back during chattel slavery in America. It's like, I don't fucking hate black people. I work, black people work for me. They're enslaved for me. I'm around them all day. I'm in proximity to them. How could I possibly be racist?
Racist, but it's always middle-aged white women who were yelling at me at Logan Airport.
Mm-hmm.
And like, what is that? No, I'm not whining. I mean, I don't really care, but it's just interesting. And so I think it's almost like fratricidal. It's like professional class whites who read the New Yorker, read the New York Times, like they're truly angry at each other.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've just noticed this.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's propaganda and this thought that certain things are way worse than they really are, or that like they're perceived threats. I think
certain things are way worse than they really are. Like what? Please elaborate, Anna. What are people exaggerating?
Aren't real to the extent that they think it's real. And by speaking out and by confronting you and by, you know, doing what you're referring to, I think they get a sense of I'm doing something about it. You know?
No, I get it. No, I'm not even attacking them. It's just interesting to me. Because it's clear.
I really hope this is not going to like dovetail into a conversation about how Democrats are the real racists because they're paternalistic and they, you know, do things like make promises to certain minority demographics to get their votes. Crazy that a politician would ever pander to certain people and communities and make them promises that they could get their votes.
totally real in their minds.
Democratic plantation, all that shit.
Of course.
It's not just performative. It's like, I felt rage before. So
at least black people hug Tucker and are scared to talk to them. Very true. I posted that clip once and people got mad at me. They're like, you know what she fucking means. She just means like, it's hard to like you're like, she like feels like she's walking on eggshells or whatever, talking to people outside her race or whatever. It's like, yeah, okay. Well, then just say that. You don't have to say, I'm scared to talk to people outside my race.
And as you so eloquently described, like that rage obscures, and I think maybe it's designed to obscure the reality of like physical degradation all around us.
All around us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and I think that is kind of the point. I think it is to some extent intentional. But what, since you do live in that world and have for so long, as rationally as you can, clinically as you can you explain what they're worried about?
Well, I mean, I think.
Okay, they can empathize with like the white working class rural Americans, but just say it. You think these blacks are whining too much about racism and they're making a big deal out of it and it's not that big of a deal, or it doesn't exist to the extent that they think it does. So again, all the charitability and like care in the world when it comes to the minoritarian, like 60 million people in the rural South. But when it comes to all of the people concentrated in these urban areas and these cities that they're decrying or whatever, these people are just complaining about nothing. Like why are they so mad about racism? Why do they have these grievances? I, Anna Kasparian, I'm not notable for having any grievances. I certainly have never changed my political affiliation based off of, a Twitter argument. I would never do something so frivolous.
I think that their heart is in the right place.
Yeah. I'm giving them the presumption of good faith for sure.
Yeah.
I just want to know, like, when some rich lady yells at me in the ski lift line.
To be fair to her, there are people on the left who literally act like you can't have a disagreement with the marginalized person on a broader societal issue if that person might be implicated in that. Which I would say, who the fuck cares? Yeah, exactly. Like they will acknowledge in one breath, like they're talking about the New York Times and the New Yorker, and it's like you liberal elites are in your echo chambers just arguing back and forth with each other over these like boutique bourgeois issues that don't impact the vast majority of Americans. I'm even here for that criticism. I don't even really disagree with it. But then they'll turn around and they will do the same thing. And like, tell me what the difference is between the feud that exists between the New Yorker editorial board and the New York Times opinion masthead and Anna Kasparian versus her like left-wing followers in her replies saying, like, talking shit to her. That sounds like the same thing to me. You just want to think that it's different somehow, but how is it different? Really, how is it meaningfully different? It's hyper niche, hyper online disagreements that you have with people with like, hens that are like fucking pecking each other's like head, like eyes out because you already agree on the majority of shit.
She thinks I'm racist. I know they always say that, but then there's also like, there's a fascist takeover imminent. Is that
Bro, if you told me in 2015 Anna Kasparian would be sitting down with Tucker Carlson, my head would spin. Mine wouldn't, because Anna Kasparian has debated people and fucking embarrassed them like Dennis Prager. So sitting down to debate them, wouldn't be surprised to hear that from Anna Kasparian. Sitting down to cozy up and rub shoulders, I would be surprised to hear that.
Of it, or what is the worry?
Well, I mean, okay, let's talk about the fascist takeover, because there is a part of me that's a little bit worried about that, to be honest.
I am too.
Okay,
so finally, an hour in, Anna says that she's a little worried about the fascist takeover in the United States. Just a little bit. Okay, we're getting somewhere. She's got some trepidations.
Just part of me, a lot of me.
And look, I don't know what's in those women's heads, so I just don't understand them. So I feel weird talking about what they're thinking and what motivates them.
Every person should be worried about the centralization of power and the use of technology to strip basic rights from citizens.
Yeah.
Okay, correct. So you're going to call out Trump for like handing out a bunch of subsidies to Peter Thiel, right? A wealthy technocratic billionaire with that explicit goal.
Everybody.
Like the Palantir stuff concerns me a little bit.
Thank you, Anna. Yes, this for once. But again, just concerning. Yeah, no. That's like putting it lightly.
Yeah, I mean, the technology.
It's putting it so lightly, like borders on dishonesty. That doesn't even begin to describe how dystopian that is.
Palantir, but all the emerging technology, supercomputing, AI, all of this stuff.
Yep. Oh, but all of it. Let's not, focus too much on, Trump's executive orders or, the personal favors he's done. Let's zoom out and just say like all of it. Let's let's keep it really, really general and really, really low resolution. Wouldn't want to interfere with Tucker Carlson recruiting another guest, right?
Facial recognition, like it could be used to enslave the population
Totally.
really easily.
Totally. Yeah.
So I don't know why. I mean, everyone should be freaked out about
Be
that.
worried about that, definitely.
Okay. Trump taps Palantir to compile data on Americans. The Trump administration has expanded Palantir's work with the government, spreading the company's technology, which could easily merge data on Americans throughout agencies. This was reported in the New York Times, May 30th, 2025. In March, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the federal government to share data across agencies, raising questions over whether he might compile a master list of personal info on Americans that could give him untold surveillance power. Mr. Trump has not publicly talked about the effort since. Curious. Why? Wonder why he won't talk about this. But behind the scenes, officials have quietly put technological building blocks into place to enable his plan. In particular, they have turned to one company, Palantir, the data analysis and technology firm. The Trump administration has expanded Palantir's work across the federal government in recent months. The company has received more than $113 million in federal government spending since Mr. Trump took office, according to public records, including additional funds from existing contracts as well as new contracts from the Department of Homeland Security and the Pentagon. This does not include a $795 million contract that the Department of Defense awarded the company last week, which has not been spent. Representatives of Palantir are also speaking to at least two other agencies, the Social Security Administration and the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, ever heard of that, about buying its technology, according to 6 government officials and Palantir employees with knowledge of the discussions. Is Palantir Lord of the Rings thing? No. Far worse. The push has put a key Palantir product called Foundry into at least 4 federal agencies, including DHS and the Health and Human Services Department. Widely adopting Foundry, which organizes and analyzes data, paves the way for Mr. Trump to easily merge information from different agencies, the government officials said. Creating detailed portraits of Americans based on government data is not just a pipe dream. The Trump administration has already sought access to hundreds of data points on citizens and others through government databases, including their bank account numbers, the amount of their student debt, their medical claims, and any disability status. Surely they want to gather that information and look into it for good reasons, right? Mr. Trump could potentially use such information to advance his political agenda by policing immigrants and punishing critics. Democratic lawmakers and critics have said. Privacy advocates, student unions, and labor rights organizations have filed lawsuits to block data access, questioning whether the government could weaponize people's personal information. I mean, it's not a question. It's a matter of when it's going to happen. If they have this sort of unprecedented access to personal information on Americans, which they do, they will violate it. They will not be in compliance with respecting anyone's privacy. Palantir's selection as chief vendor for the project was driven by Elon Musk's Doge. According to the government officials, at least 3 Doge members formerly worked at Palantir, while 2 others had worked at companies funded by Peter Thiel, an investor and founder of Palantir. So again, can't help but point out that Cenk, who she just glazed, heaped a ton of praise on. He's always honest. He's always stood by my side. He cares about journalistic and editorial integrity, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Fast forward like 20 minutes later. Yeah, I'm really worried. A little bit worried about the fascist takeover. Really concerned about the Palantir shit. Who's behind the Palantir shit? Peter Thiel. Who's behind TYT? And the Poly Market shit? Peter Thiel. You gonna have any criticism for that, Anna? Any heat for that? You gonna call out Cenk for that? Because he's not gonna fire you, right? You can make whatever criticism you want. Apparently you have job security. So any day now, right? Or maybe this conversation, it'll pivot to a criticism of Cenk for getting in bed with somebody like this. Who said, I didn't know, but if I did know, wouldn't change my decision, I still would have done it. Some current and former Palantir employees have been unnerved by the work. The company risks becoming the face of Mr. Trump's political agenda, 4 employees said, and could be vulnerable if data on Americans is breached or hacked. Several tried to distance the company from the effort, saying any decisions about a merged database of personal information rests with Mr. Trump and not the firm. This month, 13 former employees signed a letter urging Palantir to stop its endeavors with Mr. Trump. Lindy Zia, a signee who was a Palantir engineer until last year, said the problem was not with the company's technology, but with how the Trump administration intended to use it. Data that is collected for one reason should not be repurposed for other uses, Mrs. Zia said. Combining all that data, even with the noblest of intentions, significantly increases the risk of misuse. Again, it's not a matter of are you increasing the risk? It's just a matter of when. Mario Trujillo, a lawyer with the Electronic Frontier Foundation, a digital rights group, said the government typically collected data for good reasons, such as to accurately levy taxes. But, quote, if people can't trust that the data they are giving the government will be protected, that it will be used for things other than what they gave it to them for, it will lead to a crisis of trust. Since that doesn't already exist already, he said. Palantir declined to comment on its work with the Trump administration and has pointed to its blog, which details how the company handles data. So don't, if you were worried, don't worry. Palantir can direct you to a Medium article that tells you why you don't need to be worried, even though they won't make any further comment on this. We act as a data processor, not as a data controller, it said. Our software and services are used under direction from the organizations that license our products. These organizations define what can and cannot be done with their data. They control the Palantir accounts in which analysis is conducted. The White House did not comment on the use of Palantir's technology and referred to Mr. Trump's executive order, which said he wanted to, quote, eliminate information silos and streamline data collection across all agencies to increase government efficiency and save hard-earned taxpayer dollars. This is an empty platitude, does not mean anything. Some details of Palantir's government contracts and Doge's work to compile data were previously reported by Wired and CNN. Palantir, which was founded in 2003 by Alex Karp and Mr. Thiel, went public in 2020, specializes finding patterns in data and presenting the information in ways that are easy to process and navigate, such as charts and maps. Its main products include Foundry, a data analytics platform, and Gotham, which helps organize and draw conclusions from data and is tailored for security and defense purposes. In an interview last year, Mr. Karp, Palantir's chief executive, said the company's role was, quote, the finding of hidden things by sifting through data. Now that includes your data and every other American's data. If they consolidate it, they're going to find the hidden things. That's not dystopian whatsoever. Palantir has long worked with the federal government. Its government contracts span the Defense Department and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. During the pandemic, the Biden administration signed a contract with Palantir to manage the distributions of vaccines through the CDC. Mr. Trump's election in November boosted Palantir's stock, which has raised more than 140% since then. Mr. Karp, who donated to the Democratic Party last year, has welcomed Mr. Trump's win and called Mr. Musk, quote, the most qualified person in the world. We got a Musk stan. That's always a good sign. It's always a really, like a clear marker of like a high IQ to remake the U.S. government. At the IRS, Palantir engineers joined in April to use Foundry to organize data gathered on American taxpayers, two government officials said. Their work began as a way to create a single searchable database for the IRS, but has since expanded. They said, Palantir is in talks for a permanent contract with the IRS, they said. A Treasury Department representative said that the IRS was updating its system to serve American taxpayers and that Palantir was contracted to complete its work with IRS engineers. Palantir also recently began helping Immigration and Customs Enforcement, aka ICE, enforcement and this is a horrible sentence. Enforcement. Helping Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ICE's enforcement and removal operations team, according to two Palantir employees and two current and former DHS officials. The work is part of a $30 million contract that ICE signed with Palantir in April to build a platform to track migrant movements in real time. Build a platform to track migrant movements in real time. Some DHS officials exchanged emails with Doge officials in February about merging some social security info with records kept by immigration officials, according to screenshots of the messages viewed by the New York Times. In a statement, Tricia McLaughlin, a DHS spokeswoman, did not address Palantir's new work with the agency and said the company has had contracts with the federal government for 14 years. No big deal. Nothing to see here, folks. Isn't it strange how every single government employee and agency that they approach just has nothing to say about this massive expansion and consolidation of both the gathering of data on Americans and also the consolidation of it for some reason? Palantir representatives have also held talks with the Social Security admin and the Department of Education to use the company's technology to organize the agency's data, according to two Palantir employees and officials in those agencies. The Social Security Administration and Education Department did not respond to requests for comment. They didn't want to talk about it either. The goal of uniting data on Americans has been quietly discussed by Palantir engineers, employees said, adding that they were worried about collecting so much sensitive information in one place. I mean, collecting it in one place is also not the only issue. Collecting it in the first place, if this is how they intend to use it, and not discuss it with the American public is already an issue. The company's security practices are only as good as the people using them, they said. They characterized some Doge employees as sloppy on security, such as not following protocols and how personal devices were used. Mrs. Zia said Palantir employees were increasingly worried about reputational damage to the company because of its work with the Trump admin. There's growing debate within the company about its federal contract, she said. Okay, but it's like nothing. You had, how many people work at Palantir? They have 3,936 employees, according to macro trends or stock analysis. And she got a whopping how many people to sign that thing? It's like, what, 13, 14 people? 30 people? 13 former employees. Again, former employees, not even current employees, but her emails. I was literally reminded of that when it said, the line that said, they're not following protocol with personal device. Like, what is it? They characterize some Doge employees as sloppy on security, such as not following protocols and how personal devices were used. Sound familiar? Who the fuck was notorious for doing that? Who the fuck was notorious for roasting the shit out of her for doing that? Mrs. Diaz said apparently increasingly worried about reputational damage to the company because of the work with the Trump administration. Also, this is like, you're worried about, again, the crest of Palantir being dented, not about American privacy and security. There's growing debate within the company about its federal contract, she said. Okay. That means FUCK all to me. Current employees are discussing the implications of their work and raising questions internally. Oh, they'll self-police. That's awesome. I'm sure that's going to end well. That's definitely going to lead to accountability. Always works out when the underlings confront the boss and attempt to hold them accountable and reform them. That always comes, from the bottom up, actually. Yeah, and in a private company, no less. Some employees have left over disagreements over the company's work with the Trump admin. Last week, a Palantir strategist, Brianna Catherine Martin, posted on LinkedIn that she was departing the company because of its expanded work with ICE. For most of my time here, I found the way that Palantir grappled with the weight of our capabilities to be refreshing, transparent, and conscionable, she wrote. This has changed for me over the past few months. For me, this is a red line I won't redraw. She was cool with working with Peter Thiel, not cool with working with ICE. Anna is a little bit concerned about that, a little bit worried. She's starting to get some bad feelings about that. Maybe she reads just a little bit more. It'll start to even just like rise to like half the level of heat that she had for random shitters in her replies over a birthing person tweet.
Really? Yeah.
So I don't know why. I mean, everyone should be freaked out about that.
Be worried about that, definitely. I'm also a little bit worried about, and I don't know how large this group of people,
not that big a deal. More important to complain about Twitter people on TYT.
In America happens to be, but you're hearing from them more and more. This idea that, no, we need to move toward a post-liberal and like post-liberal democracy. You know what I'm saying? Like a rejection of the democratic process overall. Like Curtis Yarvin is one of the figures who's been kind of preaching about this. He sounds really dumb, so I don't know how seriously people really take him.
Okay, base Anna. I mean, our VP takes him seriously, so it's not just like how many people, it's like who, because kind of stops mattering how many people if you have the second in command of the free world says, I like this guy. It almost becomes a moot point. Then you have to pay attention to him.
He purports to want a monarchy in this country, which sounds insane.
I'm opposed to monarchy, and
so brave.
The truth, however, is that the trends you're describing have totally discredited liberal democracy. That's my fear, and I think maybe it's intentional.
Oh, for sure, it's intentional.
So chaotic that we beg for a dictator. I kind of feel like that's happening.
I hope people aren't begging for a dictator because you don't like the fact that the government isn't really representing your interests right now. Get a load of what it's going to be like to live under a dictator where you have no say at all.
Right? No, I'm talking more about like quality of life questions. Like if there are home invasions going on and the homeowner doesn't have any expectation the cops are going to save him, that kind of stuff. That's not theoretical. That's like that induces panic.
True. Yeah.
It makes me uncomfortable even thinking about it. So if you have a lot more of that, people will be like, I don't really give a shit about voting. What I care about is my kids not being killed.
Yeah. Actually, you make a really good point.
Wait, what? I don't care about voting. I care about my kids not being killed.
A lot more of that. People will be like, I don't really give a shit about voting. What I care about is my kids not being killed.
Yeah. Actually, you make a really good point, which is why it's so important for Americans who value liberal democracy to really start thinking seriously about saving it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I want.
But don't you feel like when people are like if you were on a plane flying across the Pacific that dropped 20,000 feet in a minute and you're saying your prayers, maybe you're an atheist, you're saying prayers anyway, couldn't control yourself. And what would you be willing to do or give up in exchange for not dying? In other words, if you're totally panicked, you're in free fall in a commercial airliner, God, I will do anything. Like that's kind of what is happening.
There's actually a book that I was reading excerpts from and I'm the worst because I can't even remember the title, but it was actually showing that when you look at the majority of like plane crashes, and like plane and airline accidents that have occurred, there's like almost no instances where like a plane just like free falls out of the sky. The majority of them happen like either when they're rising or when they're about to land. And the thing that reliably increased your safety and reduced the likelihood that you would die was crazy. The people that actually paid attention to the spiel that they gave at the beginning related to safety or actually read the safety protocols because they knew what to do.
Happening with crime, I think.
Yeah. And not just crime.
Not just crime.
Yeah. I mean, so many issues. It is a problem when most Americans agree on something and our politicians know it, but they do the opposite anyway. And I've been increasingly angry with the fact that, I feel that
also matters where you were sitting. Yeah, the people that were sitting closer to the emergency exits and stuff obviously fared better.
The interests of Americans and how they feel about going to war with Iran, for instance, right? Most Americans do not want to go to war with Iran.
Another thing that was an issue is that there were people that were unwilling to accept they were in the middle of an airline emergency and they were not doing anything. So they were impeding people's ability to actually start engaging protocol to keep themselves safe.
And it didn't matter, okay? The United States bombed Iran's nuclear sites on behalf of Israel anyway, which could have led to a full-blown hot war. It didn't because of Iran having restraint, but we're not done yet.
But don't you feel ashamed that it didn't lead to nuclear war? This is the new line.
I know.
You are wrong. You're an idiot.
That's, by the way,
that was Trump that did that. We won't speak of that.
Line is
How
stupid.
dare you worry about that?
We'll name Karen Bass by, we'll call her out because she cut the fire department budget, which isn't even true. We'll call out Gavin Newsom as a fucking sociopath. But we're just going to talk about the hot war that almost occurred between Iran and America and Israel. We're not actually going to name which party supported that and who was in favor of that and who was trying to get a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Actually, Tucker, a plane would never drop out of the sky like that. Also, democracy isn't a plane, so check your facts, sweaty. Owned. Embarrassed.
Yeah, we're not. By the way, it's not over yet. And don't get too cocky. For the people making that point, don't get too cocky.
But why is it shameful to worry about a nuclear war or worry about a World War III? Why is that? It's being held up by the normal tiny brain people as evidence that you're just a ridiculous person. Your prediction was wrong.
Right. Well,
we didn't have a nuclear war. Shut up.
Well, maybe those folks have a point. Maybe.
I mean, the other lie is that we completely obliterated their nuclear program, which, spoiler alert, no the fuck we didn't.
Maybe we're the baddies, okay? Yeah. Maybe we should be more concerned about profits for, bomb makers and weapons manufacturers and private contractors and the mercenaries that are currently working over in Gaza to shoot and kill people as they're waiting for humanitarian aid.
So how does that, it does feel like I've spent 35
Let's see if he actually talks about that.
years not talking about that topic because, one, I don't really have on a native level super strong views about it. It's not my country. I wish everyone well.
Mm-hmm. On a native level, I don't have strong views about that. I wish everyone well. What in the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
In every country, and I mean that. However, it just got so in my face that I had to say 4 things about it, for which I've been, spent the rest of my life trying to deal with that.
Again, this is not like a random country's affair. This is an ally of the United States, a prominent one at that, and we're aiding and abetting in the current genocide. That's not something that it's like, he's like, well, I've been forced to talk about this thing that people just always wanted me to talk about. It's like, dude, this is not like a new development. This is not like, only now are we complicit in everything that's ever gone on down there. No, we were always complicit in all of that. We helped pay the bills. Israel, for Israel's occupation.
Being called those names, but I feel like all of a sudden, people you would not expect to weigh in on this, actually.
You can't sub to this channel. Do you have super chat and subs turned off? No, I just haven't turned them on yet. But I'm eligible for them. I need to turn them on. I'll fuck with that soon.
This is too much.
Yeah.
But if you want to donate, you can, if you look in my YouTube description, there's my Ko-fi link and my Streamlabs tip link, and then you will see it. This dono bar that I've got over here will increase. You can also send a message with that. And my donation link's also pinned to my Twitch chat.
And I love it. I'm glad that that's happening. And I hope
you feel that there's been a change.
I do feel it. I mean, definitely. If it were the Bush years and this whole scenario were playing out during those years, the kinds of things I've been hearing people say publicly, I would not have heard. But I think what's happening this time around is you really can't deny what you're seeing on the ground in Gaza. You can't deny what's happening in the West Bank, not just in regard to Palestinians, Palestinian Muslims, but also Palestinian Christians. You can't deny the fact that that one and only Catholic church in
Just to shout that out to get this audience to care about it.
Gaza was bombed.
Trying to be it's you guys, it doesn't just have to be anti-Israel. Also you should care about the Palestinians, right? The people that are actually the recipients of all this violence. You shouldn't just be in this for the anti-Semitism.
Was attacked. You can't deny the fact that churches have been targeted in the West Bank as well. People can lie to us as much as they want, but the videos are.
I was able to sub LOL on YouTube. You wouldn't. On here, you would have been able to.
Out there.
How do you blow up a church if you've got munitions, laser-guided munitions that are so sophisticated that they can take out, a guy in an SUV from 30,000 feet? How do you blow up a church with a giant cross on top of it?
It was just an accident.
Thank you for subscribing, Jimberly.
Accident, Tucker. It was an accident.
Drew Pavlou is going to jail. Don't get my hopes up, Steamboat.
It's not the first church.
No, it's not. And it wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident.
But what is the answer?
Oh my God, he is going to jail. Hold on. As a matter of principle, I have decided I will peacefully surrender to the Brisbane court on August 6th and accept prison time for contempt of court. I will go to jail in Australia for the crime of holding a blank sign outside the Chinese consulate if this is what the government wants. Okay, but will you self-deport back to Cyprus because you're now a fucking criminal? Richard Hanania in the replies, brave. Stay strong, Drew. Yeah, thoughts and prayers.
An answer?
I know the answer. Israel wants a Jewish state and they want to expand. They have something known as the Greater Israel Project. They intend to annex the whole of the
wait.
West Bank. In fact, Miriam Adelson legally bribed Donald Trump to ensure that happens. And Israel announced that that's what they're going to do, and they're doing it. When it comes to Gaza.
Okay, finally a criticism of the fact that, yes, Trump is also bought off by corporate donors.
I mean,
not just Gavin Newsom.
Hamas is so dumb because the atrocities they committed on October 7th gave Netanyahu and the Israeli government the perfect excuse to essentially do what they've always wanted to do, which is take that land. They're going to take that land. That's what they want. They're going to ethnically cleanse whatever remains of the Palestinian people. They're going to force neighboring countries probably to absorb 2 million people. And then at the same time, they're going to have settlers move on in, rebuild Gaza. Jared Kushner, by the way, soon after October 7th happened, was salivating on camera about how that's prime real estate. It's disgusting. But anyway.
How can you move 2 million people right now?
Well, there was a story published this week, I believe it was in the New York Times, where Netanyahu and the Israeli government was in talks with our government in regard to getting aid from the United States in moving Palestinians out of Gaza. So when they bombed the church, it's because they don't want... Israeli government was in talks with our government in regard to getting aid from the United States in moving Palestinians out of Gaza. So when they bombed the church, it's because they don't want the church. That land is supposed to be part of the Jewish
You're not
state.
allowed to use my tax dollars to bomb churches.
Well, that's what they're doing.
I'll put up with a lot
Tucker's pearl clutching is so obviously contrived and performative. How the fuck does anybody watch this and actually think he's moved by anything other than anti-Semitism?
Stuff, but I think that's... And I've said this 100 times, let me say it again. I don't understand how any Christian leader in the United States can sit by and not say something about that. And Mike Huckabee, who has been a pretty slavish, devotee of the state of Israel, and I don't mean that as a compliment, he's a very nice man, but I disagree with him strongly. Even Mike Huckabee came out and said, whoa.
Yeah.
You can't kill Christians.
And American citizens.
Yeah. But I don't understand why that's not, if that's not a red line, then there's no red line.
I think it should definitely be a red line. But let me just say, Mike Huckabee made a statement, and that's nice. It's more than Biden was willing to do. Talk is cheap. Are you going to cut funding?
He wants Christians to control the Holy Land. To the extent that he was genuinely outraged, that's why.
Are you going to stop sending over the 2,000-pound bombs that are destroying people's homes, universities, churches, refugee camps, hospitals? Gaza's leveled. Deir al-Balah is the last remaining portion of Gaza that still has some structures that people can live in. And they're currently doing a ground invasion there. They got to destroy it, of course. I mean, it's so obvious what's happening and it's so unjust. And this is the area where, what democracy? I have no power. The government's going to take part of my earnings that I worked really hard for, not to help my fellow American citizens who might need health care, who might have fallen on hard times and can't feed their families and need help with food assistance. It's not going to go to them. It's going to go toward the bombs that are terrorizing people in Gaza, the West Bank. By the way, it's going to expand further than that. I mean,
this is one criticism, but the other thing is that it's not just a matter of like, oh, if we didn't spend, because at its essence, what you're saying is that we should not spend a single penny on anything related to defense until we have eradicated, for the most part, or made serious strides in fixing domestic issues. But it doesn't just come down to that, because like it is obviously a zero-sum game. But the domestic spending that we do is not going towards the poorest people or the people that need it the most, and it's not like efficiently allocated in the first place. That I feel like that's a better way to approach this than the whole than just kind of this. We have so much in the bloated defense budget. I don't even disagree. I completely agree with that. But there's not enough talk about how, again, the big, beautiful bill shows you what the Republican priorities are when it comes to domestic spending.
They've already annexed part of Syria. The Syria war, that proxy war, was a
healthcare for poor people. I don't think Tucker cares about this. No, he does not. But he will virtue signal about it and get guests like Anna Kasparian on to be like, you should run for president, Mr. Carlson, because of the things that you said that are not novel, new, or brave to be saying. If you're familiar with any work that the left has been doing in this country for decades. But since you're saying it and nobody else in your party does, I have to give you extra special gold stars and extra credit.
Proxy war for a reason.
She said that. Yeah, she said that Tucker Carlson, she was listening to his Turning Point America speech. Again, the one where he says, cities smell like weed and halal food. People are ODing and you're celebrating boys off girls teams. Drop the T slur. She said, wow, I didn't agree with everything that you said, but you sounded like a statesman. I think that you should consider running for fucking president.
Turkey wanted to have influence and control over the area where the Kurds are at. Obviously, Israel wanted to annex portions of it, and they've been doing it ever since.
Also, it's silly because foreign policy affects so many domestic things. It's overly simplistic. Yeah, for sure.
Fell. And you have a former al-Qaeda leader as the current leader of Syria, who's trying to capitulate to Israel, but obviously it's not good enough because Israel's still bombing the crap out of Syria. It's unbelievable. I have no ability to change it. It seems like the electorate in this country have no ability to change it because it doesn't matter which party you vote for, whether it's a Democratic presidential candidate or a Republican presidential candidate, they're going to get elected and they're going to get dog-walked by whoever the prime minister of Israel is at the time.
How do we wind up supporting an al-Qaeda leader? I thought we were anti-al-Qaeda.
I thought so too. I don't know. It makes no sense to me. But I mean, this is seen throughout American history in regard to our foreign policy. I mean, we will fund the Taliban, we'll give them weapons to fight, the communists. We want to avoid communism. And then we turn on them, for obvious reasons after what happened on 9/11. But I mean, I think it's not
the 9/11 that the dancing Israeli celebrated, right, Anna?
We're told 9/11 was done by al-Qaeda. So we've got to be pretty, that wasn't that long ago. We've got to be pretty anti-al-Qaeda because if they actually killed 3,000 Americans on 9/11, which everyone says they did, and I'm willing to believe that, then how in the world can we let any al-Qaeda even exist?
Wouldn't you venture to say it's
really annoying when he does this thing. It's fun when he does the this kind of fake wide-eyed naivete when he's talking to Ted Cruz, trying to force him to follow some of his criticisms of Iran and foreign policy decisions to their logical conclusion. Oh, so if you knew that there were Iranians behind the assassination plot of an American president, then we certainly can let that stand and we'd have to invade, right? And trying to get Ted Cruz to acknowledge that what you're saying is stupid and over the top, and you're just saber rattling and acting yeah. You're just doing the big dog, little dog meme, but when push comes to shove, you wouldn't actually pursue that plan of foreign policy. You're saying you will, but you wouldn't actually do it. That's when it's fun to watch. Here, it's just annoying.
Required to ask these questions if you want to be a journalist?
I would say, and I would also say, the Syria situation, I was always opposed to what we were doing in Syria. I understood exactly why we were doing it. We ended up killing or abetting in the murder of off a lot of religious minorities, Alawites, a lot of Christians,
Christians,
and destroying the country. And, I was attacked for, you're an Assad apologist or whatever, but I don't know anything about Assad.
So are they Al-Qaeda apologists?
Well, that's the thing. And we've gotten to a place now where it's really clear that the 3,000 American lives they say were lost on September 11th due to Al-Qaeda are less important than whatever political or geopolitical consideration is driving our Syria policy.
Yeah, and it makes me sick.
So that's that's treason, of course. But it's
He's not stupid or disingenuous enough to fall for it. Yeah, so he doesn't even try.
That's like a profound moral crime. And it's also a middle finger in the face of every American.
Definitely. Yeah.
If there's one thing we could expect our foreign policy would stay consistent on is we're anti-Al-Qaeda because they killed 3,000 Americans.
Yeah, but I do understand our foreign policy and what drives our foreign policy. And it's a black pill for sure.
So I'm not just asking this because you have an Armenian last name, which you do.
I do.
But, and I think you're Armenian. That's why you have an Armenian last name.
Where's this going? Christianity? Maybe?
But because you did a segment on this. Mm-hmm. What is going on between Armenia, big picture, and Azerbaijan?
Oh.
Well, there was about 4 years ago, there was a pretty brutal war. Azerbaijan attacked the Armenians who were living in this area known as Nagorno-Karabakh. Armenians call it Artsakh. And historically, Armenians have had roots there. There are ancient churches, Armenian churches there. And that land, if you look at a map of where Nagorno-Karabakh is, it's like in the middle of Azerbaijan. Not exactly in the middle, but it's basically like, let's say here's Azerbaijan, like circle. And it's like kind of off to one side, Nagorno-Karabakh is. And the reason that land was, well, the whole of Azerbaijan was controlled by the Soviets, right? But during that time, Stalin essentially gave the land that makes up Nagorno-Karabakh to Azerbaijan.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend like I know fuck all about this conflict. Let's see how much her summary of it is lining up with reality. An ethnic and territorial conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the region of Nagorno-Karabakh, the way she said it, inhabited mostly by ethnic Armenians until 2023, and 7 surrounding districts inhabited mostly by Azerbaijanians until their expulsion during the 1990s. The region was entirely claimed by and partially controlled by the breakaway Republic of Artsakh, but was recognized internationally as part of Azerbaijan, which gradually reestablished control over the region and the 7 surrounding districts. Through the Soviet period, Armenians in the Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast were heavily discriminated against. The Soviet Azerbaijani authorities worked to suppress Armenian culture and identity in Nagorno-Karabakh, pressured Armenians to leave the region, and encouraged Azerbaijanians to settle within it, although Armenians remained the majority population. During the Glasnost period, a 1988 referendum was held to transfer the region to Soviet Armenia, citing self-determination laws in the Soviet constitution. This act was met with a series of pogroms against Armenians across Azerbaijan before violence committed against both Armenians and Azerbaijanis occurred. Escalated to full-scale war in the early 1990s. Following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the war was won by Artsakh and Armenia and led to occupation of regions around Soviet-era Nagorno-Karabakh. There were expulsions of ethnic Armenians from Azerbaijanian and ethnic Azerbaijanians from Armenia and the Armenian-controlled areas. The ceasefire ending the war, signed in 1994 in Bishkek, was followed by 2 decades of relative stability, which significantly deteriorated in the 2010s. A 4-day escalation in April 2016 resulted in hundreds of casualties, but only minor changes to the front line. In late 2020, the large-scale Second Nagorno-Karabakh War resulted in thousands of casualties and significant Azerbaijani victory. An armistice was established by a tripartite ceasefire agreement. Tripartite? I think that's how you say that. Ceasefire agreement on November 10th, resulting in Azerbaijan regaining all the occupied territories surrounding the region, as well as capturing 1/3 of Nagorno-Karabakh itself. Ceasefire violations in the region and on the Armenian-Azerbaijani border continued following the 2020 war, began blockading Nagorno-Karabakh in December 2022, and launched a large-scale military offensive in September 2023, resulting in a ceasefire agreement. Most ethnic Armenians fled, and Artsakh was officially dissolved on January 1st, 2024. Armenia Queen.
promised that land to them, even though that area was populated by ethnic Armenians. And he did that. I mean, Stalin was evil in a lot of ways, but he was also very smart, which is the most dangerous combination.
Very smart.
Yeah. And so he wanted both the Azeris and the Armenians to be dependent on the Soviet Union. And the way to do that is to put the ethnic Armenians smack dab in the middle of, Azerbaijan. And so it became an issue because, throughout history, Armenians went to war with the Azeris in regard to controlling that land, because most of the people there were Armenian. They wanted to control that land. And so what happened 4 years ago in 2020 is Azerbaijan's like, we want the Armenians out. We want to take over the land. And they went to war. Armenia is a tiny country. Russia has provided security guarantees to Armenia in the past, but unfortunately in this case, Russia didn't come to the defense of ethnic Armenians. They said that the, security guarantees had to do with Armenia and not Nagorno-Karabakh. So a lot of Armenians died. A lot of churches, ancient churches, were absolutely destroyed and bombed. And the Azeris engaged in the ethnic cleansing of ethnic Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. They were forced out if they weren't killed. And some of them ended up in Armenia. And Armenia, of course, is going to take them in. But it's been really difficult because Armenia is a tiny country. It's a, developing country. It's landlocked and it's surrounded by enemies. And historically has been victimized by Turkey through the Armenian genocide. I mean, it's been pretty devastating. And it's, I've been very vocal about what's been happening in Gaza, and Armenians have been very proud of me for that. But a few have...
Unfortunately, when we support Ukraine, it's a problem. Yeah, is Anna one of these anti-Ukraine people? This is why Trump is trying to put a seal on an Armenian-Azerbaijani peace deal. The U.S. administration's Caucasus diplomacy is leaning on Turkey's heft and Gulf cash. This was reported 3 days ago, July 24th of this year. The U.S. is using magic to bring Armenia and Azerbaijan together for a peace deal, U.S. President Donald Trump says. As the two historic foes appears to inch closer to an agreement, the Trump admin is conjuring diplomacy in the South Caucasus. Am I saying this right? Caucasus? Fairly uncharted waters for the U.S. In May, Trump's billionaire Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff, said that Armenia and Azerbaijan could both join the Abraham Accords, the normalization agreement that Israel signed with Bahrain, the UAE, and Morocco in 2020, after a deal between the two. Trump considers the Accords a signature part of his foreign policy. Then in July, Trump's other good friend and billionaire envoy, Tom Barak, said the U.S. was ready to sign a 100-year lease on a strategic transit corridor on Armenia's border with Iran. Baku wants to use the sliver of land referred to as the Zangezur Corridor by Turkey and Azerbaijan to connect with its enclave called Nakhchivan, and eventually Turkey, where Barak is also the U.S. ambassador. Caucasus, right? Trump's bid to put his stamp on a peace agreement through economic deals and the Abraham Accord comes as the South Caucasus is in flux. Trump, Turkey, and a diplomatic win. Russia, the region's historic great power, is tied down on the battlefields of Ukraine. Its prestige as a security guarantor was undermined in 2023 when Azerbaijan wrested back control of the Nagorno-Karabakh from Armenia in a lightning offensive. Christian Armenia has long relied on Russia for support against Turkic Azerbaijan. To the south, Iran, which has deepened its ties with Armenia and is wary of Israel's security links to Baku, is trying to regroup after a blistering 12-day conflict with Israel, the 12-Day War. Tehran's ability to project power abroad was clipped by Israel's takedown of its ally Hezbollah in Lebanon and the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's government in Syria late last year. Again, I feel like they always overstate the extent to which ally Hezbollah has been clipped, but whatever. With Russia distracted and Ukraine and Iran on the back foot, Turkey's power in the region is growing. The U.S. itself is signaling that it can work with Turkey as the predominant external power in Syria. Barak's role in the army, which is funny because Trump had reversed this policy after they were doing doing air defense or air testing or whatever with Russia with F-30 somethings that they weren't supposed to have, but whatever. Barak's role in the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace talks, experts say, is further evidence that Washington sees Ankara as a new regional power in the South Caucasus. Trump doesn't have a stake in either Armenia or Azerbaijan, no shit, but he sees that a deal is possible, a win. George Meneshian, an Athens-based expert on the Middle East and Caucasus, told Middle East Eye. The U.S.'s foray into the region is led by Barak, who is well-received in Ankara, that has fueled concerns that Trump sees the region as an extension of Turkey's neighborhood. Meneshian added, the U.S. is already giving Turkey its own zone of influence in Syria. That is clear. The same is happening in the South Caucasus, he said. The goodwill was visible on Tuesday when Trump shared a social media post of Azerbaijan's president, Ilham Aliyev, thanking him for his aspiration to end the dispute with Armenia. Aliyev praised Trump's fundamental values, including family values that he said mirrored Azerbaijan's. Weird, but not unsurprising. From Syria and Gaza to Ukraine and the Caucasus, the idea of the U.S. leading the corridor is in keeping with the Trump administration giving primacy to economic deal-making, including the U.S. control over physical asserts and conflict zones. It has had mixed results. Earlier this year, Trump said the U.S. would take over the Gaza Strip, evict Palestinians, and turn it into the Middle East's Riviera. The proposal was widely slammed, called for ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. They're still going to do it. Israel continues to invoke the Trump plan to insist on the forced displacement of Palestinians. The U.S. backed off after resistance from its Arab allies. But Israel still wants this plan, and Trump will look the other way. Trump's penchant for business deals in countries where sectarian and regional tensions are rife has been better received by Turkey and Gulf states and Syria, where he has pushed through the speedy lifting of sanctions. The Zangezur corridor idea seems to fall closer to the minerals deal Trump signed with Ukraine in April. That agreement set up a joint fund to monetize Ukraine's mineral wealth. Earlier this year, Trump also said the EU states would purchase all air defense systems from U.S. on Ukraine's behalf. Azerbaijan, a major gas exporter, flaunts the sort of energy riches that Trump prizes, but Armenia is poor. The South Caucasus' value to the U.S. is that the region is crisscrossed by trade routes, including the Middle Corridor that aims to link Asia and Europe, bypassing both Russia and Iran. Peter Frankopan, an expert on trade routes at the University of Oxford, told MEE that having a third party operate the corridor is not a bad idea in principle, but faces obstacles. First, the U.S. proposal is that a commercial endeavor, which means it needs to be run for profit. So an operator needs to be clear and certain that it can make a return on investments, he said. In January, Armenia replaced Russian troops at its southern border, crossing to Iran with its own forces. Moscow continued to oversee the crossing after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Russia is likely to react badly to any U.S. presence in the corridor, whether commercial or notionally benign. Frankopan, the author of Silk Roads, added, a U.S. presence would also unnerve Iran. Okay, so given this, let's see what Tucker Carlson's response to it. Like, if Russia is brought up whatsoever, if he will simp for them, if he'll cover for them, if he'll downplay that they're going to be angry, if he's going to openly disagree with Trump for once in like an emphatic way and not undercut it with a bunch of I love you, dear leader. Let's see where his allegiances lie.
Been like, why didn't you speak up about Nagorno-Karabakh? I did actually at the time, but it happened 4 years ago.
But why aren't the preachers talking about it? So churches were blown up?
Yeah. And by the way, I mean, religious leaders.
Every single thing this adamant advocates for in these diplomatic deals are self-serving and Israel serving. Everyone else gets fucked. Yeah. I'm 99% sure she's anti-U.S. giving weapons to Ukraine, which we literally have a denuclearization agreement with Ukraine for. We vowed to support them if they were attacked in exchange for them denuclearizing. Apparently, American leftists don't see the value in that. Some of them don't. Anna, I guess, does not, if that's her position.
Have been, but American
even though it's frustrating because I feel like we don't actually give them enough weapons. It's enough weapons to like keep it going, but it's never enough for them to actually make the advancements that they could if we just gave them more.
Doesn't care about it. I mean, America doesn't care about Armenia at all.
Oh, I get it. It's a small country, but the Armenians were persecuted precisely because they were Christians. That's my read. I mean, there's no.
Yeah, they were the minority, the religious minority.
Of course, the religious minority at the very end of the Ottoman Empire, end of the First World War, and they were murdered in enormous numbers by the Ottomans, using the Kurds, I think, for a lot of it. And the Kurds, we love the Kurds. But I don't understand why. I just see this theme. You may disagree with this, but I see a global theme where the most peaceful religion in the world is taking the most abuse and there's the most murder of Christians.
It was a memorandum, not a formal agreement, unfortunately. Do you mean like us vowing to back Ukraine because of their denuclearization?
I don't quite know what that is. And I just is taking the most abuse. I disagree with this, but I see a global theme where the most peaceful religion in the world is taking the most abuse and there's the most murder of Christians. I don't quite know what that is.
Owens does this as well.
And I just am amazed that
like Christians are the most persecuted. No one talks about this
thing in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, Armenians don't have a powerful lobby that can bribe our politicians to care about them. So what's really...
Oh yeah, ever heard of the Kardashians, Anna? Bet you're feeling pretty dumb right now.
Depressing, though, is, we provide a lot of the weapons that Israel has. And Israel sold weapons to Azerbaijan to carry out the ethnic cleansing of ethnic Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh.
What?
Yep.
Is that confirmed?
Yes, it's confirmed. It's absolutely confirmed.
Israel sold weapons to Azerbaijan to kill the Christians.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
You're sure?
Yeah, anyone can look it up. And look, if I'm ever wrong, I will admit it. But this is something I've researched deeply. Where did Azerbaijan get its weapons?
Okay, it's lobbied Trump a couple of times. That's true. That actually is true. This is about it was like related to like prison reform, right? You got him to like pardon somebody.
It's from. There have been rumors.
Why is Tucker so weird about this? He's so incredulous. Tucker knows all of this. Yeah.
That they also were sold weapons from Russia, but there was less confirmation on that. But in regard to Israel, it's very clear and it's documented. Yeah.
I sense a theme. And I have a right to sense that theme because I'm a Christian and I'm not going to cede that right. Sorry. So the Armenians were murdered by the millions.
I mean, he already said that he doesn't like to talk about these things because it was just like, I don't really care what goes on in their country or whatever. And now when there's certain, like, we're wading into the discussion and it's like getting inconvenient. Certain parts are getting inconvenient. He just plays dumb.
At the end of the First World War, but they weren't all killed. Where did they go?
So, thank you for asking me these questions. I really appreciate it because there's a lot that I want to say about it. So the Armenian genocide was perpetrated by an offshoot of an organization of it's a group that basically rebelled against the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire had already been persecuting Armenians. There was the Adana massacres. I mean, massacres had been happening at the hands of the Ottoman Turks. Now, a group rose up to rebel against the Ottoman Empire, and those individuals were known as the Young Turks. We are not named after those people. Young Turks in American context means something entirely different.
Sorry, my chat, right? Just say it was a Young Turk, Anna, for fuck's sake.
It means someone who rebels against societal expectations or the establishment, and that's what we do at our show. So that's why Cenk named it that. I kind of wish he didn't because it gets confused all the time. But nonetheless...
It's kind of funny that there's a Turk and an Armenian hosting the show.
And by the way, we talk about the Armenian genocide on the show all the time. He's Turkish and he grew up in a certain context where...
I'm not trying to be insensitive because it's not that that's inappropriate, but I'm how often is that coming up? Why? Why do you talk about the Armenian genocide a lot?
You only get one side of the story.
Of course. Yeah, we all have grown up in a certain...
Exactly. But to his credit, I mean, through our very difficult conversations at times, through our debates, he eventually realized, oh my God, I was totally brainwashed. The Armenian genocide is totally real. And we talk about it all the time on the show. And that's probably one of my proudest accomplishments because I could have turned my back on him, made him out to just be a terrible person who's unworthy of me even talking to him. But instead, I made a decision to try to convince him, to persuade him. And it took a while, but it worked. And to me, seeing the humanity in someone who has a fundamental disagreement that enrages me, I think that probably out of all.
Why did he laugh at that? What?
Humanity in someone who has a fundamental disagreement that enrages me. I think that probably out of all.
Okay.
All the qualities that make me human, I think that's my best.
You know what's funny is that the way that right-wingers would bitch about Kamala Harris supposedly laughing at a bunch of inappropriate times, which there were some times where she did that. Tucker Carlson does that on the regular on every single episode of the show, way more than she ever did.
Quality, my willingness to try to persuade before I write someone off is unworthy.
That's a very good quality.
Yeah. But anyway, sorry. So the Young Turks rose up.
Until Counterpoint says their name, or he'll say they're worse than Charlie Kirk. They're literally called the Vanguard, you guys. They're tankies.
And the whole thing about the Young Turks was they didn't like the way Armenians were being persecuted. They wanted to provide rights to Armenians. And you can look this up. It's in the history, right? But there was an offshoot of the Young Turks called the Committee of Unity and Progress. And they're the ones who perpetrated the Armenian genocide. Okay. So that's how it happened. 1.5 million Armenians were slaughtered. There were a lot more Armenians who were forced to march through the desert to Syria. My father was actually born in Damascus.
Your father?
My father, yeah. He was born in Damascus. When he was 2 years old, though, the family wanted to move back to the homeland. My grandfather really cared about that. So they moved to Armenia, but it was difficult because at that point, when the diaspora was moving back, the Armenians who never left, there were cultural differences. Because think about it. I mean, if you're going to an Arab country, You take on some of their cultural practices and stuff. And then when you go back to Armenia, there's a little bit of a disconnect, you know?
Always.
So
the prodigal son effect.
Yeah. So like there was a lot of Armenians who went to Syria, Lebanon. There's a huge Armenian community in Lebanon, Iran. In fact, there's a huge Armenian community in Iran till this day, Christian Armenians who are openly practicing their Christianity and going to church.
In Iran?
He's a man though, so he's not shrill. I guess so, right? That's the difference.
In Iran, yeah. Yep. Yes, I have family members. And the way that Iran...
Okay, for a man to have a little freakish little clown laugh as a treat. They're allowed to have it.
But they all genocided by Iran, I thought.
Yeah, you would think that would happen, right? But no, there are Armenians they might not like the Ayatollah, they might not like the regime, but what they respect is the fact that they're still able to practice their religion. They're still able to go to church. For the most part, they're left alone. And
there's a huge Armenian.
Iran is right next to Armenia. Is that really surprising? I don't know why he's feigning this sort of ignorance. He was there like posturing over Ted Cruz. I fucking know how many, like what their population size is, and you don't. And now he's like pretending to be confused about like the geographic location of this region. And like, you've already said, oh, they're not a threat, but his skepticism sounds like it's like, what, you thought the Ayatollah would like murder them or what?
Population in Iran, I think.
Yeah, that's the Armenian diaspora.
And they were originally refugees from the genocide?
Yes. Yeah. I love Iranian Armenians. They're like among my favorite. They're just, I don't know. I just think that they're actually a lot more open-minded, believe it or not. The diaspora that I come from is far more conservative and a little closed-minded, you know? So, but anyway, Armenians have been through a lot. They really have. And they're all over the world because of the fact they were forced out of their own country.
They've done so well.
Yeah, they're hardworking people. They're good people, very family-oriented. I'm very proud of my heritage, but I'm also very proud to be an American. You know, and that's the other thing about Armenians. They really love this country. They really do. And they feel privileged to be here. You know, if they immigrated here, they feel privileged. My parents came here as refugees my dad in the late 1970s, my mom in the early 1980s. And
from where?
So from Armenia, both of them from Armenia.
Soviet controlled at the time.
Yes. So at the time, there was an effort, obviously,
those
to
damn
commie
controlled,
but to help refugees who wanted to flee communism. You know, when it comes to immigration, I think it's tricky, right? Because I do think that a lot of people come to this country and they contribute to it.
Without question.
Yeah. That's not just like your opinion. Data supports this, Anna. Say it with your fucking chest, please. What is the point of all of this, like, tiptoeing around and, like, placating his sensibilities if you're not going to, like, wield the capital that you've got from even fucking doing that?
Definitely. And I think
it's almost like that's not the purpose of going on these shows.
About the Armenian community, and like Glendale's like the nicest part of LA at this point, if you ask me. And it's because it's part of LA County, but it's not part of LA City. It's mostly populated by Armenians and Cubans, by the way. And it's beautiful. Glendale, California is gorgeous. You know, they care. They care about their community. They care about their families. They want to work hard. You're always going to have bad apples. And recently there was like a crime ring, an Armenian crime ring that was caught and taken down. And I'm glad they got deported. Fantastic. But most of them, they really, really care.
An Armenian crime ring?
Yeah.
Was there a Mormon crime ring too?
I don't know. Maybe.
I've never heard of an Armenian crime ring.
In LA.
Ask Glenn Beck.
Look, I don't want it to paint a picture of Armenians overall because there's a huge Armenian population and they're very successful and hardworking and they're good
I know they are.
Yeah. But, you know, you're always going to have bad apples. It happens. And I have no problem with them being brought to justice. And that's what went down. I think the feds actually investigated it. And it was a multi-year investigation. And they were defrauding, you know, Medicare. There were like all sorts of financial crimes were taking place.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
That's really, and the fact that Iran has a huge Christian population, I just think it's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not explained.
No one ever talks about that because it goes against the grain. It goes against the narrative of Iran. And again, that's not to say that the Iranian regime is fantastic and I support it. I don't. And by the way, it's not my place to determine who governs or who rules Iran. It's up to the Iranian people to make that decision.
You don't think it's up to you?
Hell no. I live in America. I'm an American. Who am I to tell any country who their leader should be? Who is our government? Like, we should not be.
This shtick from Tucker is getting so old. This whole like just Socratic method of like pulling information out of her. I mean, I like, why is she not asking more questions in response?
Meddling in those matters in any sovereign country. It's up to the people of that country to either rise up and demand something different or to reform the system, whatever they want to do. I'm not interested in regime change. It's not my place at all.
I am the choir and you are preaching. So what happens to the media where you spent your entire life? Like, what does it look like in 5 years?
I mean,
cannot believe she's talking to a white nationalist that lied about the election as if he's not using her. I mean, I can expect it given Anna's behavior over the last year or so, year or two. But it's not, the issue is not like talk. It's like, it's not ever pushing back or challenging him and just like agreeing to all of his framing, circle jerking with him. So fucking disgusting.
I think cable news is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Because whether people want to believe it or not, I think most Americans are actually pretty smart and privy to the fact that they're not really getting the whole story when they watch traditional media, when they read legacy media. And so there's a lot more competition now online, and you have long form like this. We're having a long form conversation where there's space to actually explore the complexities of various issues. And
she's holding space to explore. Is that an old meme? Is that like, we can still do the holding space wicked memes, right? Holding space for what again?
People love that. Space to actually explore the complexities of various issues.
To explore the complexities of various issues. We're going to hold space for that and feel power in that.
And people love that.
I didn't know that was happening. I didn't know that was happening. That's what I wanted.
People want to be mentally stimulated.
I agree.
I'm never stimulated when I'm watching cable news. You know, maybe there are some.
You stimulated right now, Anna, talking to Tucker? Are you stimming right now?
Examples. Like sometimes there's like a debate segment where I'm like, okay, that was a good segment. I like that. I hate the uniformity of ideology that you get on cable news oftentimes. That bothers me. I will say this. I like Abby Phillips's show on CNN because that whole show is about bringing all sorts of people together from different perspectives to hash it out. And it remains, for the most part, pretty civil, but we're disagreeing and we're explaining why we disagree. And I like that. And she's had me on, even though I think most people in cable news probably see me as a controversial figure to some extent. But they have all sorts of people on, and I love that.
I mean, maybe like a few years ago, you would have been controversial. Right now, like with what she thinks, she'd fit right in on most cable news programs, with the exception of like Israel-Palestine, I guess.
I just noticed I was saddened to see that the one conservative guy, the professional conservative on CNN, who I think seems clever. I'm not against him personally. I don't know him. But the second, we learned that, we're going to be bombing Iran now.
The hell is this? May you live for 1,000 years.
我不知道会发生这种事儿。我在几个帖子上看到过，我不知道有多普遍，但是你知道我在同性恋媒体，所以那是我的。这真的很强大。这一周
Okay, good meme.
He's all in.
Yeah.
He's all in.
So I feel like I forget his name. What was his name? He's on like often. I know who you're talking about. But the thing that kind of offends me at this point is when partisan hackery takes place. You know what I'm saying?
Like that, do I know what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've heard about it. Yeah.
It really annoys the crap out of me. I'll give you an example.
I've participated in it.
Yeah. No, and that's the thing. Like, I give you credit because you have on multiple occasions admitted that like the neoconservative.
She's giving him credit for being forced to turn over materials in the discovery process of the Dominion lawsuit.
Ideology that you had taken on was wrong. I don't think most people.
I think it's evil. Is what I think.
Yeah. I don't think she is actually trying to give him credit for grifting and now pivoting to another grift and trying to paint that as an intellectual awakening or a shift in his like behavior or way of thinking when he's just found a different opportunity to be paid by different people.
Most people who are against you on the left know how often you condemn yourself on your own podcast about that. So I just wanted to kind of draw attention to it.
He does performative disavowals of himself. So brave.
Well, I just think it's important not to pretend you're something that you're not.
Yeah.
And just be honest. And, I didn't kill anybody. I did cheer on the deaths of others, though, I will say. But whatever. We all make mistakes. But I think it's just.
Y'all ever do that? Y'all ever accidentally find yourself cheering on the deaths of others? Even that happens.
to be honest at all times. And I think that, to the extent you can.
Exactly, yeah. But just going back to the partisan hackery, I was recently on, Abby Phillips's show, and we were talking about the Epstein files and whether or not, they should be released. I'm in favor of releasing them. I think the American people deserve to know.
Obviously.
But there was a conservative guy on the panel who immediately jumped to, well, why didn't the Democrats do it? And it's like, okay, sure. Why didn't I don't care. I don't care about the partisan stuff. Okay. Democrats didn't run on it. I'm not defending them. I would have liked for them to be the ones who ran on it and actually did it, but they didn't. The one who ran on it, well, Trump didn't necessarily run on it, but he did.
His voters want it.
His voters want it. Members of his administration kept like...
Oh, so this is how we're both sizing it? I just need to wind that back a little bit. And what exactly?
Just going back to the partisan hackery, I was recently on, Abby Phillips's show, and we were talking about the Epstein files and whether or not, they should be released. I'm in favor of releasing them. I think the American people deserve to know.
Obviously.
But there was a conservative guy on the panel who immediately jumped to, well, why didn't the Democrats do it? And it's like, okay, sure. Why didn't I don't care. I don't care about the partisan stuff. Okay. Democrats didn't run on it. I'm not defending them. I would have liked for them to be the ones who ran on it and actually did it.
She kind of is defending them. This is the first defense of anyone but Republicans or the Republican base that she's done in this.
But they didn't. The one who ran on it, well, Trump didn't necessarily run on it, but he did.
His voters want it.
His voters want it.
He made allusions, but yeah, it's always overstated the extent to which he was really, really promising this.
Administration kept using the Epstein files as bait to entice the base. And then also at the same time, while Trump might not have ran on it, he did use the Epstein files to attack Democrats like Bill Clinton, right? So you're drawing attention to that and you're making the release of the Epstein files a lot more desirable to your base. To then turn around and engage in this weird, what I believe to be a cover up, not a good look. Not a good look at all.
Oh, just a bad look. Sweaty, you don't know how bad you look, Trump. Don't you know that your base is expecting this for you? This is a real, not a great PR move from them.
So when we're having this discussion about what's happening at this very moment, and the Republican guy immediately goes to Democrats bad, it's like, okay, I know the Democrats are bad. Can we let's talk about this moment right now where promises were made, but promises are not kept when it comes to this specific issue.
Or the story itself. One of the problems with partisanship is it obscures the actual issue that I'd like to know more about. And so the Epstein thing, from my perspective, has been long known, almost 20 years. The guy was a pervert and was involved in apparently a really significant sex ring, with some underage girls in it. So the whole thing is gross. We knew that. But what is it? Big picture, what is that? Where did the money come from? No one can answer that question.
Yeah, how did he make his money? How was he so wealthy?
Nobody knows.
Yeah, why did Les Wexner give him so much money?
Leon Black, what is that?
What's going on? Yeah, I know.
So what do you think the answer is?
I think he was an intelligence asset. That's my suspicion. Period.
She went in depth on this on her take or whatever. She had nothing, and she doesn't know basic facts, not facts of the conspiracy, but basic facts related to Epstein, because Lindy was like, oh, you know who the last person was to visit Epstein before he died? It was hold on. If I put Newsweek, Epstein, last person to visit before death. Yeah, Bill Barr, whatever. Lindy Lee promoted this lie. Did Bill Barr visit Jeffrey Epstein in prison before his death? 9 out of 10 times, if an article is framed in the form of a question, the answer is not yes. It's no, he did not. And she didn't even push back. She was like, yeah, that's true.
Doing what? Blackmailing?
Yeah,
people?
I think it was a blackmail operation. Why were there cameras in the rooms where girls were being raped? What did he do with that footage? What was the point of that footage?
I have no cameras in any bedroom in my house.
Neither do I.
Normal people don't.
Right. He had relationships with people that were in intelligence. Obviously, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was a hardcore Zionist and worked for Mossad.
Yes.
This is well documented.
Yeah, I don't think anyone...
He did have ties to the CIA, MI6, and the Mossad. Weapons transfers and stuff. That's not wrong.
Yeah. And he introduced Ghislaine to Jeffrey Epstein. The fact that Jeffrey Epstein was a college dropout, but Bill Barr's father, who worked for the OSS, hired him to be a math teacher at the Dalton School, which is a prestigious school that would only hire prestigious teachers. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't that. He wasn't a prestigious teacher. He dropped out of college. I don't know. There's just a lot of smoke, and it's led to distrust in our institutions. It's led to a lot of suspicions. And I would like to know, and I think this is very important, whether we live in a sovereign country where our politicians are actually representing us. Or
she really does think that, like, again, you're like seeding all of this with this stupid Zog narrative. You're forgetting that the United States has considerable leverage over Israel. They're effectively a client state of ours. It's not the reverse, for one. For two, and like there, AIPAC factors in, obviously, but there have been times where the American politicians and establishment, when Israel's foreign policy goals didn't align with the United States, we bucked them. Like, the most notable example of this would be the Iran nuclear deal. AIPAC launched a campaign of over $22 million trying to prevent America from passing this. Bibi goes and addresses Congress over it. Still gets off the ground, okay? So, like for her to be like, oh, it's just like Zog. It's Zog. There's pedophiles in the government, and their government's like refusing to go after them because Epstein, and he has like dirt on them. That's why they all keep it secret. It's like, if this has been persisting for like decades, like, where are the whistleblowers?
Or if we're living in a situation where a foreign country might have...
At this point, it looks like Epstein lied on his resume that explains how he got into a prestigious school. He'd apparently fired 2 years later for poor performance. Do you think Anna knows this or will mention it? Probably not.
Blackmail on our politicians.
And ask him why Trump is the main one implicated. Another thing we're probably not going to touch on in the course of this conversation for some reason.
Or people in positions of power. And as a result, that blackmail is being used to force these politicians to pursue...
You know, it's crazy that she lied about Bill Barr, and one of the reasons you know it's because it's basically like unheard of for an AG to do that, but then Trump's AG did.
Policies that are not beneficial to the American people, but beneficial to a foreign country.
Do you really want to know, or will you admit that it's immoral if you don't want to know, and that maybe you just can't handle the truth, and maybe you're a hater?
You should get cameras, Tucker, so you can see who scratches your back at night while you sleep with 4 dogs and a wife. Yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe you should get a Ring camera. That way you can see what demon like scratched his body that one time that he said in like a conservative like Christian documentary, quote unquote.
Policies that are not beneficial to the American people, but beneficial to a foreign country.
Do you really want to know, or will you admit that it's immoral if you don't want to know? And that maybe
also we have like interest in selling weapons to them. She's ignoring that as well. She acts like there is zero reason why we could possibly. You can obviously make arguments that like the United States it's more burdensome to be affiliated with the pariah state that is Israel at this point than the benefits that we get. But there are obviously financial incentives for doing that. Like weapons and bomb, like the bombs are like the perfect product. They cost a fortune. You only use them once.
Just can't handle the truth. And maybe you're a hater for wanting to know.
I want more than just me knowing. I want every single American to know. That's what I want. Yeah.
He's like,
last question.
Laughing at her.
Do you sincerely think that anybody on either side of the
things that like crack him up? I do not get this man.
Aisle, which doesn't even exist, but whatever. Left, right, wherever, could watch what you've said for the last almost 2 hours and come away angry?
I mean, if you're Zionist, probably.
You didn't even say anything against Zionism.
I mean, like, I'm not a fucking Zionist. I have not really liked anything that she said over the course of this conversation.
I mean, I didn't, but it doesn't matter. I mean, look, if the Jeffrey Epstein suspicions are ever confirmed, that looks really, really bad. And you would want that information to never come out. So even talking about it, I feel really offends people for obvious reasons. And so I don't know, we'll see.
Natural laugh program.
This is the message that I want people who might feel angry to take away from me. I don't give a fuck.
Whoa. What a badass. She's so brave. She's such a rebel.
I can't improve on that. Hannah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
She doesn't give a fuck, you guys. Wow. Epic girl boss slay. You go, queen. You're so brave. All right, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, you should be, because I go live every single day. And if you're following me, you get a notification for when I do, which is very, very inconsistent from day to day. And if you want, you can also subscribe to me, get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also gift subs throughout the chat and share the love with other chatters of the same experience. And if you're watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream already, you should do so. That way you can push the stream out to other people and subscribe to me. You can know when I go live on YouTube if that's where you prefer to watch. I also have my VODs stored there more reliably than they're stored on Twitch. And I also timestamp my VODs. If you check the comment section, you can skip around to any of my recent, because it's a more recent thing that I've been doing, recent past VODs. You can see my commentary on any of the topics that I've covered recently. If you want to support me in general, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And the next thing we're getting into is really quick, Tim Pool melting down over the Trump South Park thing. All right, let's close all this shit. Actually, there was a Vanguard thing that I wanted to see before we get into this. All right. John Iadarola visibly annoyed on TYT as Cenk Uygur shuts him down. Read Tucker Carlson x Anna Kasparian. What? I thought Cenk would never censor anybody who works at TYT.
Agree with, like, occasionally like a Pete Buttigieg will go on Fox News or whatever and use the opportunity for what it's worth or whatever. I think that's great.
The CEO is suing Coldplay, LMAO. Yeah, it's Coldplay's fault that he decided to have an affair, go to a Coldplay concert, and then fucking duck on a Jumbotron, even though nobody would have known who he was if he hadn't fucking done that.
Still think that Tucker Carlson is a horrible person. I think that he made himself what he wanted to be over the course of his career, chasing an audience. He told them what he thought they wanted to hear. I think that he also told that he didn't tell them stuff that he knew to be true, that he knew they wouldn't want to hear, like about Donald Trump. He kept his true feelings about Donald Trump secret for years.
Thank you for subscribing, Shroomery Buffoonery.
And then came out and supported the guy right before the election. And so I worry, like, again, use him for whatever you can, but he's a guy that has said what he needs to generate an audience for years.
Yep.
I don't know any reason to believe that
Don's
he's
on the fucking money.
Fox News. And I think he has been, as Waz pointed out, I mean, he's viciously racist. I think he's fairly anti-democratic. I think he's totally fine with a much more explicitly Christian form of government. And so all of that remains incredibly problematic and needs to be fought. I think that he's potentially a very dangerous person. Like, for instance, if he decided to run for office, I think he's somebody that needs to be taken very seriously for those.
Well, Anna Kasparian thinks so. She thinks he's statesman-like, and he sounded like she was giving a presidential speech when he was saying that cities smell like weed and halal food.
Reasons. But that said, he is influential. He does have a big audience. And I think that Anna, I think the way she presented the argument was very well calibrated to get through to the people who would listen to him.
Why would she say that? I have no clue. I cannot wait until Just Press Play on Tuesday. Cannot wait to show Pisco that fucking clip.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say one.
Oof. So he was spitting pretty hard for a second there. He was coming in hot as fuck, and he said a lot of things that were really important and that this audience needs to hear. I wish he would have signed it off by saying, I wish Anna would have leaned into that a little more, which is clearly what he believes, but he could tell that he was about to, really ruffle Cenk's feathers, and I think he wanted to tie a nicer bow on it and be like, but Anna did great, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. Also, I'm not sure if John has actually seen, or at the time that this was recorded, I'm not sure if he'd actually seen the entirety of the interview. He might have just seen the 2 or 3 clips that Cenk selectively played on air that did make Anna look based. So it's possible that John, isn't aware of the really embarrassing moments. He might not have been watching the Vanguard mere hours before this live stream.
That's actually a great point. And really fair to point out. He might have no idea how she conducted it.
Anna shutting down Zionists. I already know what clip is going to be. I reacted to that Piers Morgan panel a few days ago. And if you go to my YouTube, you can watch the VOD where I did.
But he probably has an instinct.
Although I had some unkind words for Anna because she was anti-Semitic at different points in that.
As an inclination, an inkling that it wasn't, all lock and horns the whole time. But other than that, I thought that was a great analysis by John Iadarola, and he continues to be probably the sharpest voice left at TYT.
Yeah, 100%. And again, pay attention to the way Cenk responds to that, rant, monologue, whatever you want to call it, answer. Pay attention to how he responds, and then pay attention to
does he get annoyed
throughout the rest of the segment, because Cenk doesn't exactly throw the baton back to it.
Or does he go like, these fucking leftists, they don't let us talk to anyone without being like, cancel them, and that'll do some like fake crying.
Again, take a look.
And believe that he stopped doing that when he left Fox News. And I think he has been, as Waz pointed out, he's viciously racist. I think he's fairly anti-democratic. I think he's totally fine with a much more explicitly Christian form of government. And so all of that remains incredibly problematic and needs to be fought. I think that he's potentially a very dangerous person. Like, for instance, if he decided to run for office, I think he's somebody that needs to be taken very seriously for those reasons. But that said, he is influential. He does have a big audience. And I think that Anna, the way she presented the argument was very well calibrated to get through to the people who would listen to him.
Yeah, so I'm going to say one thing that I don't know if people will find controversial. I don't care about the arc of his career. I care if he still has opinions that are problematic and that I
don't care that he was a grifter for the vast majority of his life and was let go from Fox because they had to settle one of the most expensive lawsuits in American history. Not of great relevance to Cenk, apparently.
fight against, right? That I care a lot about. But if, he got to here in a weird way or in a disingenuous way.
A weird way. He was like a Nepo baby, and then he was a fucking bitch for Donald Trump and Tucker Carlson and Rupert Murdoch.
A wrong way. Well, if he got to the point where he's saying, let's stop the genocide and let's release the Epstein files and the American people are getting screwed.
When has he ever said, when has he ever called it a genocide? When has he ever said it needs to be stopped?
And we should.
It's all just like Zog posting anti-Israel shit. He did like and coming from a place that's clearly informed by fucking anti-Semitism. It's not some principled opposition to it. He can't even be used as a useful idiot.
Leave credit card debt
because he never speaks about Gaza, like Gazans. He never speaks about Palestinians. It's not about that.
I don't really care how he got there. I care that that's what he's telling his audience. I care that we agree on that, and I care, and I would love to get those things done. Whether any of us on the right or left is going to get it done, it's a different matter. Waz, last word.
Yeah, I mean, it's so much.
And that's kind of a weird, like
Okay, I just wanted to say that.
I watched the episode.
All right, Tim Pool says South Park Trump episode is the worst ever. 2 days ago.
I watched the episode. It's one of the worst episodes of South Park, not the worst. Remember when, I don't know how familiar you guys are with South Park. Scott Tenorman ate his parents?
Yeah.
Like, ate his parents. Cartman tricked his parents into being killed by a farmer, chopped their bodies up, and fed them to their own son. South Park was crazy. Now they did an episode where it's literally Donald Trump, and because they had Mr. Garrison as Trump, and they just, there's no jokes.
South Park has been much worse. Apparently, no. Sorry, this is the worst episode that they've ever done. And when he says worse, it's like I love when they make fun of the people that I hate, but then it sucks when they make fun of the people that I like.
To be fair, there were jokes.
Like even Joe Rogan was like, "Yeah, it was funny." If you can't even like take a joke, like allow South Park to take a jab, you're way too fucking uptight.
Not about Trump. It's just they show naked cartoon Trump, and everyone keeps saying it's a tiny penis. And then he goes, "Come on, I'm going to sue you, gang." Yeah, it's the same joke they made about Saddam.
Yeah.
They don't make any jokes about the administration.
I mean, yeah, you literally have to. Trump is such a fucking buffoon that the only way to caricature him and to not just do Trump would literally be, again, like treat him like a fucking baby. Literally, that's the only way you can get into territory where you're truly attempting to like exaggerate and satirize him and not just kind of do an imitation.
About Trump's policies. It's jokes from 15 years ago. Here's my bet. Colbert gets
why didn't they joke about Trump's policies?
Canceled because they were spending $40-50 million a year on anti-Trump commentary. But this straight-laced goody two-shoes BS does not work. They've been talking about how they need a liberal Joe Rogan forever. I'm willing to bet that these prominent liberal billionaires and corporate types were like,
the liberal Joe Rogan discourse only popped up in like the last year or so. It's not forever.
Why do people like Joe? Because he's edgy. He's off the cuff. He'll say things you're not allowed to say. How do we do this? Well, Colbert ain't it. Colbert is straight-laced and boring. It's on the nose. The South Park guys, $300 million per year they got in this deal.
Wow.
Okay. So South Park only actually made fun of Trump because they were paid to. They wouldn't have just done that because they fucking make fun of everyone and everything. No, it had to be because they were paid $1 billion to. It's the only reason why they would ever do that.
That happened. Here's my vision. They go to Matt and Trey and they say, "We want you to go full-time South Park, mock Donald Trump, make him look bad." And they went, why? And they were like, "We will pay you a lot of money." What's a lot of money?
These are the same creators that when Viacom was sued by YouTube or something like that, there was a lawsuit between Viacom that related to YouTube. They quoted the South Park creators as saying, "We do not care if our copyright is infringed upon on YouTube if it means more people watch the show, which is what we really care about." These are the same people that apparently require $1 billion to make a $1 billion deal, which didn't even all go to South Park. That doesn't even make any sense. To criticize Donald Trump, the sitting president of the United States.
We will give you $30 million a year. We don't need $30 million a year. $50 million a year. Guys, we're rich. We don't need $50 million a year. Okay. $100 million a year. And they're like, honestly, what am I going to do with that? How about we give you $1.5 billion over 5 years? And then Matt and Trey were like, really? I imagine they were like, "What do you want to do it? We want shock content that mocks Trump.
Matt and Trey pushed Paramount to keep the AI dick thing because they wanted to censor it. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, give me $1 billion. Done. And they gave him $1 billion. Now, I don't know if that's actually what happened, but it seems pretty obvious. The only problem is...
I don't know if that's what happened, but it seems pretty obvious. That's literally how Tim Pool's entire worldview, the essence of it in one single sentence. I don't have any evidence for this thing, but it seems like it's obvious that it probably happened, right?
They're phoning it in. Yeah. Here's my pitch. I would have laughed my ass off if the episode started with Trump being asked about the Epstein files, panicking and shuffling all the press out of the room and banning them, saying, "You're banned, I'm going to sue you." And then runs to a bookshelf, pulls a book, the shelf opens up, he gets in an elevator, goes down to the basement, and there's Tulsi Gabbard, Rubio, and Trump trying to resurrect Mecca Epstein because they want to use the files and use the blackmail or something like that. Instead, Trump's banging Satan. That's it. There's no jokes about anything that's happening.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that because
it's pissing you off, right? So they must have done something right. Tim Pool, famously funny, should be a writer on the show. Yeah, he should actually, what are the fucking, why haven't they hired him already?
Trump is doing enough to make a fool out of himself lately that Matt and Trey don't need to do any work on that front.
Mary.
And for 10 episodes a year at that. They scammed the shit out of it. What was it, Paramount?
I've debated this check.
10 episodes a year.
I would take that check.
That is crazy.
I would take that check. I mean, I
Wild.
I didn't watch the episode, or I haven't watched the episode yet. The fact that it's just redoing the Saddam bit is kind of
her name is Mary Todd, Mary something. She's a commentator for Tim Pool. She's like a TradCon chick. I don't know how to describe her. Who has a Tumblr aesthetic, like a 2017 Tumblr aesthetic.
Because they are generally South Park has been really funny and really creative, and so
it's kind of like how bands sell out.
I mean, maybe
they just lose that creative touch that they used to have for no explicable.
I mean, these guys
Casper the Pick Me Ghost.
5 years or something.
Yeah, you burn out
since '97.
So I mean,
330 episodes in the show. Last time I watched it, I was in middle school.
30 million an episode.
Think about that. $30 million an episode, Tim. And that's all they could pull together. The real way to think about a joke is...
Tim secretly get married and have a child or something like that. I don't know that he's married, but he does have a child. And he talked about that on his appearance on Bill Maher. Club Random.
If you can take that joke about Trump's penis or this, that, and the other, and you can swap out Trump with any other person you want to mock, and it even remotely makes sense, it can't be funny.
They did a great
that
job.
sketch that he just brought up, that's a perfect sketch because it only would apply to Trump. You couldn't put anybody else in that sketch and it'd still be funny.
That's what they used to do.
Right, so they used to do.
They've had their moments in the past few years. They did a really good job making fun of
You couldn't put anybody else in that sketch and it would be funny. I mean, it would be a different sketch than if you tried to do it with anybody else. So
Kathleen Kennedy.
What is the point of that? I don't understand. And it has we literally have an example of this. Tim already mentioned how they did that with Gaddafi or whatever. And it was funny then, but it's not funny in this instance. So even his example of why it's not supposed to be funny still doesn't fucking matter, or still doesn't work.
At Lucasfilm.
Yep.
It was Saddam. Yeah, not Gaddafi. It was Saddam.
And it was kind of nice to see that they were willing to punch at both sides.
But you're making a good point.
He touched a woman and she consented, apparently, and they have been longtime friends or something.
Based on what you were saying, James, is that the joke only applied to Kathleen Kennedy.
Correct.
Cartman is sitting in a room and they're like, "We want to do a movie about dogs. Make it gay. Make it a chick and make it gay."
Right.
And it's like. That's what she was doing. That's what she was doing. Having Trump just shake around a tiny wiener and try to bang Satan, it was literally just Saddam Hussein.
I think I was accused of that in 7th grade of having a tiny wiener and trying to bang Satan too, right?
Excoriating Paramount for giving $30 million per episode. How much? What's Tim's rate? How much did Russia give you per episode, Tim? I'd argue Paramount getting a lot more out of their engagement than the Russians got out of you. Yeah, that the fucking Tenet Media dude, fucking $400,000 a week for several months. For a licensing deal, a non-exclusive one at that, not even a sponsorship.
It wasn't funny then to me because it was so tired.
What the?
But no, I mean, that is the insult that gets tossed around, right? Yep. Your mom is so fat, that kind of thing. It can't be funny because it's so cliched.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast.
Because something is cliche doesn't mean it can't be funny. What the fuck is this coat, man? And even what they're saying, they're trying to insinuate oh, it's falling off, man. No, it hasn't. No, fucking hasn't. Let's see. The White House says South Park is not relevant, hanging on by a thread in a fourth-rate show. The $1.5 billion Paramount is reportedly paying for 5 years of streaming rights begs to differ. Is there a paywall on this? No, there's not. Perfect. Okay. Trump White House rages over South Park episode calls show fourth rate. The president cowed Paramount execs, but the company's talent is rebelling. Now the admin is melting down. This was written 3 days ago. Donald Trump's White House is melting down over Wednesday night's South Park premiere, which just so happened to attack the president's teeny tiny manhood and depict him as literally in bed with the devil, effectively taking over the role held on the shows for years by the late genocidal dictator Saddam Hussein. The left's hypocrisy truly has no end. For years, they've come after South Park for what they labeled as offensive, sick content, but suddenly they're praising the show. I mean, yeah, and now you're the screeching SJW leftist that you once decried, apparently, coming after the show, and you have zero self-awareness, even though you've identified that, yeah, the people that come after the show are fucking crybabies and losers, and you look like a fucking moron to attempt to dissect the humor or say how it's not really funny. Trump White House spokesperson Taylor Rogers told Rolling Stone in a statement this morning, just like the creators of South Park, the left has no authentic or original content, which is why their popularity continues to hit record lows. This show hasn't been relevant for over 20 years and is hanging on by a thread with uninspired ideas in a desperate attempt for attention. President Trump has delivered on more promises in just 6 months than any other president in our country's history, and no fourth-rate show can derail President Trump's hot streak. Okay. The episode came just hours after, like, why would, again, like, they will not offer comments when it comes to the use of American, consolidation of American data for Palantir, but when it comes to the South Park premiere episode where Trump is depicted with a tiny AI penis and also in bed with Satan, apparently they have time to be giving lengthy statements to Rolling Stone. Priorities. Promises made, promises kept. The episode came just hours after it was reported that Paramount had agreed to buy the global streaming rights for South Park in a 5-year deal worth $1.5 billion. The twice-impeached, repeatedly indicted president has for a decade harbored intense, mean-spirited pop culture fixations. Please tell me this hyperlinks at one point to him being, like, him tweeting at fucking Robert and Kristen Stewart over their feud, saying that Robert Pattinson was getting led around by Kristen Stewart like a dog. And that personality trait has not changed 6 months into his second administration. It would be easier to shrug off his celebrity obsessions as mere cattiness if waging war on late-night television and its corporate owners weren't an actual facet of his administration's sprawling project of authoritarianism and fear. Prior to the White House statement, Rolling Stone had asked several Trump advisors if clips of the latest South Park episode had been circulating among Trump's staff. One senior administration official replied, of course, noting how much their phone had lit up about it. A Trump advisor also said they'd seen it and that as a longtime fan of the series, they found it disappointing. Give me a fucking break. How are you falling for this? How are you walking into their fucking trap door? You were so fucking idiotic to actually demonstrate to South Park and to the American public that it actually got under your skin. But of course, I can't say I'm surprised. Every single fucking authoritarian government falls into this trap. They cannot handle the criticism. They're so fucking thin-skinned. Trump recently secured a hefty payout from Paramount to settle his meritless lawsuit against CBS's 60 Minutes based on his claims that the show selectively edited an interview with former Vice President Kamala Harris, his 2024 opponent, to make her look better. The agreement is part of a broader pattern of major corporations settling Trump's baseless lawsuits, agreeing to shovel millions of dollars into his presidential library fund to accommodate the president. The Paramount settlement comes as the outfit seeks regulatory approval for its merger with Skydance and appears to contain more than just a payout to Trump's library fund. According to Trump, the deal includes a $16 million settlement as well as $20 million, quote, from the new owners in advertising, PSAs, or similar programming. I mean, I really wish these fucking companies would not appease him or settle because these are meritless lawsuits, but gotta love capitalism, prioritize short-term gains over literally anything else. South Park specifically skewered because like all he's doing is like being incentivized to launch frivolous lawsuits, and it's just cheaper for them to settle it and make it go away than it is for them to fight it on the merits. South Park specifically skewered the reported PSA arrangement on Wednesday. The episode concluded with an AI-generated PSA showing a fully nude Trump wandering the desert with a teeny tiny penis. Paramount has faced mounting criticism over its efforts to cozy up to Trump. The executive producer of 60 Minutes quit in April, saying he was no longer allowed to make independent decisions running the show. The company's move to part ways with host Stephen Colbert and permanently end The Late Show has created an uproar too. Earlier this week, Colbert responded to a Truth Social post from Trump in which the president said he hoped he was the reason Trump had been fired. Go fuck yourself, Colbert said. I didn't even remember that he had said this. I didn't know that he had said, like, he hopes that he's the reason why. I hadn't followed the Colbert stuff closely. But yeah, massive fucking cope. Massive fucking cope. All right, let's do PBD, Laura Loomer. Strap the fuck in.
Imagine being able to build.
No. Trump built their careers. Laura Loomer slams Epstein cover-up, questions Trump's team, and rips DOJ. This was 4 days ago. Laura Loomer joins Patrick Bet-David to drop explosive truth bombs, slamming the Epstein cover-up, questioning Trump's inner circle, and tearing into the DOJ, plus her fiery take on how Trump built the careers of some of his fiercest critics. She will also argue at some point in this, not because I pre-watched it, because I saw a clip uploaded to the channel when I was looking for the VOD, that actually it's America first still to be pro-Israel. So very curious to hear how we make the case for that.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed I could take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here. You are 101% right there. I don't think I've ever said this before.
I'm cringing at this opening. Why? This is so cool. This is awesome.
Laura Loomer, how are you?
Doing well. Thanks so much for having me.
Yes, we've been looking forward to this. The Laura Loomer who knows all the stories in the White House. We don't know how, but somehow, some way you get the story.
Vinny was pro cover-up. Yeah, this might actually be interesting. You know, he was actually the only one saying that he was disappointed. Adam was the one that was basically pro cover-up.
You got the scoop.
So how is that? How is it that you got people fired at the White House? You know, you see videos with you walking up, President hugs you, and the next thing you know, Mike Waltz, a bunch of guys getting fired. How do you get all this kind of intel?
Well, look, I've been doing what I do as an
investor. Just me, or is her face a bit unnatural? Yeah, she actually doesn't look that insane here, but there are other photos where she straight up looks like fucking Saw. Oh, wait. Maybe I shouldn't search that. I don't want to get Gara. Hold on. Let me search in a different tab. Laura Loomer. Saw meme. This is some, like, there are better comparison photos like this shit, man. This is an actual picture of her that's not edited. That is her face, but sometimes depending on how she does her makeup. It is like more Purge mask to me. And this is how she used to look.
Investigative journalist for the last 12 years and working in grassroots political activism, running for political office myself twice in the state of Florida, and also just being a day one Trump supporter, really, since
these are edited, LOL, but they're really funny. Yeah, the one, which is it? I'm pretty sure this is edited, but this one, the fact that this one isn't is insane.
Went down those golden escalators at Trump Tower. You meet a lot of people, right? And just like you're a great networker, I also have spent a lot of time throughout my life networking and developing sources and nurturing relationships with sources. And it's really wild, right? Where my life has taken me. I honestly didn't think that I was ever going to be able to make a comeback after being completely canceled everywhere for years, being really the canary in the coal mine for cancel culture, shut down on all these platforms. But it's been a whole new lease on life since Elon Musk gave me back my X account in 2022.
Everybody else gave it back as well, meaning Facebook, Instagram, Uber, Lyft. You're back with everybody?
No, not everybody, just Elon.
Wait, you're not back on Facebook?
No.
Only X?
Yeah, only X.
And have you tried to go to these guys to find out why they're not giving it back to you, or no?
Yeah, I've had conversations with their consultants, and they hired a bunch of GOP consultants. Facebook did after Zuckerberg had his makeover, and now he's a cool guy, right? All of a sudden he's MAGA. He took the tampons out of the boys' bathrooms at Meta, so he thinks that all of a sudden we're going to forgive him for years of censorship and election interference. But no, they never gave me back my account.
I mean, if you were smart, you actually would be fine with that and take an ally wherever you can get them, because it would actually help you to have Mark Zuckerberg on your side.
And when they said that they were going to lift all the censorship, I wanted to test it. So I went and I created an...
She feels reborn after having her Twitter account reactivated. This is her whole life. You have to remember, these people, this is their entire life.
Instagram account just to kind of test the boundaries. But, and I've gotten a few thousand followers since I created this new account 2 months ago. It was really just a test to see if they were really serious about not censoring people anymore. But I wish I had my old account back. I had a massive account. So
is this account still on? Like they're not bothering you with this new account?
I don't really post on it much. I just use it for research when I'm investigating people and looking into people and breaking stories. But so far, so good.
So
investigating people breaking stories, bitch. What? Name one fucking story that you've broken that you didn't make up yourself.
Idea of getting people to trust you with intel. Okay, that's a skill set. Now, I think you worked with Project Veritas and you worked with InfoWars.
I worked for Project Veritas. So
yeah, two reputable outlets, always awesome. James O'Keefe's joint, Project Veritas, literally just a right-wing propaganda disinfo outlet, and then Alex fucking Jones's InfoWars. Quite a resume you've got there.
To college in Miami, Florida, and ended up. They actually paid me to quit my job. So I was working for a Fox News affiliate called
Research on X. Sure, she means like asking Grok questions.
Channel 7 News in Miami, Florida, when I was in college. So I went to school full time and I also worked full time. So I was taking 21 credits a week and also working 40 hours a week at the news station. And
what year is this? This is 15.
This was in 2014.
Okay.
Whoa, you went to school and had a job? Crazy.
14.
And then ultimately, when I was studying broadcast journalism and political
science.
That
actually is hard, but these are the same types of people that are always either like downplaying how difficult that is or never had to actually work a full-time job and get school, because usually like right-wing grifters are like fucking, they're Nepo babies and come for money.
I was the president of...
But it's like you're doing a thing that like, yeah, the majority of people have to do. You realize that, right?
Republicans at Barry University in Miami. And I did this expose on my university, and I ended up getting invited to a political conference in Palm Beach. And that's where I met James O'Keefe. And we stayed in touch. And ultimately, he asked me if I could hop on a plane and get to New York the very next day because he wanted me to come in for an interview. And obviously,
Wow. When James O'Keefe, right-wing propaganda, sees something in you, you know you've got something special, girl.
Canceled all my classes the next day and immediately hopped on a plane and flew to New York. And I didn't even own a winter jacket. So here I am, freezing my ass off.
How big was he in 14? Was he known already?
He was
he already
known. Like the Acorn expose had already happened. The Planned Parenthood exposés had already happened. But Project Veritas definitely was not a household name. I mean, just looking around the size of this studio, it's probably the size of this. Honestly, just the size of this room. It was a tiny little office.
Wise.
Yeah, it was a tiny little office, and everybody crammed in. And there
seems kind of like a lie, though. According to Laura Loomer's Wikipedia page, activities from 2015 to 2017. In March 2015, Loomer used a concealed video camera to record her conversations with Barry University officials discussing the idea of starting a club called Sympathetic Students in support of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS. The school apparently asked only that the club's name be changed to Students in Support of the Middle East. James O'Keefe of Project Veritas, a right-wing organization known for producing secretly recorded and deceptively edited undercover audio and video investigations about media orgs and left-leaning groups, released the video of the encounter, alleging that it captured a university official unfazed by the idea of an on-campus organization to support ISIS. I mean, if you support academic freedom, unironically, you should be completely fine with an organization like this existing, but whatever. Shortly thereafter, the university suspended Loomer for violating the student code of conduct, and a professor shown in the video filed criminal charges against her for recording him without his knowledge. At the time, Loomer was an honor student in her senior year and the president of Barry University's Young Republicans Club. Yeah, but who needs that when you can start getting the grifter bucks right away from James O'Keefe? According to a Hillary Clinton campaign official, Loomer and two other women posing as Clinton supporters attempted to entrap campaign workers into accepting illegal cash donations in July 2015. The official said the campaign had complied with the law. What is this podcast, BTW? Oh, it's only the greatest podcast in the world, the PBD Podcast. Listen to him every day to get all my news. My one source of truth. No, in reality, it's right-wing slop that I am frequently fascinated by in the same way. If you've ever like driven by a car crash, you can't help but rubberneck. I'm the same way with this show. I frequently check back for updates to see what other dog shit they have turned out and if I can react to it and turn it into stream content, because it is insanely entertaining in that respect. So she said that she had like already caused controversy, but she and what's his James O'Keefe fucking collaborated, it seems. He didn't come in after.
New York, the key and also was per Project Veritas.
I think you worked with Project Veritas and you worked with InfoWars.
I worked for Project Veritas, so I went to college in Miami, Florida.
Oh, no. Okay, she said she already worked with them.
they actually paid me to quit my job. So I was working for a Fox News affiliate called Channel 7 News in Miami, Florida when I was in college. So I went to school full time and I also worked full time. So I was taking 21 credits a week and also working 40 hours a week at the news station. And
what year is this? This is 15?
This was in 2014.
Okay, 14.
And then ultimately, when I was studying broadcast journalism and political science, I was the president of the College Republicans at Barry University in Miami. And I did this expose on my university, and I ended up getting invited to a political conference in
This
Palm Beach.
expose was a manufactured controversy that, again, if you actually care about intellectual, like academic freedom, it actually shouldn't be that controversial.
And that's where I met James O'Keefe. And we stayed in touch. And ultimately, he asked me if I could hop on a plane and get to New York the very next day because he wanted me to come in for an interview. And obviously, I canceled all my classes the next day and immediately hopped on a plane and flew to New York. And I didn't even own a winter jacket. So here I am, freezing my ass off.
How big was he in 14? Was he known already?
He was
he already
known. Like
established?
the Acorn expose had already happened. The Planned Parenthood exposés had already happened. But
the Acorn thing was
Project Veritas
stupid.
definitely was not a household name. I mean, just looking around.
All of that was like fucking, like they tried to like frame that Planned Parenthood was like getting rid of like throwing away babies or like fetus bodies or whatever.
Size of the studio was probably the size of this, honestly, just the size of this room. It was a tiny little office.
business-wise.
Yeah, it was a tiny little office and everybody crammed in and there really wasn't even enough room for everybody to be in the office. So it wasn't until after the presidential election that they really blew up. And so I quit my job at the Fox affiliate and then started working undercover for him while I was a senior. And ultimately, I ended up getting kicked out of college my senior year, a month before graduation, for an expose I did on my university. And then I ended up packing all my stuff in my Jeep at the time and driving to New York. And then I immediately started working undercover in the Hillary Clinton campaign, exposing her on hidden camera. And so for 3.5 years, that's what I did. I worked for Project Veritas. I was their lead embed undercover journalist, exposing Hillary across various states.
Give me some examples on how.
Again, exposing Hillary by attempting to bribe these people, and then they didn't actually accept the illegal cash donations you tried to bait them into taking. So all you did was prove that they were willing to comply with election regulations.
You did it.
So you have to have an alias. So I had to have different identities, fake IDs.
Are you sure the story was selling the aborted fetuses? Yeah, that was the lie that they manufactured out of that. I mean, now they're even hitting Trump people, though, because Project Veritas has made videos on Pam Bondi.
You're not allowed to fill out actual FEC documentation with a fake ID, but in terms of just going into the office and interviewing and, getting a volunteer position working with the Hillary Clinton campaign, I had at least 5 different names, right? Different aliases.
That's what you did. You were a volunteer on the inside.
So I went in. The way it would work is I would say, "Oh, I want to volunteer," and you'd sign up, and then you would just be super aggressive, right, to the point where you're a super volunteer, to the point where they start to offer you positions, and that's how I became so embedded. Is they thought, "Wow, this volunteer." They didn't know I was undercover, is so dedicated. So then they tried to make me a field operative for Hillary Clinton. And I got invited to, private events with John Podesta and Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Huma Abedin, to the point where I was in the same room with some of these officials at the same time and was able to get, hidden audio and recording of Huma Abedin talking to me at the time about how they were actually going to allow for every single Syrian refugee to come into the United States. And if you recall, this is at the time when
Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, Syrian refugee. We have it, Laura Loomer. What does this refer to? What are you talking about, girl? Like, they uploaded a clip of this. Huma Abedin's. Maybe I misspelled it. Abedin. I don't even know what story this is. Thank you for subscribing, Max Thrax. I have no clue what she's talking about. It's just like, she keeps repeating it, and the only thing that mentions it again is like a source directed back to her. But I'm like, did you write an article? Do you have a video? What comment did she make?
when ISIS was on their rampage and Obama had called them the JV team. And, you had these Syrian refugees, migrants in the United States committing what Obama called workplace violence, right? And so this was one of the top 3 issues, was who was going to crack down on the Syrian invasion into our country. And I was able to get a hidden audio recording of Huma Abedin when I spoke with her at a private Hillary Clinton fundraiser. And it was actually mentioned by President Trump at the debate between himself and Hillary Clinton. So it exposed her as a liar about her immigration policy.
Okay, if I put Huma Abedin, just that, Laura Loomer. O'Keefe releases undercover video. Some Daily Caller, this is Tucker Carlson's joint, of Huma Abedin discussing Syrian refugees. How do I watch this? Here. Top aide to Hillary says, let the refugees come. This was 9 years ago, got 571,000 views. I don't know why it was so hard for me to find it, but...
But we'd also love for you to refrain from taking video and posting video. Cannot turn these people away. Cannot turn these people away. Please welcome Huma.
Project Veritas Action was at a Hillary event Wednesday night, where Huma Abedin, the vice chairwoman of the Clinton presidential campaign, took Republicans to task for worries about Syrian refugees coming to the U.S.
We were in Dallas yesterday. I met this young man, and he says, I've been a lifelong Republican. But you know what I realized when I started listening to Ben Carson and Donald Trump and Ted Cruz? Gotta prove you're a Christian to be a refugee in this country. Great. We are a country of immigrants who welcome people. And when you listen to the Republicans, and this is my battle cry, it is really scary on the other side.
When we were able to catch the vice chairwoman after her speech, she made it clear that Hillary is all in favor of allowing Syrian refugees into the country.
I hate public Thank you so much for addressing this.
Okay, Laura Loomer said she wants like every single refugee or whatever, but even if she did, so what? Cool, base, this is supposed to be bad.
Syrian refugee crisis, because honestly, Islamophobia is rampant, and you have to promise me, like, if Hillary is elected president, she's going to do everything she can to let these Syrians in, because the Republicans are doing everything they can to ban them.
Oh, and by the way, it's not just Republicans, there are some Democrats who are scared too. We need to have leadership on this. We cannot turn these people away.
And I think the Syrian people know that Hillary's the answer for them too. I think they know.
The alternative. We're going to be an isolationist country, and we're turning everybody away. It is not okay.
That kind of talk is music to the ears of the Syrian men we met in Athens, Greece recently.
You guys must really.
I mean, it's music to my ears as an American voter that's completely fine with that. That was like the big expose.
We expose them saying things
like again, say like not even like saying the quiet part out loud, just like reiterating that like, yeah, we're fine with taking in refugees from countries that are like destabilized and people are fleeing persecution and violence. What?
Like Bedford.
I realized to these people as read that it's like an evil and like bad thing. I just thought that there would be something that was more shocking in that than her just being like, oh yeah, we don't want to be isolationists. We should help these people.
Forgiveness instead of asking for permission when registering illegal aliens to vote. I caught a lot of things on camera. I got one of the election supervisors in Manhattan on camera admitting that the Democrats bus people in Chinese and Islamic and Hispanic neighborhoods so that they can commit voter fraud. And a lot of this stuff was, front page news. It dominated the news cycle.
What kind of background check did they do on you? What kind of, are they doing any vetting, references?
They didn't do any vetting. They didn't. It was shocking.
This is a presidential campaign.
Presidential campaign. No vetting. I mean, if they did vetting, then we would have never been able to get that close to Hillary Clinton with a hidden camera.
Well, and were you ever in the same room with Hillary or no?
Oh, yeah.
What was she like?
I mean, just very fake, right? Just kind of cold, fake. I was in the room with her advisors and her staff for the most part, right? With Huma Abedin, and I was in a room with John Podesta once. I mean, Hillary is just very cold, even to her own.
I was in a room with John Podesta once. Wow. Groundbreaking.
Staff, she's not very friendly. You know, those people that kind of smile and, oh, hi, how's it going? And then they just hate it. And they're like, oh, get me the hell out of here. Like that.
Yeah.
Not very happy to see her.
Okay, so like a standard politician that is doing an event to get money.
What was Bill like?
He's actually very personable. I hate to admit that because, he's such a horrible person.
In a room with D once. Have you ever been in a room with Laura Loomer? Have you ever been in a room with Paul Bet-Davidson?
But he actually is charismatic. It's kind of hard not to like him if you're in the same room with him. But he's a pervert. I remember this was when I
Conway, I'm going to ban you if you keep it up.
Had blonde hair, and I was in my early 20s just starting to work for Project Veritas because this was, almost 10 years ago now. And I was a little heavier back then, right? I've lost a lot of weight since then. And I remember that I was wearing not like a low cut shirt, but it was like a V-neck. And, you know, when you
fucking whore, probably
lose weight, you lose your boobs, right? And I remember I was like a little bit more, you know, full in the chest. And the photo that I have of me and Bill Clinton, it's kind of funny because his eyes are actually like looking at my chest. So just typical.
He's very focused. He's a very focused guy.
Very focused.
Don't flatter yourself, woman. But let's see. I wouldn't be surprised. Bill Clinton's a fucking pig. Laura Loomer. Bill Clinton looking at her chest. I've never seen a photo with her with Bill Clinton. What are you talking about? Her with Trump looking fucking freakish. She looks bizarre here, man. I have no idea what image she would be talking about.
These things he wants,
Right.
his eyes go straight to
It's
it.
a funny photo. I have it filmed in my studio, but
Is that online or no? Is there a picture of
it should be. I mean, it may, I don't know, because a lot of the stuff was on my social media before I got canceled everywhere, but it might be. I think there was like a Daily Mail article that did a story on me when I was running for Congress a couple years ago, and there was a photo.
Interesting. So you're in there. So you're working with Project Veritas. So what was it like working for James O'Keefe versus Alex Jones? They're both extremely creative, brilliant, and they're very good marketers. The way they get things done, brilliant. But what was it like working with James versus Alex?
So I wasn't formally employed by InfoWars and Alex Jones. I was more of a contributor, like in the field contributor. And back in the day, you know, before the bankruptcy and before the Sandy Hook lawsuit and before all the censorship, like before they completely got shut down everywhere, InfoWars used to do a lot of contests, and they used to build up a lot of independent journalists. And so if you had videos, you could submit it to them, and they would actually pay you for your content. And so that's what I would do, because when I left Project Veritas, I started my own media company, and that's how I was able to survive, really, is I would do content, and then I would submit it to InfoWars, and then InfoWars would pay me for my content, and then they would air it. And that's how I was able to support myself when I went independent, when I was trying to figure everything out. James, he's an amazing person. He's like a brother to me. He's extremely creative, extremely intelligent. He really taught me the basics about.
Do you think she has to say he's like a brother because he's like tried to come on to her and she's like having to like reiterate that they're like, it's not like that?
About intel gathering and how to develop a cover and how to, you know, protect a source and the importance of protecting a source. And obviously I learned all this stuff when I was studying journalism in college, but.
On the photo she's referring to, yes, thank you. Let's see. Florida conservative firebrand Laura Loomer, 27, tells why she was banned from Twitter, PayPal, and Uber, and had her bank account frozen for anti-Muslim hate speech and dyed her blonde hair. She advised to become youngest person in Congress. This was October 20th, 2020. Oh my God, 27. This woman is like a year older than me in this picture. Jesus Christ. Why do we have like your family album here? I missed it? Where? It's the left picture. Oh, this. He was not staring at her. He doesn't even look ready for this. Right out of college, Loomer infiltrated Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign and eventually filed a finance violation against the former First Lady for accepting a donation from a foreigner. Again, that's all she did. She filed it. But nothing came of it. She was brave to submit these. Again, yeah, this is before the work. This never happened. When she's like wearing a low-cut thing, and she was like acting like she had hella cleavage out and that Bill Clinton was like ogling her. This is not even that. He doesn't even look like he knew that the photo was being taken.
It's completely different when you're in the field. And I mean, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. And I was there from the beginning, right? Before all the scandals and, you know, the attempted coup to push him out of his own company. And so I know the things that they say about James O'Keefe are not true, right? Because he's one of the best people I know. And
Yeah, they were trying to push him out because he was a fucking like alleged embezzler on top of it.
Look, I don't know how it is for you because obviously you work in business and you venture into politics with your podcast. But if you work in politics, you don't really have a lot of friends. Honestly, people are very fake, and people will sell you under the bus or down the river to make a buck. I mean, there's no loyalty in this industry.
Throw you under the bus? They should throw you under the bus.
And I've met a lot of people. I've met everybody, really, just like you've probably met everyone. I could tell you stories about everyone. And
I met everyone. It's like I've been in rooms with these people. I saw them for 2 seconds because I was like pretending to be a volunteer at these events. It's not like she personally met all of these fucking people. What stories? What are you sitting on?
I'd say that out of all the people I've met and all the people who I considered a friend or an ally or, an acquaintance, James O'Keefe is the one person that has truly been my friend. I mean, he really, honestly.
Out of everybody.
Out of everybody.
We've had James on
He's
3
like
times.
the most loyal person I know.
Really?
The most loyal.
Okay, so when you're saying intel gathering, okay, you went to school, you learned it from school and from James. What are some methods of intel gathering?
Well, I used to do a lot of undercover work. I don't do undercover work so much anymore. But
there's not intel gathering. There's only controversy manufacturing. She asks leading questions. She does not actually stumble in or uncover controversy. She just is an agent provocateur that attempts to generate it for clicks and views disingenuously. And I'm fine. You're free to do that, but expose these people or whatever. But it never results in anything. These all seem like nothing burgers.
Like I said, when I was undercover, had to develop.
And James O'Keefe, the guy who reported on Pam Bondi at the restaurant where she casually spilled Epstein's secrets. She didn't casually spill Epstein's secrets. She said lots of people are going down. I have all of this. But yes, it was James O'Keefe behind that. But somebody went up to her and was like, "Are you going to arrest Jeffrey Epstein?" Or not arrest Jeffrey Epstein. Are you going to release the files or something?
A cover. Like I said before, I'm originally a blonde. So I had my
It's tough
blonde
for you to
hair.
recover now.
It's hard to recover, yeah, because, eventually I had long blonde hair and then I had to cut it off because if you get burned, eventually you get burned when your stories come out. Because when your stories come out, eventually the subjects are going to realize that you were recording them.
When is she getting the face transplant?
So in order to
so she can go back undercover, she's too valuable of an intelligence asset to not do that. She's done all this shit to her face. Couldn't hurt.
Going undercover throughout the election season, I had long blonde hair. I had to chop my blonde hair off and then have short hair. Then I dyed it brown. Then I dyed it black. And then, it's very hard to go back after you dye your hair black to bleach blonde hair like I used to have. So dyeing your hair, developing a different color.
How are you telling PBD this? Yes, it's very hard to go from black to blonde. He gives a shit.
Using disguises, of course, but also just having a believable alias. You have to be in it for the long term.
Why does her face look like that? Because of her commitment to the bit, so she could remain undercover and people would be none the wiser, so they wouldn't even be able to recognize her past self.
Operations, and then there's what we used to call the smash and grabs operations. Those, of course, were, you go to an event and you meet somebody, you're at a bar, they're drinking, they're drunk, you're probing them for information, and then they give you a soundbite or something that's pretty damning. They used to call me the queen of the smash and grabs at Project Veritas.
Catching corrupt politicians is needed. Yeah, but she doesn't do that.
Because I was the best at getting into all the events that were kind of impossible to get into or getting to the front of the line and then getting these people on camera very quick, right? A smash and grab is when you go in, you have an assignment, you get your target and you're out of there and that's that. There's no long-term relationship building, no long-term, image development, anything like that. But for the more long-term operations, you have to be very patient. You have to be willing to sometimes be embedded for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. I mean, the longest I was ever embedded was an entire year for one operation.
To be that embedded in the Hillary Clinton campaign, I wonder how many, did she actually have to do a bunch of door knocking? Do you think that she distributed Hillary Clinton campaign literature and actually sold t-shirts and all of that just so she could get access to that inner circle for what? For a clip of a Democratic staffer saying that I support refugees being brought in. Oh, fuck, I missed your donation. Really, hold on. But Jimberly, thank you for the $5. Trying to read your message, but you have to put in YouTube chat what you said because it doesn't want to let me. I can't look back at what it says.
And you also have to not be spooked easily, because you can imagine the idea of wearing a hidden camera is it sounds a lot easier than it actually is. And there were a lot of people who were interviewed by Project Veritas to work for James O'Keefe who ultimately failed the test because they had such severe anxiety when they put a hidden camera on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So some people, when they put it on, they get nervous, and you can tell
I
they
mean,
got
a lot
it
of
on.
people quit because they thought, oh, I want to work for James O'Keefe. I want to go undercover.
Thank you for the bits, Eddie Bombay. Loomer is actually related to Odo from Star Trek, a member of a race of shapeshifts.
Where I want to do undercover journalism.
Nerds in my chat referencing Star Trek.
But they couldn't handle wearing a hidden camera.
What is the profile? When you're hiring people like that, what are you looking for? What qualities are you looking for?
Well, people who are trustworthy, people who are tenacious, people who are good on their feet.
Same thing.
When I worked at Veritas, they didn't have background checks. Now they have a very detailed process. And of course, James is in the process of trying to get Project Veritas back. So it's now OMG, O'Keefe Media Group. But towards the end of my time at Veritas, the background check process became very intense. I mean, they actually contracted and hired out like former CIA officials, former FBI officials, former foreign intel officers.
Grifters, then? Why the fuck would any former CIA intelligence officer worth their salt be allying with James O'Keefe's Project Veritas?
To come in and assist with training. We did a training exercise at Eric Prince's ranch, I believe out in Wyoming, if I recall. Yeah,
he's
so
fully qualified.
Okay, Jimberly, thank you for the $5. The message was, I heard Laura got this face to go undercover as a gnarled foot. Many people are saying this. She's just really committed to the truth.
Did you guys ever have anybody?
We did actual intel and at one point firearms training as well. And so when I first started at Project Veritas, though, that didn't exist. It was after the presidential election when, Veritas became a household name. And
we're seeing that video, Laura Loomer hitting on some Republican at a press conference and Charlie Kirk's in the background. No, what's this?
You guys look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Wait, so you're not Aryan?
Please hate me.
It's fine.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners.
That's so bad.
Like, they're not even like really trad life.
That was like more scathing than anything that she's ever fucking exposed. Jesus Christ.
They received a really big...
She was like clearly wasted as well.
Cash infusion, because we published the October surprise that really, even CNN said, helped lead to President Trump's victory.
This is which one? This is the laptop?
This is the Democracy Partners. This was in 2016.
He's not interested because he's a Nazi BTW. It's Mike Ma. No, he said it's okay because she's hot. He definitely meant that.
The Democracy Partners expose, where we did a long-term undercover operation of a guy named Scott Fogle and Bob Creamer, this group called Democracy Partners, and caught them on camera talking about how they were essentially going to facilitate a voter fraud scheme to help Hillary Clinton get elected.
Wouldn't that be crazy if there was a fucking president who did like a fake elector scheme or something like that to told their followers that they didn't actually lose an election? Could you imagine if something that crazy fucking happened? Well, imagine if Democrats would like attack the Capitol. It'd be fucking insane.
President, and also caught them on camera admitting how they paid agitators to show up to Trump rallies to instigate violence in something that they called bird dogging.
Okay, so what are you if not a fucking agitator paid by James O'Keefe to go and infiltrate these campaigns and attempt to get dirt on them and manufacture controversy, but it's when other people do it, it's not fair?
That they could try to create political violence at Trump rallies to create a false image that Trump supporters were violent. So we got them all on camera admitting this. It was a massive story. Sting video purports to
it's a massive story. Sting video purports to show Democrats describing how to commit voter fraud. Yeah, massive story.
Show Democrats, yeah.
Isn't this Trump's side? Allegedly. They've been photographed together.
Big expose. I mean, even CNN was forced to cover it. And ultimately, it was a massive blow to Hillary's campaign.
This ain't Comey. This ain't Comey. Those two were not good for her. But did you guys ever hire people that they came in and they try to infiltrate Project Veritas to learn about what was going on the inside?
No, because the vetting process was so strict at Project Veritas that never would have been able to happen.
Even at the beginning?
Yeah.
Got it. Because you're saying later on you got some CIA people to train, but maybe in the beginning somebody would try to get in there.
Yeah, because they still did basic level background checks, but it wasn't anything as intense as. I mean, we at one point in time they were making people do polygraph tests and be interviewed by the people who were out of Washington, D.C. I remember they actually flew all of the potential hires and people that passed the first and second round of the vetting process at Project Veritas to Washington, D.C. to sit down for an interview with the people that did the polygraph test on the 9/11 conspirators.
Wow.
So these are people who have interviewed, actual convicted terrorists, really bad guys, right? And that's the level of vetting that Project Veritas did towards the end when I, finished working there.
Listen.
They hired actual operatives, people that worked with the FBI, the CIA.
Very impressive.
Project Veritas, former CIA, FBI. Let's see. I mean, here's AP reporting an ex-FBI agent and Pentagon contractor sues over secret recording showing him criticizing Trump.
Foreign intel, yeah, foreign
the
intel.
catalog of the stuff that's been done is very impressive.
It's not like I'm some armchair investigative journalist. Oh, here I am investigating online, finding receipts. I mean, I have had.
That is literally what you are, bitch. What the fuck else would you describe yourself as? She was like, I do my research on Twitter. What do you even mean?
Actual formal training, right?
Well,
formal training.
Okay, just because you have formal training does not mean that you are actively doing that. Just because you're restricted by what the media allows you to do.
People mock you, and the more and more you keep showing up and stories happen.
She's so brave. He is right that despite no matter how much people dunk on her for her fucked up face that she paid somebody to botch, no matter how many times she presents a nothing burger to the public, doesn't seem to ever discourage her or cause a moment of self-reflection to occur, God forbid, because she keeps showing up, doing all the same shit.
Gradually, it's kind of like, well, maybe this girl actually is getting real intel and she's getting information. Like, for example, the Walt situation.
She's 100% setting herself to be sued for defamation here. This is criminally sued. No, that would be really, really stupid for anybody to sue her for defamation. She would fucking love that. She'd have a field day. It would cause a resurgence in her career. They should completely fucking ignore anything that she says. She's already discredited.
Security Council. How did that happen? When all of a sudden you're like, I think you got people on the inside that are on, then the picture shows up.
Reminds me of the gun girl, the one that shit her pants at the party, deep cut. Oh, what's her name? Catherine Bennett, something like that.
He's texting others,
right.
Messaging others. How did that happen?
Who I'm pretty sure is also fucking married to a gay dude, but whatever.
Well, obviously, that was a huge blunder by Michael Waltz. And then when the reporter started publishing the images of the Signal chats, I saw that Alex Wong, who was his deputy, was the creator of the chat. And so I started doing some digging into Alex Wong and quickly discovered things that were massive red flags. I mean, he has family connections to the CCP. His father-in-law, who has since passed away, was tied to AsiaSat, which was, the largest satellite company in Asia that controls all the satellites for the Chinese military, right? The Chinese Communist Party's military, People's Liberation Army. You had his wife, who was involved in persecuting and prosecuting J6ers under the Biden administration. And ultimately, my investigation landed on the desk of Donald Trump. And then I got a phone call one day from President Trump after he had an Oval Office meeting with Michael Waltz about Signalgate, and he asked me if I would come to Washington, D.C. to brief him on these matters. And so I brought a list of names with me to the White House, and I had an Oval Office meeting with President Trump, and I brought a packet, as the media reported, and I was in the room, and there were multiple people there. It was Susie Wiles, Sergio Gore, a couple congressmen, a few people, and eventually Michael Waltz himself walked into the room, and everybody knows what happened next. You got the NSA director fired.
What was his reaction? Is he trying to plead that that's not true, this is not what I did? Or is it kind of like he got caught?
Like Michael Waltz used to text me. He used to talk to me. Not anymore. So he didn't even want to look at me when I was in the room because he knew why I was there. And he kept on saying, I did the vetting. Well, obviously you didn't do vetting, right? My problem is like, who's doing the vetting, right? No one's really doing the vetting. And this is the problem. And so this is what has happened since the beginning of the administration. There's a vetting crisis. We saw this during the first term. And now we've even seen it on steroids in the second term, where people in key intel roles, national security roles, people who are supposed to be in the intel agencies and the Department of Defense and these key roles protecting the president, all of these positions that we saw weaponized by Obama and Joe Biden to attack Donald Trump, they haven't cleaned house. And so Obviously, President Trump, I mean, I don't want to disclose the contents of a private meeting with the president, but he was pissed off. He was very pissed off, and he instructed people to be fired.
Okay, apparently they actually have had former, like, intelligence people. Project Veritas and the line between journalism and political spying. Documents show how the conservative group worked with lawyers to gauge how far its deceptive reporting practices could go before running afoul of federal laws. This was an article published in November 2021. Hours after FBI agents searched the homes of two former Project Veritas operatives last week, James O'Keefe, the leader of the conservative group, took to YouTube to defend its work as the stuff of responsible ethical journalism. We never break the law, he said, railing against the FBI's investigation into members of his group for possible involvement in the reported theft of a diary kept by President Biden's daughter, Ashley. In fact, one of our ethical rules is to act as if there are 12 jurors on our shoulders at all times. Project Veritas has long occupied a gray area between investigative journalism and political spying, and internal documents obtained by the New York Times reveal the extent to which the group has worked with its lawyers to gauge how far its deceptive reporting practices can go before running afoul of federal laws. The documents, a series of memos written by the group's lawyer, detail ways for Project Veritas sting operations, which typically diverge from standard journalistic practice by employing people who mask their real identities or create fake ones to infiltrate target organizations, to avoid breaking federal statutes such as the law against lying to government officials. The documents show, for example, Project Veritas operatives' concerns that an operation launched in 2018 to secretly record employees at the FBI, Justice Department, and other agencies in the hope of exposing bias against President Donald J. Trump might violate the Espionage Act, the law passed at the height of World War I that has typically been used to prosecute spies. Because intent is relevant and broadly defined, ensuring PV journalists' intent is narrow and lawful would be paramount in any operation. The group's media lawyer, Benjamin Barr, wrote in response to questions from the group about using the dating app Tinder to have its operatives meet government employees, potentially including some with national security clearances. Jesus Christ. The fact that they were sending people on fucking, like, private dates with them, not just, like, trying to get into, like, the offices to talk to them, like, actually trying to, like, get in bed with them to get the shit. And for what? To prove bias against President Donald Trump? That's not a fucking, I mean, like, they're trying to prove it from, like, the government or whatever, but it's like, I mean, if the Democrats are there, then there's a bias, sure. If a separate July 2017, but, like, again, that's not a revelation. It's a bias. Like, would I be exposing that Republicans are biased against Democrats? No shit. Fork found in kitchen. Water is wet. In a separate July 2017 memorandum, Mr. Barr emailed a representative of the group that the criminal statute involved false statements to federal officials, quote, continues to be an expansive, dangerous law that inhibits Veritas's operations. The documents give new insight into the workings of the group at a time when it faces potential legal peril in the diary investigation and has signaled that its defense will rely in part on casting itself as a journalistic organization protected by the First Amendment. The FBI last week searched the homes of Mr. O'Keefe and two former Project Veritas operatives, Eric Cochran and Spencer Meads, as part of the investigation into the reported theft of Ms. Biden's diary. Mr. O'Keefe has acknowledged receiving a grand jury subpoena in the case. Mr. O'Keefe and his lawyer, Paul Cawley, hell of a name, Paul Cawley, revealed new details about the diary investigation and FBI search to Sean Hannity on Fox News on Monday. During the interview, Mr. Cawley said that Project Veritas had paid for the right to publish the diary, but was unable to confirm it belonged to Ms. Biden, and ultimately decided not to go ahead with the story about its contents. Excerpts from the diary were later published by another conservative website. One of the I guess I've never heard of this. I guess nothing came of it, or there was nothing revelatory in it. One of the crimes listed on Mr. O'Keefe's search warrant was transporting material across state lines, his lawyer said. There's a criminal statute against taking stolen goods from one state to another, so they turn these into, like, federal cases. Mr. O'Keefe said the FBI took his phones, which had confidential donor and source info. He said that neither he nor his group had done anything wrong and that the FBI searches were an assault on the First Amendment. The legal documents obtained by the Times were written several years ago, at a time when Project Veritas was remaking itself from a small operation running on a shoestring budget to a group more closely modeled on a small intelligence gathering organization. During the Trump administration, the group saw a flood of new donations from both private donors and conservative foundations and hired former American, British, and British intelligence and military operatives to train Project Veritas agents in spycraft. So I cannot believe that this is actually true. I thought she might be exaggerating. No, I shouldn't say that. I did believe that it was true, but I was like, how much credibility does that lend? Because you can find grifters like this that were like former intelligence or whatever, that make a career out of, like, being like ex-CIA agent says or predicts whatever. In a statement issued by one of its lawyers, Project Veritas said, quote, "It stands behind these legal memos and is proud of the exhaustive work it does to ensure each of its journalism investigations complies with all applicable laws. The statement said the work reflects Project Veritas' dedication to the First Amendment, which protects the right to gather information, including about those in power." Okay, but you have to use deceptive means. You are training your people in like spycraft. Are you really surprised that, yeah, it's a legal gray area, and you clearly fucking know this because you're consulting with a lawyer to make sure that all of your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. Project Veritas is suing the New York Times over a 2020 story about a video the group made alleging voter fraud in Minnesota. Most news organizations consult regularly with lawyers, but some of Project Veritas' questions for its legal team demonstrate an interest in using tactics that test the boundaries of legality and are outside the mainstream reporting techniques. Exactly. This is perfect. Exactly. In a February 2018 memo, Mr. Barr said he was writing in response to questions from the group about the use of Tinder, quote, to meet prospective agents of the deep state or those with national security clearances. The document discussed the perils of the Espionage Act at length and warned that Project Veritas should not try to obtain or publish any information related to national security. In addition, as more homelessness wasn't solved, therefore NGOs did nothing. Pensive Goat, you have to be really, really far behind in the VOD if that's what you just put in YouTube chat. Because that was in like the Anna Kasparian Tucker Carlson section. In addition, as more facts and developments occur in these investigations, further legal consultation is advised, the memo stated. The Times previously reported that in the summer of 2018, Project Veritas had provided the money to rent a luxurious house in Georgetown, a convenient base for female operatives going on dates with federal employees at the FBI. Literally like an OF model, like house, like a bop house, but for the fucking people that will like pimp themselves out to get dirt on like government employees. YouTube has more delay than Twitch. Okay, that's not just YouTube delay anymore. I did that segment like probably an hour ago at this point. In September of 2018, Project Veritas released a video as part of a series called Deep State Unmasked. One of the documents mentions Richard, a likely reference to Richard Seddon, a former MI6 officer. Mr. Seddon was recruited to join Project Veritas in 2016 by Eric Prince, the military contractor and brother of Betsy DeVos, who I had no idea was involved with this in a weird way that's bizarre, who served as education secretary during the Trump administration. In 2017, Mr. Seddon trained Project Veritas operatives at Mr. Prince's family ranch in Wyoming, according to training docs and former operatives. He helped oversee a surge in hiring, often interviewing prospective employees at an airport in Cody, Wyoming, close to Prince Ranch. Mr. Seddon, who lives in Wyoming, left Project Veritas in mid-2018 to conduct his own political spying operations in Wyoming and Colorado against Democrats and Republicans who are considered insufficiently loyal to Mr. Trump. Okay, what name it? Like I can name like a few Democrats that are like, you know, Trump's strongest soldier. Previously fucking like Henry Cuellar, from Texas, or Joe Manchin sometimes, but it's like basically a given. Most Democrats are not going to like Trump. That operation was funded at least in part by Susan Gore, a wealthy conservative and an heiress to the Gore-Tex fortune, according to people familiar with her role. Ms. Gore has publicly denied funding the operation. She is the founder of a conservative organization called the Pillar of Law Institute, of which Mr. Barr, the Project Veritas lawyer, is president. In another legal document, one about attending campaign events with the Secret Service vets attendees, the group is told its operatives could not use phony names or false pretenses. I believe going backstage or to closed events that require ID to the Secret Service is an invitation for a 1001 charge, the memo said, referring to the federal law against lying to government officials, adding that in some cases the group might be able to prevail in court using a First Amendment challenge. The memo warned the Project Veritas employee, "I do not expect getting as close to the line as you suggest, broadly speaking, is a good opportunity for a test case." Mr. O'Keefe likes to describe himself as a crusading journalist exposing wrongdoing, targeting liberal groups and Democratic politicians. He has boasted on social media that he is building, quote, the next great intelligence agency. This is Jeremy Scahill of, I think, Dropsite News. Yeah. Eric Prince trained James O'Keefe and Project Veritas at his ranch in Wyoming. Here is Agent 00 Stupid posting about it. James O'Keefe literally tweeting out, "With at Project Veritas' special training, we will be the next great intelligence agency." This fucking LARP, dude. They're so stupid. Mr. O'Keefe's operatives use fake identities and secret recordings to ensnare unsuspecting targets. In the legal documents, Mr. Barr repeatedly refers to Project Veritas employees as operatives or agents, as well as journalists. I mean, this is how fucking Laura Loomer has referred to herself multiple times, right? In 2017, Project Veritas began airing undercover footage of Times employees in a series called American Pravda, Pravda? What does this mean? Pravda is a Russian broadcast newspaper and was the official newspaper of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It was one of the... look at me. I'm like the best communist ever, you guys. I don't even know my own like tanky history. Does this go to show you that I'm not fucking tanky? I should know stuff like that. In one case, the Times editor in London was secretly recorded by two operatives who are identified by a former Project Veritas employee as James Atherton and Thor Holt. This name sounds familiar. Mr. Holt did not respond to a request for comment, and Mr. Atherton cannot be located. Ominous. The documents show that Project Veritas has sought legal advice from a lawyer in London about conducting an undercover investigation using, quote, covert recording of audio and video. The lawyer said there was no problem using a fake name, and the proposed operation would most likely be lawful in England and Wales. The Times provided copies of some of the legal memos to Bill Gruskin, a professor at the Columbia Journalism School and former deputy managing editor of the Wall Street Journal and executive director at Bloomberg News. Mr. Gruskin, who has written about Project Veritas, said that some of Mr. Barr's memos provided, quote, pretty good advice, particularly about when it is permitted to record phone conversations and other tactical recommendations. He said that the undercover nature of Project Veritas' work was more problematic. It opens you up to the charge that you've been intentionally deceptive and you lose your moral standing. I mean, what does that mean, though? As far as, like, if this is a legal question, what the fuck, who even cares about, like, a moral standing, right? These people are not moral people, nor do they care about that. They're, like, the scum of the earth, and they're proud of it. Every newsroom I've ever worked in has basically said undercover journalism was unacceptable. I've never had a reporter tell me he wanted to pose as somebody they were not. In 2010, Mr. O'Keefe and 3 others pleaded guilty to a federal misdemeanor after admitting they had entered a government building in New Orleans under false pretenses as part of a sting operation. In 2016, a Project Veritas operative infiltrated Democracy Partners, a political consulting firm, using a fake name and fabricated resume. This is like their version of like Watergate. All they need is to like break into a hotel room. And made secret recordings of the staff. In his book, American Pravda, My Fight for Truth in the Era of Fake News, Mr. O'Keefe said the operative was, quote, literally living out her character in America's capital city, much as Americans overseas did in Moscow during the Cold War. Democracy Partners later sued Project Veritas. In a ruling last month, a U.S. District Court judge said that Democracy Partners could refer to Project Veritas' conduct as a political spying operation in an upcoming trial. And another thing about this is, like, apparently there were, like, legal challenges to this stuff coming out. Because a judge had temporarily blocked New York Times from publishing Project Veritas materials. This was reported November 18, 2021, so about like a week after that was published. New York trial judge on Thursday temporarily blocked the New York Times from publishing some materials concerning the conservative activist group Project Veritas, a rare step that the newspaper said violated decades of First Amendment protections for the process. The order by Justice Charles Wood of the Westchester County Supreme Court covers memos written by a Project Veritas lawyer and obtained by the Times. Wood scheduled a hearing for next Tuesday to consider a longer prohibition against publication and whether the Times should remove references to a privileged attorney-client information in a November 11th article about PV's journalism practices. This ruling is unconstitutional and sets a dangerous precedent. Dean Baquette, the Times executive editor, said in an emailed statement, "When a court silences journalism, it fails its citizens and undermines their right to know," he added. The Supreme Court made that clear in the Pentagon Papers case, a landmark ruling against prior restraint blocking the publication of newsworthy journalism. That principle clearly applies here. We are seeking an immediate review of this decision. Baquette's statement referred the U.S. Supreme Court's 1971 rejection of the Nixon administration's bid to stop the Times and Washington Post from publishing the Pentagon Papers, which detailed U.S. military involvement in Vietnam. Bruce Brown, executive director of the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, called prior restraint among the most serious threats to press freedom and said an appeals court should vacate Wood's order if the judge does not. This is the first prior restraint entered against the New York Times since the Pentagon Papers, and it is an outrageous affront to the First Amendment. I cannot believe James O'Keefe was able to get a lawyer that was able to convince a judge that, like, yeah, they actually had a basis to, like, block New York Times from publishing that article. Project Veritas has also been involved in a U.S. Department of Justice probe in its possible role in the reported theft of a diary from President Joe Biden's daughter, Ashley. Coconut Island theory. Been a minute since I heard that one. It said in court filings that the FBI this month seized cell phones pursuant to search warrants from the homes of founder James O'Keefe and the two of the group's former members. O'Keefe suggested in a statement after Wood issued his order that the Times applied different journalistic standards in covering these searches. The papers need to decide if it's in the favor of press freedom for all or only itself, because it can't have it both ways, he said. Lawyers for Project Veritas had urged Wood to intervene after references to, descriptions of, and verbatim quotes from memos by its lawyer Benjamin Barr appeared in the Times. The group is also suing the Times for defamation over a September 2020 article describing a video it released alleging voter fraud in Minnesota. In a court filing, Project Veritas called the November 11th article a bare and vindictive attempt to harm and embarrass a litigation adversary. Times lawyers told Woods he should not impose a draconian and disfavored restriction against publication without giving the newspaper a chance to show that Project Veritas' request that was factually and legally deficient. The case is Project Veritas versus New York Times Co. et al., New York State Supreme Court, Westchester County. The case number. What is the September 20 article? Why? Project Veritas was a coordinated disinformation campaign. Researchers say, why would this be defamatory? These people are fucking enemies of the press, man.
After that meeting. And then it was Liberation Day, of course, the day that I had my meeting, and the president was in a rush because he had to finalize his speech before announcing the tariffs on the lawn of the White House. And so it was quick, but obviously the next day a lot of people were fired.
Were you there when he fired Waltz? Like, did he tell, when Waltz walked in the room, was it like, you're done? Was it?
Because they gave him some time. And Waltz technically wasn't really fired. This is the thing with the current administration is, I think, and I don't know if this is a new strategy that they've employed since the first term because they've hired.
Shouldn't you know? Aren't you a fucking genius when it comes to like intelligence gathering and undercover operations?
So many people in such, untraditional ways, rapid ways.
And I remember J.D. Vance is like, no, it's not really fired. We actually, some would say he got a bigger job of UN. I don't know what the
they're not really firing anybody. So they say that they fire people, but even the 100 people who they fired from the NSC after all of this, they just rotate them. They recycle them to other positions in the administration. I don't want to speak for the administration because I don't work for them, despite what the media says. But honestly, if I were to take a guess, it's probably because they don't want to have people blowing up the admin like they saw during the first term, where you had people go run to the media and do tell-all books and write podcasts and defect and join the Democrat Party. I mean, it was a very dramatic first term, right? Every single week, somebody was getting fired and somebody was writing a tell-all book or going on The View or going on Rachel Maddow or, doing something. Like, they don't want to have a bunch of mini John Boltons running around lambasting the president and writing tell-all books. So maybe it's a strategy. Maybe it's a strategy by the White House, by Susie Wiles, to keep people contained, which is somewhat smart, but also, in the real world, not everybody gets a prize. So it's like, I thought that we were getting rid of DEI in this administration. Are we really getting rid of DEI in the Trump administration if people get to completely screw up and keep their jobs or keep other positions, right?
Different form of DEI.
It's like a different form of DEI. You could make the argument.
Yeah.
So I think that I would prefer if we could revert back to the old Donald Trump where he used to say you're fired and that's it, you're fired, that's it, you're gone, bye. But I don't know. I'm not really a fan. When you left the room
that day, did you know that
That actually is pretty genius to frame it that way, that like that actually is a form of DEI. I'm actually surprised to see like a criticism of Trump from her.
You fired, or you didn't know until the announcement was made next day?
I mean, you could really honestly cut the tension in the room with a knife. I think that the writing was on the wall.
Was he speaking to Waltz? Was it a 30-minute meeting, 2-minute meeting, 45-minute meeting? How long was that meeting with you and Waltz in the room?
It was supposed to be an hour-long meeting. And then the meeting prior to my meeting with some senators.
Like, nobody liked that she was hanging around Trump.
Running over. And so it was about 30 minutes. And Michael Waltz walked in because he got word that I was in the Oval Office.
He got word, so he just walked in.
He just interrupted the meeting. He crashed the meeting, actually. So it was a private meeting. And he actually crashed the meeting and walked in and started trying to make his case.
Was he emotional? Was he just under control? He was emotional. Got it. I can see that. How could you listen to her? Why would you believe her? Who is she? Do you realize who I am? I would never do that to you. That kind of a vibe, or no?
I mean, more like, actually, I have it handled. It's not like you think. Oh, there's more to the story. He didn't attack me. Like I said, he didn't even speak to me when he saw me in the meeting. He wouldn't even make eye contact with me.
No, I'm sure that happens to her quite a lot.
But you could tell he was definitely heated.
Okay, so while you're...
It's so funny that she's like, I have dirt on everybody. I've met all of these fucking people. I have stories about so many people. And all of the stories, when you get into it, it's like, well, I never really talked to that person, but I could tell the blah, 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 blah. And I was just in the room with them. We never actually directly conversed. They wouldn't even look at me, actually. Like, what do you have? You don't know anything. You don't have anything. Why? Like, I can't even believe that you made it onto that. Well, like, I can't because it's PBD and there's no standards. But, dude... Like, she's not even worthy of, like, being on this show.
And this whole...
And he interrupted the meeting right as I was about to show President Trump a video. I was about to show President Trump a video to be like, well, the reason why Michael Waltz might not, have such strict standards for vetting, he says he does vetting. I don't believe him. He claims he vetted these people. Obviously not, right? Because if he vetted them, I wouldn't have been able to uncover all this stuff. That being said, I was going to make the case that maybe the reason why Michael Waltz doesn't really think that being a Trump hater is grounds for termination is because Michael Waltz himself is a Trump hater. And I was about to It's kind of weird. Michael Waltz walked into the Oval Office, right, as I was pulling out my cell phone to show Trump a video of Michael Waltz on, an ad that he filmed in 2016 saying that Donald Trump was against veterans and that, as a veteran, he thought that Donald Trump was a disgrace. And I was about to play the ad for the president in the Oval Office, and then that's when he walked in.
So he never saw it?
Oh, he saw it.
Okay.
I just had to send it another way.
So why does the president trust you so much? For him, can you imagine for him to...
Yeah, why does President Donald Trump, why has he cozied up with this crazy, nasty bitch?
Say, I want Laura Loomer to come to the White House and sit down and brief us on this. Is it loyalty? Is it consistency? Is it credibility? Is it disruption?
Definitely not that.
Why do you think that is?
I don't want to speak for the president, but I know that President Trump really values loyalty, and I've always been loyal. There's a lot of people out there who like to say, oh, I've been loyal since day one, and a lot of people owe their careers to Trump. And I've seen you talk about this too, like you have the woke right now. A lot of these people who are attacking President Trump and saying he's not America first, and calling him out, saying that he's a puppet for Israel. People that are just bad mouthing him, they owe their entire
Trump allegedly hooked up with this cult victim, clearly.
Career to Donald Trump. These people wouldn't be anything without Donald Trump putting them on the map and blowing them up. So you have a lot of ingrates in the Republican Party. And
what would you be without James O'Keefe, right? You wouldn't be anything.
A lot of people that
But I guess you do demonstrate that loyalty and fealty to him because you just glazed him for the first half hour of this.
On him. Look at Ron DeSantis, right? He owes his entire political career to Donald Trump. And then Ron DeSantis completely stabbed him in the back and ran for president and spent $500 million running against him in the middle of all the indictments and the arrest and just political persecution.
How dare you democratically challenge President Trump and a Republican primary? And we have to scold them for even doing that.
So I think that it has to do with loyalty, but also, too, I'm very aggressive. I'm a very, very aggressive
Nikki Haley, but okay, yep.
Person, which is why a lot.
She still fucking endorsed him. BTW.
A lot of people have very strong feelings about me. Some people like me. Some people, I don't really think people like me. They either love me or they hate me. It's not like...
I was going to say, she could have just stopped there and it was going to be true. I don't really think people like me. I don't think that they like you. I don't know who actually likes you.
Warm feeling, right? It's not like, oh yeah, I kind of like you or kind of don't. People either really love me or they hate me. And you'll probably see this in the comments for this podcast too. So I don't really go along to get along. And maybe President Trump sees part of himself in me. Again, I don't want to speak for him, but he's always...
Oh my God, dude. Yeah, Trump sees himself in you, okay? Delusional.
Telling me that he trusts me.
Do you think you're...
I think he trusts me. I would assume.
Listen, if he invites you to the White House and
I hope she's on some kind of amphetamine because if this is her normal speed of talking, it's at 1.20, so it's a little bit sped up.
People this is the video that we all watch. Can you play this video, Rob? This is CNN reporting on Waltz after being fired after a Laura Loomer meeting. That's literally what the description says.
Advisor Mike Waltz just got on Marine One with President Trump.
That means that literally he sees himself in her. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
But both of them declined to answer shouted questions about the several National Security Council staffers who were abruptly ousted from their jobs.
You go to that house in the back that's white,
President Trump had with the far-right activist
right
Laura
there, that's
Loomer.
you right there,
yes, she's the person who before has said things like 9/11 was an inside job and other conspiracies that she's spread.
Right you have, and that's Lutney giving you a hug. You got influence with them. So who do you think anybody on this team is more loyal to him than you are?
No. I don't know. Look, I can't speak for them, right? I can only speak for myself, but
that would be you speaking for yourself. He's asking you to compare and make an assessment of your own loyalty as opposed to the other people that fucking sycophants that Trump surrounds himself with.
Definitely say that I'm more loyal than certain people who work for him. He does have a lot of loyal people who work for him, but look, I don't want to disparage them, but I would say that I've certainly been with President Trump a lot longer than some of the people who work for him have, and that's a fact.
Got it. Were you disappointed that he didn't get a job when he got in the White House?
Well, I did get a job. That's the thing. So I did. I got hired 4 times by President Trump, and that was actually mentioned and confirmed.
2024?
Yeah.
Did Trump hire Laura Loomer 4 times? All right, we're fucking breaking out ChatGPT because I don't even know how to begin getting an answer to this question. Laura Loomer herself has publicly claimed that Donald Trump literally hired me 4 times, working with her on vetting and research projects, but in each case, she says his staff blocked the assignment and she never gained an official role in the White House. Let's see. She's like claimed this multiple times, apparently. It's a Wired article. It's like skeptical of her claiming this. I mean, just everything out of these people's mouths to fucking lie. Trump world is getting tired of Laura Loomer. They hope the president is too. Trump advisors tell Wired that their mutually beneficial arrangements with the notorious right-wing influencer may be coming to an end. This is reported on June 2nd, 2025. So this is not old. Let's see. Official. It's not totally clear what Laura Loomer, the 32-year-old conspiracy monger and right-wing media personality, means to President Donald Trump. She really doesn't like it when people call her an influencer or an advisor to the president, and technically, she's not a lobbyist, although that's becoming increasingly complicated within Trump world. Loomer is also not officially employed by the White House or the federal government. Whatever she is, Trump's advisors have officially grown tired of her, and they hope that Trump may soon too. But on a sunny California day in May, Loomer had just cemented herself as the influencer in Trump 2.0, with the ultimate feather in her cap to prove it. Just shy of a month after Loomer met with Trump in the Oval Office and successfully advocated for the firing of 6 National Security Council officials, Loomer had finally gotten what she really wanted. Mike Waltz was removed from his post as National Security Advisor. At the meeting, she had also urged Trump to fire the National Security Agency, or NSA director, and head of the U.S. Cyber Command, 4-star General Timothy Ha, which the president did not long after the NSC purge. Waltz, Huff, and the NSC officials did not reply to requests for comment. Loomer had already told the president that she thought the officials and Waltz were allegedly disloyal. In a phone call with Wired, Loomer was adamant that Waltz's appearance in a 2016 ad about veterans opposing Trump was grounds for his departure, both in private and in front of her more than 1.6 million followers on X. Again, when she got this back, this was when she was reborn. Loomer had been waging a holy war against Waltz for hiring, she alleged, individuals who have a history of anti-Trump remarks and anti-Trump associations. Dude, this type of shit. This is like a conservative, she's a firebrand. She can't be ignored. Okay. You want to talk about leftist purity testing? This doesn't hold a fucking candle to the lengths that this bitch went to get rid of people that were quote unquote disloyal. Though it took a few extra weeks after her meeting with Trump for it to finally happen, Loomer said she had successfully convinced the president, who considers her terrific and very special, in his own words, to cut loose one of the most important officials in geopolitics. Flying close to the sun, a number of Trump's advisors tell Wired that while they may have seen a certain utility in Loomer, even if they find her tiresome and off-putting, damn, hell of a caveat, their mutually beneficial arrangements may be coming to an end. With her role in the Waltz departure and her recent critiques of the Qatari government's mega jet gift, senior Republicans who interact with Trump tell Wired she's flying awfully close to the sun. Was she criticizing that? How come she's allowed to criticize this? But I guess she's criticizing the government, not Trump. As much as these sources who requested anonymity to avoid incurring Loomer's wrath believe that Loomer is reaching the end of her rope as far as her influence with the president goes, they're still aware that she possesses enough power to potentially destroy their careers with a single tweet or blog post. Damn, they're fucking scared. Until recently, Loomer had established a role as something of a digital directed energy weapon. They're scared of this person, okay? The White House would keep her at a distance, but also let her rip when it was convenient for certain factions within the West Wing. I mean, what does it say about the fucking state of MAGA politics or whatever that this insane fucking woman can be the difference between you having a successful MAGA career or not? Pathetic. The White House would keep her at a distance, but also let her rip when it was convenient for certain factions within the West Wing. Internal discontent with Waltz, in this case, was one of those instances. She overestimates and overstates her influence. An administration source with knowledge of the Waltz discussion told Wired at the time of the firing, but that doesn't mean her takes aren't ever appreciated from time to time. The White House did not answer questions from Wired about Loomer's role in personnel decisions. A source close to Trump tells Wired that, quote, Laura Loomer plays no role in the administration. The Trump superfan and MAGA version of a gonzo content creator has gone from gadfly status to something approaching a real player in just under 2 years. But her ascent was particularly rapid upon Trump's return to office. Loomer, whether Trump's MAGA advisors like it or not, couldn't be squelched. The MAGA embodiment of Arnold Schwarzenegger's I'll be back, Loomer had frustrated campaign advisors to such an extent that they had tried and mostly failed to keep her at arm's length during both the 2024 GOP primary and general elections, and she wasn't officially hired by campaign despite repeated requests. When asked by Wired what those roles were, Loomer said that the jobs were in opposition research, vetting personnel, and assisting with Panama, whatever the fuck that means. Imagine if Kamala called Hassan into the White House. Imagine if Kamala Harris was like taking Hassan along on like private jet rides. And he was like going around saying like, yeah, like I'm closer. She's hiring. She's like tried to hire me. They try to keep us at like arm's length or whatever, but like our love can't be denied or whatever the fuck. Loomer has emerged as one of the most important voices in Trump's ear, meeting him at his Mar-a-Lago club and speaking to him on the phone with some degree of frequency after years spent on the fringes of the far-right conspiracy internet. Loomer rose to prominence by openly embracing anti-Muslim rhetoric. Yeah, we know this. Hold on one sec. My phone is blowing up. Loomer told Wires minutes after the news about Waltz broke on May 1st. The pings eventually subsided, and she cut to the chase about why claiming the firings as a scalp, in her words, was so important. It's not about who your friends are, whether something is morally right or morally wrong, she said. It has to be done. So morals don't factor into it whatsoever. It's ruthless. Hopefully the administration is serious about administering loyalty tests. She's obsessed with these so-called loyalty checks. They're not doing loyalty checks, she tells Wired. You need to have loyalty to the commander-in-chief. You need to be loyal to President Trump. Dude. Okay. I just wanted to verify the claim about like 4 times you tried to personally hire me. They wouldn't let it happen.
Okay. What were the jobs?
So I was hired first in 2023 to work on his campaign, doing research, opposition research and communications. And then there was a huge New York Times story, you could pull it up, in 2023 about, Trump hires Laura Loomer to work on his campaign. And then the staff leaked it to the New York Times because there are people who don't like me and they're jealous. And they tried to blow that up. And then multiple times again on the campaign, like after he won the primary, he told me that they floated me for a press secretary. Believe it or not, there was a Daily Mail article that was written about that recently. Like President Trump had a conversation with me on his plane during the campaign about how he would, potentially want me to be his press secretary.
So
I mean, I'm not making this up. So there's literally a Daily Mail article about
I'm not making it up. There's literally a Daily Mail article. I'm not making it up. There's just no other independent source that I can ever confirm it. I'm not making it up. It's just that like tons of White House administrators deny it. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be. I like it's Trump. I can see Trump just like throwing that out there. He's like said crazier shit than that. So why is it like I wouldn't be surprised if he made allusions to or like suggested that she could be. I think that they're both, they both have she has an incentive to overplay it. He has an incentive to downplay it, and so does his administration. But I wouldn't be surprised if something was floated, but she's still overstating that.
It came out like 3 weeks ago, a Daily Mail article about, his first choice for press secretary. And look, I like Caroline Leavitt. I think she's doing a fantastic job. So there's no jealousy or animosity there. I think she does a fantastic job as press secretary. But he did present that as an opportunity to me in the Daily Mail. You could see that too, the controversial MAGA star that Trump floated for Caroline Leavitt's job and why she didn't get the gig. And they said I didn't get the gig.
This was an exclusive to the Daily Mail. Was she the fucking citation though? The controversial MAGA star. Daily. Exclusive. So it's July 3rd of this year. The controversial MAGA star that Trump floated for Caroline Leavitt's job and why she didn't get the gig. President Donald Trump has applauded the job that, and again, this is this is like a fucking tabloid. This is not like a reputable, outlet. Has applauded the job that 27-year-old press secretary Caroline Leavitt has done since taking over the White House podium earlier this year. However, according to the forthcoming book, 2024, How Trump Retook the White House and the Democrats Lost America, penned by the trio of journalists Josh Jossi, Tyler Pager, and Isaac Arnsdorf, candidate Trump once floated a much more unconventional choice. That of right-wing MAGA personality Laura Loomer. Many of Trump's advisors viewed Loomer as too conspiracy-minded and pugilistic, but he liked her, they wrote. Is she too French to be press secretary, he asked AIDS once. Oh my God. Trump advisors clearly talked him out of it, but Loomer still had an outsized role in shaping some of President Trump's campaign rhetoric, and she's influenced decisions he's made in the White House since. In like a non-zero way, it's hard to say how much she really influenced it. I do think that it was like partially influenced, but to say that it was like the deciding factor, I don't know about that. Dossie, a reporter now with the Wall Street Journal, pager of the New York Times, and Arnsdorf of the Washington Post detailed how Loomer was responsible for one of Trump's most viral moments of the entire campaign cycle. On September 10th, the former president and Republican nominee had invited Loomer to join him on board Trump Force One for the flight to Philadelphia and for his only debate against Vice President Kamala Harris after she replaced President Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee. Loomer was already in hot water with some Trump allies, notably Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, for using racist stereotypes against Harris, claiming the White House would smell like curry. Jesus Christ. The Democrat won, and speeches will be facilitated via a call center. I'm not surprised. No surprise. Harris's mother had immigrated to the U.S. from India. During the flight, the authors wrote, Loomer showed him allegations circulating online about a community of thousands of Haitian immigrants. Oh my God, I forgot that's where he got this shit from. Resettled in the Ohio town of Springfield, accusing them of stealing geese and cats for food. Loomer showed him a call to the county sheriff complaining of Haitians carrying geese away from a public park and a woman arrested for eating a cat. The authors wrote, she showed him a video of her associate confronting Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown outside the Capitol. The associate had asked the Democrat, would you be happy if an illegal alien ate your dog, Senator Brown? Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, at that point Trump's running mate, had also promoted some of the allegations online to the chagrin of some local Republicans, the authors pointed out. On the plane to Philly, Trump responded by joining in the online frenzy, they said. He posted several memes on Truth Social alluding to the mania, a computer-generated image of him on this plane surrounded by grateful-looking cats and ducks, and another of cats equipped with assault rifles and MAGA caps. Dude, this is so... It's almost like sad. It's almost fucking sad because he sounds genuinely senile and like he shouldn't even be like out of bed, let alone running for president, and yet he is the fucking president. Like creating like AI slop and posting it on Truth Social. Like he's supposed to be in like an ideal world. He would be doing this on his like Facebook page and surrounded by like loved ones, not the president, like the leader of the free world. Harris was supposed to be prepared if the topic came up. When Harris aides saw Loomer get off Trump's plane in Philly, they called the vice president to brief her on the Springfield rumors so she would be prepared if Trump brought them up, the authors wrote. Okay.
To the controversial MAGA star that Trump floated for Caroline Leavitt's job and why she didn't get the gig. And they said I didn't get the gig because there are certain people who work for Trump who, said, oh, well, we don't think that she should have that position. And there's a quote in there about how Trump was on the plane and he asked his staff, what do you guys think? Do you think that Laura would be a great press secretary? I think she'd be great. So again, communications, opposition research, and then first floated for press secretary. And then I was told that I would be and I actually haven't ever announced this publicly, so I guess you're going to get the scoop
exclusive
here. I was offered the position of RNC research director, and he personally called Michael Whatley, the head of the RNC, and told him to make me the research director for...
I could actually see this happening because he also got Lara Trump, his daughter-in-law, a position at the RNC, so...
For the Republican Party.
Also, he's like Donald Trump. But so he can get whatever he wants, right? But like, if he did it for Lara Trump, I don't see why he wouldn't necessarily do it for her.
What happened?
Michael Whatley told the president that he was going to do it, and he never did. And apparently, from what I was told, is Michael Whatley freaked out and said that he didn't want me on his FEC report.
Got it.
Because,
Michael Whatley didn't do what the president told him to do? That's pretty wild.
Yeah, so...
wow, can you believe he did not just obey Trump and show him undying fealty? Like, I'm surprised, but not for the same reason that PBD is, clearly.
I mean, it was a conversation with Sergio Gore and the president and Michael Whatley, and he didn't listen. So I was supposed to be the RNC research director. And
how come he's not fired, huh? Disloyalty.
That didn't happen because Whatley, I guess, decided that he didn't want me on the RNC FEC report. And for those watching that don't know what an FEC record is, it's like the public disclosures for who's getting paid and, who's working there.
And he didn't want to put that on the disclosure. He didn't want to disclose that on the report.
He didn't want me working as the RNC research director because he said that it would create a media backlash if I was on their FEC report. That's what I was told.
Because
like Michael Whatley had told me on the phone privately after the conversation with President Trump.
I mean, they installed Lara Trump, so this seems like they just didn't fucking want to.
It was going to happen, and then he never called me again.
Because that also caught like the media cliff. I mean, well, but Lara Trump. That's just like that. Honestly, that's par for the course as far as like Trump corruption, because that is like family, like that is like nepotism or whatever. But she actually probably would create a bigger controversy.
On the inside or no? Is he still a party chair?
He's still at the RNC.
Wow. So he still is. Okay.
Even though he failed the loyalty test.
Third job. And then the fourth one was, so again, I was offered like some kind of research role, but then also
all of these came up in conversation, but she's overstating the extent to which Trump had like really committed to like getting her any of these positions.
Advising on Panama.
That was like the most advising on Panama. That was the most like credible one so far.
So I was told that I could work at the State Department advising on Panama. That was
working
the fourth
at
job.
the State Department.
And
Laura
that was
Loomer.
Because
Laura Loomer at the fucking State Department. Trump wanted Laura Loomer at the State Department potentially.
You know, a lot of my work helped influence the Panama policy. The president talking about taking back the Panama Canal. I'm the person who told President Trump in 2023 and 2024 during the presidential election, oh, you know, there's a
I'm that crackhead that did that.
Invasion taking place in the Darien Gap. When I went down there and I was in the jungle with, just basically in the jungle in these migrant camps by myself with Michael Yon exposing all this, endangering my life. I could have been kidnapped or raped by some of these trained Agua gangbangers there. I mean, I'm not exaggerating this. It's very dangerous to go down there. There's no security whatsoever.
You went by yourself with one person?
I went with Michael Yon and his team, but we were in the migrant camps and it was in the jungle and we were able to get access. And I was uncovering the fact that they had Chinese camps there where they were facilitating the CCP invasion of America through the Darien Gap. I exposed a lot. I exposed how they were using Starlink to facilitate their illegal alien invasion. I mean, there was so much that I uncovered. I hopped on a bus in the middle of the night that was trafficking Somali and Angolan illegal aliens to Costa Rica from Panama, the Darien Gap, who were headed towards the United States of America. And they were all infected with some kind of disease at the time. And you could literally hear the woman, because I speak Spanish on the bus, and I was like translating all this in Spanish and speaking in Spanish. And the president saw
you speak Spanish?
My reporting. And he called me on the presidential campaign and we were talking about this and it became part of his platform, right? To take back the Panama Canal. Because I was explaining how the Chinese and the CCP were encroaching on the Panama Canal and how when you first land in Panama, the first thing that you see, and I sent these photos to Marco Rubio and President Trump, the photos that show that, the airport has a giant sign that says welcome to Panama and it's in Chinese lettering and it says the Bank of China. They actually took that sign down before Marco Rubio arrived to Panama. And you'll see that, Marco Rubio was able to get the president of Panama to agree to not participate in the Belt and Road Initiative. Well, who do you think gave Marco Rubio and President Trump those photos and those videos of the Chinese taking down those signs? I am. I'm the person who did that. So how it's supposed to work with the State Department.
She's truly the woman behind the man, isn't she?
In some capacity, advising on Panama, advising with the ambassador to Panama. His name is Kevin Cabrera, a personal friend of mine. He was the former Florida.
Dude, every other fucking thing out of her mouth is like a noun, a verb, and like a name drop.
State director. None of this has been reported in the media. And those are 4 jobs that I was offered by the president that were basically stolen from underneath me by jealous staffers. Yeah, so that's 100% true. In the profile piece, I sent those.
Entitled, stolen from her.
To the president.
You send those to
Panama is with great speed attempting to take down the 64% of signs which are written in Chinese. They are all over the zone because China controls the Panama Canal. Panama is not going to get away with this.
2 photos to the president.
Yes. So everything that I'm saying is checking out. It's not like I'm not even looking at the
screen. She advises, therefore she should be an advisor on Panama permanently, right?
I'm telling you this.
So
and
naturally follows from that.
What did I tell you? It says welcome. It says Bank of China, right? Everything I'm saying is checking out. It says, welcome to Panama, Bank of China.
Panama is with great speed attempting to take down the 64% of signs which are written in Chinese. They're all over zone because China controls Panama Canal. Panama is not going to get away with this. By the way, they're a big part.
I was on the phone with the president when he typed out that Truth Social post.
You were on the phone when he typed out this Truth Social?
Yes.
Okay.
He was sitting in the Oval Office with Marco Rubio when he typed that.
So I just watched the Roger Stone's documentary for the second.
Okay. All right. That's all we're doing tonight, you guys. If you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already. That way you can know when I go live every single day. And I will be live again today. It's already after midnight. I don't know when. At some point, I'm going to be finishing this shit and other stuff as well. And you can also subscribe to me if you want to get access to an ad-free experience as well as some cute emotes. You can also give subs throughout the chat to give others the experience of the same thing. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream if you haven't already and subscribe to me. If you're subscribed to me on YouTube, you can know when I go live if that's your preferred platform. You can also go back and check my old VODs and search through old segments that I've done because most of my recent VODs are timestamped. If you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And yeah, where am I sending you guys? On YouTube, you are headed to Pisco. And on Twitch, you are headed to... Let's go to Kid Not Kin. Because he is live, just chatting. Woke soy cuck yelling about politics, apparently. You look great tonight. Thank you. All right, I will see you guys soon. I will see you guys tomorrow or today, later. We'll finish this dumpster fire fucking interview between PBD and Laura Loomer and whatever else comes up. Thanks for spending your Sunday night with me. Bye.